Hello and welcome to Teesside Karting, round 3 of the NRG Owner Sprint Series. David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth on commentary for you today from the circuit here in Middlesbrough. Bambino's already out on track, making their way round. There's our lovely faces on screen. Like I say, the first race you can see already gridding up, so we'll go straight into the grids for our first race of the day. It's heat number 1 for Bambino.
Looking forward to another fantastic day here at Teesside. As David said, I am Tom Butterworth. He is David Sullivan, the commentary husband and wife duo that we are, the WWF tag team wrestlers, the natural to my disaster, the Legion to my of doom, and the Bush to my whacker.
We are the greatest team in the world.
The greatest tag team duo in the world. Pole position for heat number 1 of Bambino Sprint Series goes to Sebastian McCarthy. Sebastian Crawford takes second place with Ethan Pearson in third, William Wainwright in fourth, and Oliver Bullock in fifth. Wilf Riley goes off sixth place. Then we have James Pybus and Callie Tennant in eighth, Abel Hutton in ninth, Summer Upton in 10th, Phoebe Rogers in 11th, and Ollie Upton in 12th. 13th place goes to Freddie Blackshaw with Caleb Franklin in 14th, and Chloe McGill returning to the series for the first time this year, going off P15.
Yes, well, she will actually go off the front because she's got in an army, so for safety reasons really, than being 7 seconds a lap quicker, she's going to go off the front and disappear off into the distance. They're here to just get some bit of time on the engine, Tom, on the armies, and then we're going to have a look at the comas. So Sebastian McCarthy on what is a hastily reconstructed machine for the 56 after a terrible incident at Landau a few weeks ago where he hit a stationary cart and flipped over. So Sebastian McCarthy with that new machine putting it to good use. Green flag in the hand of the start line marshal already. And round number 3 is underway. McGill, as expected, will jump off into the lead. As the 6 of Sebastian Crawford, all freshly liveried up now, Tom. And he was very stealthy in all black throughout the year. Now he's decided to treat us to some colour, going with the green colours. Looks like that a Fullerton colours on that one now, Tom.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like
that.
It
is. I think he's got the TF and the quarter panel on the nose, so looks
retro
like he's
livery.
Yeah, and a Fullerton kart. So, you know, obviously, for those of you that don't know Terry Fullerton, open up a little side screen and have a quick look, because he's the man that Ayrton Senna once said was his fiercest competitor in all of motorsport, and obviously him and Alain Prost were a tag team amongst themselves at times, weren't they, Tom?
They were indeed, very much so. And of course, most of these kids, most of us, in fact, weren't even alive when this was all happening. But definitely not these ones in Bambinos. As Chloe McGill comes across the line for the first time, very much in the lead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be comas, Tom, that we'll be spending most of the focus on. Obviously, McGill will disappear out at the front. She's some 7 seconds quicker than the comas. Obviously, she's running slick tyres as well, which helps massively. But the Iami Bambino engine far more powerful than the Coma C50. That's why you can't race one of them till you're 6. Whereas with our comas, you can race at 5. And we've got a number of new names already on the grid. Calais Talent in 9th place, only turned 5 in March, racing for the first time this weekend. We've got a spin in the middle of the left-hander. Looks like could have been the number 10 machine.
I haven't got a 10 on my timing, David.
We'll confirm in a few moments where that driver is. Could be Oliver Bullock, actually. That 10 could have had a little line across the middle of the 0, and it could be 18.
I didn't get the binoculars out in time, unfortunately, to be able to see what
Yeah, so I think it was Oliver Bullock in 8th place, and maybe lost 1 place to Calais Talon in 9th. As you'd expect, McGill over the line already. In comas, it's McCarthy and Crawford. Freddie Blackshaw starting to make his way back through, Tom. Difficult qualifying for him yesterday. Saw him down in 13th place, now in P7. There he is in the 28 machine, now in the Passion karting colours. The team he races with in another championship, starting to make his way through.
Is that passion or fashion?
Well, the sticker kit is pure fashion. The team is pure passion.
I like that. I like that. Oh, enough time to give each other a big thumbs up.
Big thumbs up from Wilf Riley.
Yeah.
Says hello to his friend and then Julie cuts him off. Leading Freddie Blackshaw there into a false sense of security.
Good start to the day here with these Bambinos. So Chloe McGill putting in the fastest lap of the race of a 53.1 is absolutely flying along in that high army. So McCarthy and Crawford and Pearson as well been here all season so far, as has the now 5th place Freddie Blackshaw. Who else have we got? Oliver Bullock has done some rounds here before as well, and James Pybus, Abel Hutton. So what do we know about the new starters, David? Well, debutants here at Teesside. So we're looking at Wilf Riley, Callie Tennant, Summer Upton, Ollie Upton, and Phoebe Rogers.
Well, Wilf Riley, not seen much of him here at Teesside, but he was out at another meeting that I saw a few weeks back and did well there. Callie Tennant, 5 years old, from Berwick-upon-Tweed, so they've made the 2-hour journey down. So they've been practicing since they were 4. Can't race until you're 5, of course, in Coma C50 Bambino. So it's his first race meeting out. Similar with Ollie Upton and Summer Upton, brother and sister. So Summer's 7, Ollie's 5. One of those karts, I believe, is the old Scarlett Dunn Bambino from when she was doing Bambinos here now. Obviously, she's up into Cadets, making a return into the Honda Cadet class now. But this too is their first race meeting. Only first got into a kart in April, Tom, and already racing in this Coma C50 Bambino class, the 97 and 98 of the Upton. And of course, naturally, there will be some inter-family rivalry there.
Of course. Well, Summer definitely has the upper hand at the moment. They are all showing a lap down as we speak, but that's only because Chloe McGill is flying along in that iArmy Bambino. So we're looking at Ethan Pearson and Freddie Blackshaw on track. So this is the battle for 4th place and probably our closest one on track at the moment. They come across the line. We've still got 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go. So I'm still waiting for this one to really kick off.
Yeah, it's been
I think that thumbs up is going to make the NRG highlight of the week.
I think it will do, yes.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling it will certainly be clipped up.
It's almost if there's a thumbs up high. I know that you're probably coming through the field because you qualified, so hi, I'll just give you a quick thumbs up on the way past. Actually, no, I'm going to close the door and just, you're going to have to work for this. And work for it he did. Blackshaw now up into 5th overall, 4th in class for Coma C50 Bambino. As another one of the Passion karting liveried machines, the 77 of Ethan Pearson, takes the scenic route round the South Bank corner, opens the door and allows Freddie Blackshaw, a seasoned racer here at this Teesside National Circuit, to come through. Blackshaw then up into 3rd place. Will certainly have some sights, Tom, on taking this one to Sebastian McCarthy and Sebastian Crawford in heat number 2. Don't think he's going to have enough time to close up on the 2 of them in front, having come all the way through the field. There's now Chloe McGill starting to make her way past some of the front runners.
Just showing the speed differential between the...
We've not seen moves like that sliding through the slower machines since Sebastian corking in the Micromax when he was coming through the Hondas.
Yeah, corking was a thrill to watch.
Well, we do have a Micromax out today with the Hondas once again, Tom, but the difference being compared to last year now is that the Micromaxes are heavily restricted in line with their European counterparts, and also over here in the UK are now running on Dunlop tyres rather than on Mojo tyres as they were last year. So they're a little bit more in line now with the Hondas. Buddy Hugo was fastest outright yesterday, and he was 2/10 quicker than the Honda field, but as they do not get away from a standing start quite as quickly, he'll be going off the back and will have plenty of opportunity to hone his racecraft as he makes his way through the field.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. So 30 seconds to go plus 1 lap. So we'll get Chloe McGill across the line this time, and that will start the final lap.
I think what we will get as well, Tom, I think she's likely to go through the entire field here.
Oh, very much so, yeah.
Which is good, because what it does then is it gives everybody else a clear, like, sort of last lap. The issue she's got here is I don't think she'll get past Sebastian McCarthy until their overstart finish. So the last lap board is likely to come out now, because we are down to 0 on the overhead gantry for Chloe McGill and Sebastian McCarthy. Not sure they've seen the last lap board though, Tom. It did go out just as they were going over the start-finish line. She is past Sebastian McCarthy now though, so that does put all the Comas back onto the same lap, which is nice, because what we have seen in the past when we haven't had an IARMY is effectively the leader just having a victory lap at the end, because everybody from second in that class down is already a lap down on the Coma leader, which is Chloe McGill. There she is in the 18, making her way through on the 52 of Calais Talent.
Chloe's had huge amounts of pace here always, we've seen throughout the years.
Well, reigning champion, of course, in the Coma C50 class from last year.
And doing us a favour as well now by lapping everybody. It puts her on a complete lap of her own, and like you say, David, all the Comas will now be on the same lap as she comes across the line, and that is Chloe McGill taking victory here in heat number 1. And coming across the line, Sebastian McCarthy will take second place, but first place overall in the Coma C50s. Sebastian Crawford coming across the line and taking second place. And it looks like it's going to be Freddie Blackshaw in third as they just come over the line. Now it is Freddie Blackshaw just from Ethan Pearson. Then we'll have Wilf Riley, Wainwright, Bullock, Tennant, Upton, Hutton and Pybus. And then Upton and Rogers will complete the 14 runners here.
I know at the end of that one, obviously, Blackshaw got past Pearson, but Pearson hasn't done anywhere near as much running here as what Freddie Blackshaw has had. When Blackshaw came through, Pearson stuck with Freddie Blackshaw. It will do him no harm at all to start in P4 in Comas, just behind Freddie Blackshaw next time. I get the feeling then that with Blackshaw, he should have the pace to go with McCarthy and Crawford. I would not be surprised at all if we get a 4-car battle for the lead with Ethan Pearson being dragged along, because with Freddie Blackshaw, a seasoned driver here in the Coma C50 class, I think that's going to drag Ethan Pearson along. And I think we really could be seeing a 4-car battle, Tom, as we go towards the final. We know Coma is a unpredictable class. The weather conditions change throughout the day. There's a lot to be done there in terms of jetting and various other setup changes. They are very susceptible to just the slightest increase or change in temperature or atmospheric pressure are the Coma C50 Bambinos. So,
well, it's the thing is that they've got such little power, such a small amount of power that a 1 or 2% difference can be astronomical.
Yes.
You know, in terms of 1 or 2% in terms of lap time can be, because the lap times are so long here compared to senior Rotax, for example, that can make such a big difference. You know, a second a lap.
Yes, very much so. Looks like most of our Comas are making their way off. The barrier will be moved over the start line for the run straight down towards the National Loop for the next of our standing start classes. It is time for heat number 1 for Honda Cadet. Grid is up on your screen then. Buddy Hugo is the sole Micro Max runner. He's going to be moved towards the tail end of the grid for rolling start, so it will be Joshua Sullivan on pole in Honda Cadet for the first time, sharing the front row with reigning champion Thomas Potter. Edward Ryan, Cameron Tipping on row 2, then with William Howard and Noah Clark with his best qualifying position on row number 3. Jake Walker and Red Lind on row number 4. Matthew Plant, his best qualifying in 9th in the Honda Cadet class, with Luca Bachuev alongside. In fact, it does look like Buddy Hugo has gone out at the front, Tom. So looks like we are going to send the micro off on the front. Then it's going to be Samuel Yeadon and Tom Nichols with Jacob Cartledge and Mason Dinsdale, Ashton Horspool and Sam Hayes on row number 9. Then it's going to be Reece Cranston and Aaron Berridge, who for his first outing at Teesside. Layla Berryman and James Vout, another new name, with Matty Prinku-Wright and Ollie Carter on row number 12. Toby Turner and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, row 13. Morgan Cooney, who had a problem yesterday, had a full axle rebuild last night, starts in 27th, with Hugo McCluskey alongside. Riley Blakemore and Harley Franklin are on row number 15, and then Maximus Lewis, who isn't here, classified in 31st. I think there is likely to be a slight change, Tom, at some point here, because I think Riley Blakemore, in his qualifying position, was given, he had a drop down in qualifying, which normally removes your fastest time, and I think he was inadvertently given a 5-second penalty, which in qualifying is catastrophic because it's dropped your pole sitter all the way to the back. So we've got that. I think that'll be a slight change there for that. We'll keep an eye out as to where Riley Blakemore slots in the 68 machine. Having a quick look at the live chat comments. Max Collinson is on, saying good morning from the Collinsons, watching for a few hours before they head off to the airport. And Joshua Owen watching from a sunny Wilton Mill.
Oh, so no Collinsons here this weekend?
No, they've not been here all year, actually, because Jack's moved up into the Inter-Mini class.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So he's...
That particular branch of Collinson.
Yes, that particular branch of Collinson. There is the other particular branch of Collinson. William Collinson didn't qualify yesterday. He'll roll the 74 machine off the final row of the grid, the former Holly Swan kart.
Yeah, so it will just take us a few minutes to grid these 30 runners up. It's going to be an interesting dynamic now, David, just having a look back, because now that we've got Buddy Hugo going off pole position here in the Micromax, it's actually moved pole over to second place, so the outside of the grid.
Strange this, because as we know, micros normally have a rolling start, so it'd be important for Buddy to get away, particularly as that kart is going to have been sat stationary. Normally you see them in the dummy grid, they all sit and then start as soon as they're told to go out.
Correct, yes.
So that kart, I don't know whether Buddy's turned that kart off and then we'll turn it back on again just before he gets the 5-second board, but then we'll see. But important that he gets away well, obviously, for those drivers that are right behind him as well. They don't want to get balked in that run down towards that first corner. Now, the kart should be a little bit quicker. Yesterday was about 2 tenths in qualifying for Buddy Hugo. So, final few runners of Honda being squeezed in. And by that, I do mean squeezed in, Tom, because
yes,
Honda's as far as the eye can see.
Only just going to make it in where the barrier is at the far end of the track. So that is your pole sitter on screen. That's Joshua Sullivan.
In Honda Cadet.
But he's going, in Honda Cadet, but he's going off P2 on the grid. So starter with the green flag in hand. Looks like we're ready to go. It's up, it's down, we're away and racing. And it is a good start from Sullivan, who's already alongside the Micromax of Buddy Hugo, but I don't think he's got enough power to get all the way around him, and he isn't. And it's Potter up the inside then from P3 on the grid, but second place in Honda Cadet. And they all actually slot back into line pretty much as you were. So it is Hugo in that Micromax, heading through hairpin 1 and 2 in the lead, with Sullivan second and Potter third as they head down the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, and then Hugo with the more power comes back down the inside. Potter slots into the gap as well. Potter's through on Sullivan. Potter's through on Hugo as well, by the look of it. And moving right the way through. So Potter and Sullivan are through. Potter now leads then from Joshua Sullivan. Buddy Hugo in the Micromax back into third. Cam Tipping with a good start. Fourth overall, crossing the line in front of Edward Rye, William Howard and Noah Clark.
Yeah, Tipping with a good run already here this weekend. Good run in qualifying and looking very much up the pointy end of this Honda Cadet. We've got a yellow flag out. We've got somebody off at the D chicane.
Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn is off in the number 7 onto the grass as Sullivan sends it down the inside of Thomas Potter into hairpin number 1.
We're going to see the power difference now between the Micromax and the Honda Cadet as Buddy Hugo gets into the slipstream.
Edward Rye is through on Cameron Tipping as well. Looks like that was another hairpin 1 move.
And they head into hairpin 3 and 4, the final complex of the Teesside Motorsport Park. They are heading round now and over the line. 2 laps completed.
Top 10 as they come over the line. It's Sullivan from Potter, Hugo Rye, Tipping, Clark, Howard, Walker, Batchuev and Hayes. Your top 10 in front of Yeadon, Plant, Cartledge, Dinsdale and Cranston. Rounding out your top 15. Aaron Berridge is up as we've got Red Lind coming into the pit lane. He had a tough 3-lap practice. That kart was recovered and it's rolling back off into pit lane once again. Red Lind then will retire from heat number 1 and will start from the back of the grid in heat number 2.
Luke Batchuev setting the fastest lap of the race on that lap as they finally get up to full racing speed. So that's our first flying lap here at Teesside completed, and they are and Batchuev in 9th place with that fastest lap of the race. We'll see what it's going to be coming over the line this time. You've got Potter hounding Sullivan, but both of them being pushed along now by Buddy Hugo in that Micromax. And in fact, it's Sam Hayes who sets the fastest lap of the race from 10th place. So this train is really going to start coming together, and we're going to have a train of 10 by the looks of
Hayes,
things.
Tom, qualified in 18th place, miles back compared to where he was at the previous round because he was battling it out for the lead. Remember, he was in 2nd place at one point, I think when he had some contact with some lap traffic, did Thomas Potter. Moved down the back straight, Cameron Tipping is going to get hung out to dry.
I was just going to say, it wasn't a good first couple of hairpins for Cam Tipping on this lap. He's lost a few places. I think this might potentially put him down to around about 9th place. Be 8th or 9th as they come over the line by the looks of things. And it is still Sullivan from Potter, both of drivers being pushed along by that Micromax of Buddy Hugo in 3rd place.
Edward Rye,
fastest lap of the race, in 4th as he starts to make a move onto the back of these front 3, using that triple slipstream of the karts in front to pull him closer. Going with him, though, is Noah Clark as well, showing very well here this weekend already. And this is going to be a train of 5, followed by another train of around about 7.
Change for the lead. Tom just looked out the window. Potter down the inside of Sullivan. Oh, we've got a spin in the middle of the...
Is that Hugo?
It is Buddy Hugo round in the middle of the National Loop, of the South Bank corner, rejoining. Not quite sure because we were watching the Cameron Tipping battle down the back straight, but now Potter is through, taking advantage of the slipstream down the back straight on Sullivan. Looks like Hugo had tried to get through as well, and then he's spun, crossing the line now, right the way down the field. He's behind James Vout, so he's 18th, Tom, now. As Sullivan wastes no time in retaking the lead from Thomas Potter. Does not fancy looking at the number 38.
Neither driver with the bonus of that Micromax pushing them
Having
along
said
now.
that, Thomas Potter has no time to look at the number 13 either because he's back through into the lead.
Well, I was going to say, now that Micromax has created the gap where Buddy Hugo was, Noah Clark and Edward Rye are really going to start to move up onto the back of these two. I think they've both got fantastic pace here already this weekend, and it looks like this is going to be a front 4, and in fact it is. So it is Potter from Sullivan, Noah Clark there with the fastest lap, just echoing my words. It is now a train of 4. Potter's got a slight gap to Sullivan already now, but I think Sullivan will use that slipstream and close right back up through hairpin 1 and 2, and does so far. Then we've got Howard, Batchuev, Walker, Hayes, Yeadon, and Tipping has now dropped down into 10th place.
Got some lap traffic in front of them as Potter defends off to the inside as they head down towards the South Bank corner. Turns in a little bit earlier there to stop Sullivan getting the run. Although Sullivan then down the inside into hairpin 3. Not a move that he does very often, that Sullivan into hairpin 3. So maybe just something a little bit different. Lap traffic in front though, Tom, just as they come up towards the D chicane. Not where you want to meet traffic into the D chicane. Sullivan sweeps round the outside. He's the only one to get through the lap traffic as well. It has created him a little bit of a gap to Thomas Potter, and it's opened up a gap as well back to Noah Clark. Edward Rye now is going to potentially get a run into hairpin number 1.
Yeah, it was a bit scattergun approach as they all went all ways around the lap traffic. Potter still hounding the back of Sullivan, who can't seem to break away, but they have created that slight gap now to Clark and Rye. Howard, Hayes, Walker, Yeadon, Batchuev, and Tipping, they're all in the battle as well amongst themselves, but that gap now is 4 seconds to the front 4. So it was looking like this was going to be a full train of 10 that were all going to work together. But now there has been a significant break between the two trains. Cam Tipping, unfortunately, is dropping off the back of Luka Bachuev as well. So something not quite right with the tipping cart for this particular heat. But it was good qualifying, of course, and a good start to this race.
Yeah, really quick yesterday, Tom. In that it was very, very warm weather conditions yesterday. And his clothes actually back up, Tom. Looks like Bachuev and Jake Walker have had a bit of a battle, and that has allowed Cam Tipping to close back in. Oh, we've got driver off on the back straight. That's William Collinson, halfway down the back straight on the grass facing the wall. Yellow flag is out then, but it is only out at hairpin 2 at the moment. Hairpin 1 will still be an overtaking opportunity for our race leaders. 35 seconds, so we've got 2 laps to go in Honda Cadet. So hairpin 1 is an overtaking opportunity. Sullivan goes defensive to the inside. Now we've got yellow flags out down the back straight still, as that kart is still yellow flags out.
If I was Sullivan, I'd have stuck my hand up coming into hairpin 1 and completely blocked that opportunity of an overtake and wondered whether Potter was going to go for it. Instead, he goes for it down south.
Sullivan he goes through. The yellow flag, Tom, is still out at hairpin 2 though, even though the kart is back on the track. So that, I'm sure, will be looked at. Sullivan now tries to get the run on Thomas Potter all the way round the outside over start finish. It's a long way round there for Sullivan and Potter. Sullivan's not going to acquiesce though. Down the inside, Potter forced wide out onto the curve, and Noah Clark is through into second place as the last lap board is out here at Teesside. Sullivan from Clark. Can Clark win a race here at Teesside in only his second visit? Didn't have the best outing at the first time as he got himself to grips with this Teesside National Circuit. Now he's on the back of Joshua Sullivan, down the back straight. Sullivan from Clark, then it's Potter down into third, now coming under pressure from Edward Rye.
Yeah, as they head into the final 2 corners of the circuit, or the final 2 major corners of the circuit, it is Sullivan from Clark. I think this one is going to be done and dusted now. That's it. It's Sullivan leading the way over the line and taking victory here as they come through the kink and the dogleg. Sullivan takes victory in heat number 1, followed by Noah Clark in second. Fantastic result for Noah Clark. Second place in heat number 1. Thomas Potter rounding out your podium with Edward Rye, Sam Hayes, William Howard, Samuel Yeadon, Luka Bachuev, Jake Walker and Cameron Tipping. Matthew Plant, Buddy Hugo took the fastest lap of the race in a recovering Micromax up to 12th place. Then it's Reese Cranston, Mason Dinsdale, and Jacob Cartledge, your top 15. So that brings to an end Honda Cadet Heat number 1. Fantastic action as always. 30 karts on circuit is always going to be battles all over the track, up and down the field. But the one at the front was scintillating and exciting, very much so. I enjoyed that one, David.
We don't have a bad one, do we, in Honda Cadet?
Really
we never do.
Racing Honda Cadet, it's very true. But yes, congratulations to Joshua Sullivan, a great result for him. We will wait and see whether anything happens regarding Potter overtaking down the back straight or not, whether they were clear of the incident by the time the overtake happened, that kind of thing. I can't see much happening myself, but no, you never know.
Difficult for the driver, of course, because by the time they actually came round, there wasn't really an incident there. The kart was rejoining the circuit, albeit was going round the track slowly.
But they passed.
Yeah, but then Collinson had come into the pit lane, so they passed the yellow, and obviously karting is a bit different. They don't show a green at the next available post, do they?
That's always the confusing thing. So it's not like a slow zone or a no overtaking zone. It's just you wait until you're past the incident. Difficult
for that one. I think not suggesting that there'll be a penalty for 1 minute. I think maybe a chat with the clerk wouldn't, just sort of, we talk about this. We never like to see drivers penalised. We discuss it a lot in Kona as well. We've talked about it before where like the leader comes through, takes the checkered flag, and then proceeds to overtake people that are still racing.
I think you're right.
We like to educate rather than what was the famous commentary thing? He's taking into a dark room and beating.
I don't think Thomas.
No. Do you remember that Oschersleben? The first corner. It's like it's a long straight into the tightest left-hander ever. And that's and basically the commentator just went, whoever designed that corner needs taken into a dark room and beating. And I've had a look through the penalties, and it's not there.
Okay.
+5, +10 seconds, and taking into a dark room and beating is not on the list of penalties here at Teesside.
Don't give them ideas.
No.
don't give people any ideas. Right, so with that, we will move on. We are moving on, to Mini and Intermax Heat number 1. So already heading out on their rolling up lap are the Mini and Intermaxes. So going off pole position will be Ben Adrian, then it's Ben Robinson off P2. Sebastian Benson in 3rd and Charlie Eyeball in 4th. Then it's Holly Swan and Alfie McBain, 5th and 6th. Riley Sims Ezard goes off 7th and Alex Lynn in 8th. Already heading round through hairpin number 3, but I've got a funny feeling this might not go on the at the start of lap 1 because we've got a recovering kart that spun on the opening lap, and we also have one which is still off the back.
And they might just catch in time here, Tom.
But it's whether they're at full speed and gaining an advantage.
We're going.
We are going here. Okay. So we're away here and racing. Heat number 1 for Inter and Minimax.
Well, Ben Adrian yesterday, Tom, as you'd expect from Ben Adrian this year, was on pole position. No Amy Peacock to challenge him this time round. She's in Spain enjoying some sunshine. Sunshine. So it looks like it's going to have to be Ben Robinson and Sebastian Benson, Charlie Arbel and Alex Lynn, who qualified in 2nd yesterday, but then was removed from the standings. There he is in the 66.
I do like that helmet.
We'll come to that in a minute. Removed from the standings yesterday because the rear width of the kart was 8 millimeters too wide.
Oh,
8 millimeters. Okay,
well, we need a wide load sticker on the back of that then,
we do. 1400, I believe, is the rear maximum width on a Mini Max, and it was 1408.
Have a word with...
That's it. They'd have probably measured it, and as soon as he sits in it, the wheels just bulge out slightly, and that's 4 mil either side, isn't it? So
I think the Lins need a word with Red Graphics and get them to make
some wide loads.
Orange and yellow stickers to go on each end of the car.
Well, to be fair, the amount of drivers I've found out, Tom, that are doing the Le Mans hire race that are considerably better than us, I believe we need some arrows for our rear bumper to show them which way is left and which way is right.
But with the text that we've had from producer and director and head honcho of Alpha Live, Luke Austin, this morning, we've got it covered because we're putting GoPros all over the kart. So we've got every angle. So we can see exactly who's going to be hitting us.
We've got our own 360 camera by putting 360 cameras on the car.
Exactly. Yeah, so we will know exactly who's hit us, when and where.
Retribution.
Yes, and there will be...
yeah. So it turns out that Max Plant have got a team in, and they've got... So put it this way, when you've got drivers of the ilk of Max Shields and Brandon Jennings, Seb Pereira, and you still have to get Asher Blythe in as a ringer.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, Asher Blythe...
It's not fair, is it?
We're going to see Asher Blythe for... I think it's the first time this season in Senior Pro Kart here at the Sprint Series.
Yes, it is, in a completely different car. Hopefully, later on, when we talk about it, I'm going to try and see if we're out over the PA here, and there's Alex Lynn down the inside of Charlie Eyeball. We'll stick with the racing and then come back to the Pro Karts in a few moments' time. But Asher Blythe is testing an Atom Pro Kart, so a completely different frame. He's just testing it this weekend. I know a number of drivers have sat in that. They just want to get a feel for how it is with different drivers in, which is always, prudent when testing something new. It's all well and good just sticking the best driver in every time, but they've been trying it with a number of different drivers, different driving styles,
and get the feel
to get a feel for it. I'm not sure if Mr. Atom is here this weekend as well. If he is more than welcome to make his way up to the commentary box over start finish, and we'll have a quick chat as Alex Lynn down the inside.
Carbon copy of the previous lap.
Yeah, he's up now into 3rd place. Got about a second or so to catch Ben Robinson, but Ben Robinson's just had a look over the shoulder. Charlie Eyeball looking racy. And racing past Sebastian Benson down the back straight.
Yeah,
move to the inside. Jink to the outside. I think he was just trying to figure out which side was the best to go. Sebastian
compromised
Benson.
himself a little bit through eyeball, compromised himself through hairpin 3, got the back end out a little bit, scrubbed off the speed, and that gave Benson that run.
Benson very benevolent as well there, though, because he did give Eyeball the full track width and a bit more on exit. Could have run him a little bit wider maybe there, Sebastian Benson. But see, all of these drivers, Tom, with the exception of Ben Adrian, who did move up slightly earlier than what we'd expect somebody to do straight out of Honda Cadet. He was into a Mini at a fraction just after his 11th birthday. But everybody else in this class, Ben Robinson, Alex Lynn.
Max, not a Mini.
Yeah, yes. Although, to be fair, there's not much size difference.
That's true.
I'd love a Cooper S.
Yes.
But Robinson, Lynn, Eybolt, Benson, Sims Ezard and Swan were all in Honda Cadet last year.
Yes.
Holly Swan, we need to just give a massive shout out to Holly Swan. Raced the Minimax for the first time at Three Sisters in the Winter Series, having done done the round here as well, just before the O-Plate between Christmas and New Year. However, during that Winter Series round at Three Sisters, had an off at Luna Bend, went into the wall and makes her first return from a broken leg. Holly Swan in 7th place. Alex Lynn now having closed down Sebastian Benson at Ben Robinson at a fair rate of knots, is up into 2nd place. That's going to give him a front row start for heat number 2. And in terms of his best lap time, Tom, he's still around about a second off Ben Adrian, but if he can stick with Ben Adrian, Adrian will help drag him along. And obviously, Lynn's had to come through the traffic here. But yeah, back to Holly Swan. Her first race meeting back, Tom, from a broken leg that saw her obviously potted up, then with a frame round her leg as well. In surgery twice after Three Sisters. But the most important thing, Tom, with Holly Swan, other than seeing her back, is the Teesside paddock once again coming together. The chassis was a complete write-off. There was a number of people. I'm not going to go through names because it was fairly an anonymous process. Cat and Paul here at Teesside started off the collection. A brand new frame for Holly Swan, brand new sticker kit as well, and a little bit extra for her to spend on herself to keep her morale up while she was off track for Holly Swan. And she is back now in the mini class.
And I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it as Ben Adrian puts in the fastest lap of the race, but I don't know how many times I really have to say it, but this is the best motorsport community in the country, bar none. I've got a fair amount of experience in a lot of different paddocks, and I can assure you that nobody, particularly in karting, we all come together in the various karting paddocks all across the country and help each other out, but none more so here at Teesside.
Yeah,
it really is a family.
Something like so welcoming, so friendly,
yes.
For first time.
I mean, it's a family feel. There's a lot of it, bar a couple of exceptions, there's no major teams here and things. It's a lot of kind of dad and lad, mum and daughter, mum and lad, and that kind of thing, racing for fun and for the enjoyment of it. And because of that, the appreciation of what other people are going through when they are struggling is very prevalent. And so they all really do help each other out. And to an extent, we try our best as well in terms of promoting things and showing where these issues are and helping people.
I think I mentioned it at the back end of last year as my defining memory of the 2022 season. There was a Honda Cadet Club qualifying session, and just as Pro came off, it started to rain, and nobody expected it to rain, and people had left their wet tyres all the way down the West Paddock, some 400 metres away, and someone had a cart trolley, and that cart trolley saw 8 different carts. There was Rotax parents over helping take wheels off. There was Honda Cadet Pro parents who should have really been off congratulating their children, were changing tyres on Honda Cadet Club carts. Every single driver, there was nobody with wets there. Everybody's parents ran off. Everybody else was changing tyres for everybody, and every single driver got out for qualifying. Ben Adrian crossed the line with 2 seconds to go.
So we haven't got a lap.
So we haven't got last lap board. It will be out next time. No, 2 seconds for Ben Adrian because he is 8 seconds down the road from Alex Lynn in 2nd place, who's still under slight pressure from Ben Robinson, although the gap is out to 0.8 of a second. Now, you will see at some point, Riley Sims-Ezard is out there as well. Wasn't here yesterday, didn't qualify. Didn't need to qualify, of course, because he is in the new spec Inter Mini. So the Minimax that you can see now, pretty much I think in their final year as a class, as Ben Adrian sets the fastest lap now on the last lap. What we're referring to in some other series as well as the 22 spec Mini has now been changed at Motorsport UK level. It normally takes a year or so for it to filter down fully into IKR.
It's a year or so for anything to change at MS UK, but that's a whole different story.
The views are of Tom Butterworth and not Alpha Live. Ben Adrian out of the final corner, heading towards the checkered flag, and Ben Adrian once again takes victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Will be Alex Lynn, who's broken away heavily now from Ben Robinson. He'll start from the front row, which for heat number 2 would have been where he'd have qualified yesterday had he not been removed from the qualifying standings, with Ben Robinson and Charlie Eibel crossing the line in 3rd and 4th respectively. Eibel with that great overtake on Sebastian Benson in front of Holly Swan, who will come out of hairpin 4 now and head towards the start-finish line in front of Riley Sims-Ezard. Just going to have a quick look at the live chat. I'm going to have to pop it out so that we can get most in and have a quick look at what we've got there. So Daryl Peacock, I believe, started us off this morning with a... I know he's just chipped in. I'm reading it in the wrong order. So Manuel Enrique started off with a hello, and then Freya Yeadon. And then Maximus Shields joined in with what a move. I don't know quite where that was with the what a move. I don't know whether that was the Bambino thumbs up down the back straight or in Honda Cadet, but it was just before Freya Yeadon saying, well done, Josh. So it's great to see that that our racers that are out on track are watching before they go out on track.
Yes, we've seen that a few times, haven't we? Catherine Potter's normally chatting away in the boxes as she's getting her helmet put on, ready to go out for a heat. So that brings to an end our first heat for Inter and Minimax, and we'll move us on to Junior Rotax heat number 1. So Junior Rotax heat number 1, about to head out off the dummy grid, and in fact our random grid here, so not really much of a qualifying session took place. It was just a practice session for the Junior Rotaxes. So Luke Walton will go off pole position with Melissa Adrian in 2nd, Jared Fox-Whiteley in 3rd, and Oliver Green in 4th. Monroe Renard in 5th and Sam Robson in 6th. Addison Smith goes off the front of row 4 in 7th place, with Joseph Yao in 8th and Max Wilkinson in 9th. Oscar Waugh in 10th place. As they are already heading round hairpin 3 and 4 now, ready to go. So that was a quick opening lap for the Junior Rotax drivers. They are in a good formation. We will definitely go green this time. The flag is up, it is down, and we are away here for lap 1 of Junior Rotax heat number 1. It's already getting 3-4 wide as they head into the national loop and down into hairpin 1 for the very first time through the wiggles. And you can see from that shot just how unstraight that section is. It is a left, right, or right, left, actually, chicane as they head through there. And down the back straight they come for the very first time. Into hairpin 3, that is Fox-Whiteley now. It looks like trying to make a move through into 3rd place, as we've already got breaking away at the front here. That is the 69 of Monroe Renard. Sorry, David, I had you on mute then. Yes, and Monroe Renard has already broken away to the tune of 1.2 seconds, absolutely flying. Addison Smith in 2nd with Fox-Whiteley 3rd. But looking racy. Then behind is Max Wilkinson and Melissa Adrian.
Now, Melissa Adrian, Tom, of course, those viewers will
switch positions already.
Melissa Adrian, those viewers from the last round will remember 5 weeks ago She fractured her wrist in 2 places in that horrible incident over the start-finish line here at Teesside. The kart barrel rolling from where the incident took place into the dogleg as Fox Whiteley comes through on Addison Smith for second place. She landed some 20 metres further down the track, almost in front of the commentary box. 5 weeks later, after that double fracture, Tom, she practiced yesterday and she is back in what I can only describe as heroic circumstances. They've done absolutely everything.
It was heroic circumstances, you're right, and it is heroic circumstances, and that was a heroic move that she put on Max Wilkinson into hairpin 4 as well. Lovely overtaking, sent it straight up the inside, straight lined it between 3 and 4, and took away 4th position. So a returning Melissa Adrian here, walking wounded as such, as Joseph Yao overtakes Max Wilkinson and then tries to return the favour, does Wilkinson.
Yeah, Yao's can't stick it up slightly differently. Normally he's in the red and black livery. He's got all white this weekend. Melissa Adrian, of course, with the all white helmet this time. In the past, she had red and white on before with the Panda, but obviously after that incident, obviously that helmet's taken some trauma. You don't use it again after that.
Correct.
First thing you do is you take the helmet, you either put it on the wall as a memento, or you open the bin lid and place it firmly in it, close it, and never use it again.
Never think about it again.
So
yes.
Oscar Waugh there, that's a new helmet for him, because that's the former Bella Franklin helmet.
Yes, it is, actually. Yes, absolutely.
By the
just
look
noticed
of it.
that. Yeah. Good,
the paintball splattered one.
Yes. It's good. It's very. I like anything with a splatter on it. My own helmet was very much designed like that.
Yes, isn't it? Half a second, Jared Fox Whiteley took out of Monroe Renard in the on the previous lap, and he is closing in. Melissa Adrian down the inside of Addison Smith. Smith, though, runs it all the way round the outside, holds on Melissa Adrian, though. This seems like it could only be a matter of time. Oscar Waugh down the inside of Max Wilkinson in the Teesside Karting Academy, both of those in the Teesside Karting Academy. So if anybody is fancying a go in a Rotax, you can come down here to Teesside and get yourself in one of them. All the way up from Micromax into seniors, Tom. They've got pretty much one of everything, 2 in some cases, particularly for juniors. So that's where Monroe Renard started as well, in that Teesside Karting Academy, and he's now starting to come under pressure from Jared Fox Whiteley at the front. Melissa Adrian with another nibble down the inside of Addison Smith.
It's something we should actually promote a bit here as well, that there is that option there. So if you are watching and thinking about getting into karting, the Teesside Karting Academy,
or if you've done a bit of higher karting and want to make that step up.
Exactly. There we go, Melissa Adrian again looking on the inside of Addison Smith, but again can't get the move completed. Addison Smith with the momentum around hairpin 4 and will out drag Adrian again over the line. But yeah, if you've done some higher karting, if you've done some sessions in karting and you want to make a step up, you want to come here and race, but you don't yet have your own equipment, there is a stepping stone, and that is the Teesside Karting Academy. Get in touch with the team here at the track, and they will walk you through the process and come and have a go, come and race.
Very much so. I think we'll try and get Steve White in at some point, who does the mechanicking and stuff for and all the karts for Teesside Karting Academy.
Oh, Fox Whiteley's just taken the lead very briefly through hairpin 4. So that gap to Renard, Fox Whiteley has closed that down massively. Fastest laps of the race consistently for Fox Whiteley. He tries to go round the outside of the national loop. That's certainly ambitious. Couldn't get the move done there once again, but certainly huge amounts of pace being carried through from Fox Whiteley as he gets all crossed up through hairpin 1. Takes the lead through hairpin 2 with a block pass on Renard, but Renard, still with momentum, manages to take the lead back down the back straight. Great battle between these two. Fox Whiteley hanging it out left and right on the brakes, on the power as he headed into South Bank. The back end was stepping out. As he was heading into hairpin 1, he was fully crossed up. He is using the full life of those tyres in heat number 1 here, it seems. Not saving anything or leaving anything on the table. He is going all out for points to get pole position for the final, and he's set his stall out early doors. Renard still leads. I was about to say Smith is still in front of Adrian, And as they come out of hairpin 2, it is Smith still in front of Adrian, but only just.
Yeah, this is played into the hands, though, of Joseph Yao, and Oscar Waugh's not too far back either now. He's got past Max Wilkinson and seems to have broken away there from Wilkinson. The gap down to Fox Whiteley goes down the inside, and there's contact between Fox Whiteley and Monroe Renard. Renard's front goes up in the air. I think we'll get to see that one again, hopefully, in a few moments' time, because Monroe Renard lifted off the ground as Jared Fox Whiteley came down the inside. Not sure Fox Whiteley went wide or Renard turned in. We'll have a quick look. Tom, you're the one to make the call.
So here we go through hairpin 4, and it is Fox Whiteley up the inside. I think Renard just didn't see Fox Whiteley coming.
Yeah,
turned in, and
I mean, Fox Whiteley couldn't have been any tighter there, could he? Or he'd have been in the tyres.
Correct, and they came together fully side by side as well. So it was like 2 wheels to 2 wheels. So I'm not sure that there were. I don't think there'll be any punishment for that one particularly. Just to coming together, but you know, I've been wrong before.
And you will be wrong again at some point.
So, yes, I'm sure I will be. So Fox Whiteley with the lead now, quarter of a second as we've got. I think it was Joseph Yao has gone round. Was it Joseph Yao or was it Oscar Waugh?
Well, Joseph Yao's not there anymore.
So it was Joseph Yao.
Yeah, it was Joseph Yao. He's
lost it on the exit of the D chicane and has gone round.
He's behind the 58 of Sam Robson now, so he'll be down in 8th place.
So that's going to move Wilkinson and Robson to 7th and 8th, respectively. Melissa Adrian still looking very racy, but unable to make any serious inroads so far on Addison Smith. She's had a couple of nibbles at an overtake, but Smith has immediately returned the favour. And because of Fox Whiteley and Renard's battling, that has brought Smith, Adrian, and Waugh right back into it. And we've got a train of 5 here.
We certainly do.
This is the closest battle we've seen in junior Rotax, certainly for, you know, as a group of 5 at this point in the race.
So far this year, it's pretty much been Fox Whiteley and Smith, with Renard's chipped in a little bit when he's, you know, it's obviously it's random grid, so it's a bit hit and miss, but it's great random grids. Brings the drivers on no end, gives you less experienced runners. Down the inside goes Oscar Waugh. Calculated move there on Melissa Adrian. The interesting thing as well, Tom, of course, they run to nearly 14, 15 laps. You know, the tyres on the Rotaxes, you can't keep them optimal for 14, 15 laps. You either go early, you go late, or you try and nurse them through as much of this race. Look at Oscar Waugh now, Tom. Since he broke away from Max Wilkinson, past Melissa Adrian, you can't discount him here for a top 3. We've still got 1 minute and 6 remaining, so they're easily going to get round before the lap time. 3 laps to go. It's going to be 2.5 maybe, because I think they're going to get round, but they're doing 42s. They could get round for 3 laps here, Tom, because Jared Fox Whiteley is going to cross the line. Keep an eye out the top left corner. I'll tell you when he crosses the line, which is now. They're going to get 3 laps in here. Oscar Waugh, Tom, has got a really good chance of finding a way past Addison Smith here. That kart looks like it's on rails at the moment.
That's going to be a 16-lap race as well by the time we finish this one.
What a frantic pace. And then you've got to think they're going to give them an extra 2 minutes when it comes to the final. We could be up to 19 laps for the final. That's what makes it difficult. That's what makes the final so interesting.
It's a long way to keep.
Looks like Fox Whiteley was struggling to keep it on the white line there, Tom. He was incredibly quick in the early phase of this race now, and I think he's going to be the one that's going to get worried, because he was so quick in the early phase of this race. Well, and now he's going to have to nurse that kart, nurse the tyres home.
Well, I said he was pushing the tyres really hard. He was fully crossed up into hairpin 1. He was sideways as he entered South Bank corner. He was punishing those tyres early doors. It got him the lead, but so far has been unable to pull away. And you can see he's going wide out of hairpin 1.
Smith down the inside of Monroe Renard. Sorry, Tom, but you were right. He was going wide, but Smith now down the inside of Monroe Renard.
That's brought Waugh right into place, and dropping back off this bunch is Melissa Adrian now. So it could be a little bit of fatigue with those arms coming into play. Yeah. Obviously, she is recovering from that breakage.
The 22 is under investigation. That's Jared Fox Whiteley. He's been in the lead with nobody near him for the whole race. It could have been for that move, although having said that, I thought he was fully alongside Monroe Renard into that left-hander.
Well, I said I've been wrong before, but we'll wait to see what happens with that one.
I'll check the
live. It could be for something completely different, of course. We are just speculating.
Last lap.
Yes, the last lap board has gone out, and it is still Fox Whiteley from, at the moment, Smith, then Renard, and then we have Oscar War, and as we said, just drop off the back of this train of 4 is Melissa Adrian. It's still there if any mistakes happen. Fox Whiteley really struggling with the tyres, and Smith taking full advantage of it, sends one up the inside, but Fox Whiteley runs it round the outside, keeps the momentum, and takes heat number 1 here in Junior Rotax. Fox Whiteley really punished those tyres early doors, and we really then struggled with the pace towards the end of the race and struggled for grip, and you could see Smith had kept them well in check, and had there been another lap, I think he would have taken full advantage. Here's a replay.
Smith always he can always look after them tyres. He's so strong. No, this is the incident again.
Sorry.
Both drivers, Tom, I'm informed, are under investigation. It's just they can only show one number at a time.
Okay.
So the 22 of Fox Whiteley and the 69 of Monroe Renard.
So this is your final lap. So Fox Whiteley went extremely defensive into hairpin 3.
No, this is the rolling in lap.
Oh, this is... Sorry, I thought we were on another replay.
He's been wrong before.
Oh, here we go. Now we're seeing the replay. There we go. So that is that's Smith having a go at Fox Whiteley. He just had no grip left at the
Great move by Smith. Really, really well anticipated by Fox Whiteley, though. See, he didn't even look for the apex. I think he knew it was coming. Ran it round the outside, maintained the speed.
Yeah.
It was a really, really smart move, because then he knew that if he runs it all the way around the outside, he should have track position, then over start finish.
Correct. So, and did, because that, if you run it around the outside of the left-hander, as we look at it there through hairpin 4, but there's also another left-hander immediately after. Then you've got the dog leg through over the start finish line, but that's on the right-hand side of the track. So he would have been on the inside there, kept that momentum up, and should have kept him over the line in the lead. So that brings to an end Junior Rotax heat number 1. And we will move on to our first Senior Rotax heat.
Senior Rotax making their way out. Nathan Jensen, who wasn't here yesterday, he was in Iceland until 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. The country, not the shop. He starts on pole position with Arthur Lowthian alongside Owen Spears and Martin Fisher, Paul Swan and Shane Collinson, with Alfie Wallbank rounding out the 7-kart Senior Rotax grid. Don't think we've got any 177s with us here this weekend, so we don't have to explain the different colour number backgrounds. We do have a few new names. We'll run through them. One of them, Owen Spears, going off row 2. We'll come to him in a few moments' time. He's a familiar name to the series, having raced pro karts. We are away and racing, and through they go into the first corner. Nathan Jensen holding off Arthur Lowthian. Spears is on the inside, too wide into the chicanes. Lowthian holds off Spears in front of Martin Fisher. Alfie Wallbank trying to run it all the way around the outside of Paul Swan into the left-hander of hairpin number 1, out onto the back straight for the first time, and Nathan Jensen leads then from Arthur Lowthian and Owen Spears. Shane Collinson, the one to watch. He'll be the pre-race favourite in 6th place as Alfie Wallbank sends it down the inside of Paul Swan. That moves him up into 6th place. Swan down into 7th as they come over the line for the first time. Jensen from Lowthian, then Spears, with Collinson then up into 4th place, having squeezed past Martin Fisher. Missed that on camera. There he is in the cosmic colours, in front of Fisher, Wallbank and Swan.
Yeah, heading through hairpin 1 once again. Of course, these random grids here really mixing it up. And Nathan Jensen leading the way, was having a chat. Well, actually, I commented on one of Nathan Jensen's posts the other day about hotel bedding. My biggest gripe with the hotel bedding. Well, they tuck it all in, don't they?
Yes.
And it's a nightmare to try and pull out. And so he posted a picture of a strong man doing the tug of war, like world's strongest man, pulling something along, and he was like trying to get the bedding out from when you stay in a hotel. And he's absolutely right. It's
hotel
Why do they tuck it? I mean,
well, hotel beddings make me it makes me feel like the sausage and the bacon at Christmas.
Yes, the pig in blanket. So you're saying that you are a pig in blanket?
I've been called worse.
Anyway, there's a race going on here. Shane Collinson has set the fastest lap of the race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap still to go here. looking at the delightful helmet of Owen Spears as well, and that gold and Senna-esque.
Well, his name is Owen Ayrton Spears.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, that's convenient, isn't it?
And I tell you what, he will literally drive absolutely anything you give him. We've seen him here in a Pro Kart for the sprints. He races BPEC, I think, for My Premier Prime Racing as well. He was down at Clay Pigeon last week. And he is also the British champion in Tillotson T4, which is another 4-stroke class.
Yep.
Single engine. 65 gets a contact warning, which is nobody. I think that could be the 64. Is it? Oh, 64 actually of Alfie Wallbank. He's in 5th.
Do we know
place.
what age Owen Spears is?
I'll check the notes, but he's
speaking of which, he's just gone off. We commentator cursed him. My apologies, Owen. Sorry about that. He went off at the D chicane. Yeah, managed to gather it all back up.
We have to talk about someone, don't we?
Yes, we do. But sorry about that, Owen. That's probably my fault. You've just gone off. Alfie Wallbank flying along in 5th place. As you can see here, right on the back of Owen Spears, has set the fastest lap of the race, but is a good probably 2 seconds off the lead at the moment.
At ballpark, he'd be about 18, 19, because we've seen him here in Junior Pro Kart, remember, when that was sort of in its infancy in 2019. So he will be around about the 17, 18 mark, I think, Owen Spears.
Right.
But yeah, Tillotson T4, it's a 4-stroke class. It really takes you by surprise because the engine as a block looks a bit Rotaxy. And then when they do the pull start, down the inside goes Alfie Wallbank on Owen Spears and then tries to run Spears all the way out. Owen Spears then is going to put Alfie Wallbank out onto the rumble strip. Wallbank runs all the way around the outside, then chops to the inside and covers every piece of the Teesside tarmac. Yeah, that Tillotson T4, when you start up, you're expecting like a Rotax noise, and it's like, I was about to do an impression and by going brrr, but it's like that but louder. Really, really interesting class. They've even got a cadet in trial at the minute. One of the cadet runners here, normally Thomas Harper, who races the 156, has currently been testing that at Tattershall in the.
I was just going to say, is that Tillotson T4? They do a lot of Tattershall rounds, don't they? Is
yes,
that kind of their base.
Yes. They're I think they're an Irish company originally, Tillotson. Then obviously, well, at least the importers are.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do a lot there. They had a round at PF at the last club round.
They've got one at Lark
someone that we've seen, Anwar Burrell Smith.
Yes.
A name familiar in the karting world. As Nathan Jensen goes wide and Shane Collinson goes into the lead.
Familiar mostly because of his social media presence.
Yes.
Yes.
And a very unique name.
Yes. Yes. Very unique character. Anwar, having raced with and against him a few times.
Yeah, so he does Tillotson T4 now, and as you'd expect, he is very quick.
Yeah, well, he's moved across from Club 100 now, hasn't he, into that series. But, yeah, Owen Spears. So moving across from that Tillotson T4 series, so moving out of that as a champion into senior Rotax here at Teesside. So it's going to be a different, totally different kind of handling and power delivery.
Well, we spoke to Nathan Jensen this morning. He's currently in 2nd place. He was over at Le Mans as part of the Teesside Karting Academy kart that was over there racing in the rookie class. His first time in a pro kart, he told us about that. And down the inside goes Alfie Wallbank. Compared to the Rotax, those interviews will go out on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page and group this coming on every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. So get yourself onto that on Facebook, join it, and you'll get to see we do interviews, we do highlights throughout the month. As Arthur Lowthy and Side Pod looks a bit Nemo-y there. It's up to one side. So through they come, over start finish with 3.5 minutes remaining, with Collinson now leading by 0.7 of a second. Nathan Jensen, who led the early phase of this race, now coming under pressure from Alfie Wallbank in the 64 machine in 3rd place. Wallbank now into the slipstream of Nathan Jensen. Down the back straight, will he be close enough to pop out of the slipstream into the right-hander at the bottom end of the circuit south bank? He's not, but then Nathan Jensen slides wide. Looks like that kart was set up for the early phase of the race. The race, though, long. You can get another 13 or 14 lap race in here. And Nathan Jensen unable to hold the white line round the inside and slides wide round South Bank corner, opening the door.
In
and
fairness,
Alfie Warbank through
it's
into
smart
second.
setting it up that way, going off the front. You would want, you would want early pace rather than late pace if you're going off the front, wouldn't you?
Whereas if you're going off the back, I'd take the late pace, hoping that you can pick a few off at the start as the field concertinas together, hold them off, and then towards the end, then you're only picking off one at a time.
Yes.
And because they're not in so much of a train in Rotax, it's not a case where you go for a move and then lose it. As see Owen Spears there now really struggling with rear end grip in that number 17 Kart. Closing in, although slightly on Arthur Lowthian on that last lap, but round the South Bank corner, really struggling to keep that Kart in. Looking at the back of Owen Spears' Kart, Tom, looks very narrow. You can move the hubs in and out on the rear axle. I don't know whether it's an illusion based on the width of the rear bumper, but the rear track does look very, very narrow on Owen Spears' Kart. Maybe it's just a setup that he likes, but as you go down the back straight there,
you can visually see the difference between.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an illusion based on, because the bumpers, you see, that you can move the bumper part on the outside, because when they put wet tyres on, they've got a narrower profile and you have to move the bumper in because the bumper has to be wider than the rear track.
Well, it's certainly wider at the moment, isn't it, on that Spears Kart? But of course, the key thing now is not to be playing around with it during race weekend. You want to be doing all of this work during testing. So I'd imagine that's what they've done. And like you say, David, I think found a setup that Spears likes.
Down the back straight they go with Collinson not being able to break away now that Alfie Warbank has come in, and Warbank took 2 tenths out on the previous lap, and we've still got a minute to go. They're going to cross the line well in advance of the 41-second lap times that they've been doing. So over start finish they come now, and Warbank right on the back of Shane Collinson. 3 laps to go in senior Rotax, so still plenty of time for Warbank, who is the quicker driver of the two now. And Warbank spins in the middle of the chicanes, right on the back of Collinson he was. And Alfie Warbank removes his chance of victory, rejoins as well in front of Paul Swan. Not the safest of rejoins there by Alfie Warbank, as Swan and Martin Fisher were coming through the chicanes at the fastest speed. Would love to see that again. I think the kart's just gone light. He was right on the rear bumper of Shane Collinson as Collinson was coming through. And Alfie Warbank, who looked in, for all intents and purposes, to be the favourite to win that race, he took nearly 4 tenths out of Collinson on the previous lap, Tom. And then before you know it, was spinning across the grass as they went through the chicanes.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a replay of that, so we can't relive that moment. But
do you know who wouldn't want to relive that moment?
No.
Alfie Warbank.
No, but we haven't even crossed the line for the final time yet, I don't think. I don't think the last lap went out.
It will be this time.
It will be this time, and it will go for Shane Collinson. Then it's Jensen, Lowthian, Spears, Paul Swan, and now Alfie Warbank down in 8th place. So they cross the line for the final time. Looks like this one's fairly settled, although Warbank has now taken Martin Fisher, moved up into 6th place, and could potentially take Paul Swan as well on this lap. So I'll keep an eye on that one while you focus on Shane Collinson coming down the back straight for the final time.
He's comfortable now in the lead, having come under pressure from Alfie Warbank. Out of hairpin number 3 then for Collinson, and Warbank will have to do it all over again next time round. Random grids, of course, so he's not going to have to start where he finishes, but Shane Collinson takes the checkered flag. Victory in heat number 1 from Nathan Jensen and Arthur Lowthian, with Owen Spears immediately peeling off into the pit lane. Don't think he was overly happy with the setup of that kart, as does Warbank, and Swan carries on round in 5th place. Warbank and Fisher rounding out the grid in 6th and 7th, respectively.
It's a real shame there for Warbank, but showing fantastic pace here early on today. The sun is fully out and shining now. We were a little bit clouded over when we came onto the stream first thing, But the clouds have cleared now, and we've got blue skies all over the track at the moment. So I hope people have got the sun cream out, because it's going to be a warm one.
Yep, just having a look at some penalties applied from Honda Cadet, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and William Collinson with 5-second penalties for front fairings. And in Minimax as well, Alex Lynn's charged through the field. He incurred him a 5-second penalty for the front fairing as well. Does drop him from second, but puts him into third place, Tom. And as we often know here, third can be better than second because it puts you on the inside for that run up towards the national loop. As, for the first time today, we see our Weybridge camera.
Yay! Any dabs?
From adults, Tom, I would not expect it.
I'd give a dab.
In fact, at some point, if you leave for one of your comfort breaks, if I find you on the Weybridge, just dab in. No cart, just you sat there. Just dabbing. Senior Pro Kart though making their way out. Random grid rolling start, so we'll go quickly to the bumper and rattle through the grid as quickly as possible.
Right, so we'll fly through this as quickly as we can. So pole position goes to Connor Lucas, then it's Harry Roddis, Jack Hewland, Simon Doughty, Alban Dowell, and Dominic Needham. Then we have Lee Austin, Caitlin Frame, Josh Falkus, David Brewis, Asher Blythe on that Atom Kart that we discussed earlier, and Adam Chamberlain in 12th. Then we have David Brown, Joe Grinsell, Lennon French, Christian Oblag, Tom Hewland, and Amelia Pennington in 18th. Row 10 sees the start for Max Shields, Oscar Buckley, Marty Gilfillan, James Kay, Sean Feehan, Colin Handy in 24th. Then we have George Ludwell, Matthew Hauschby, Amy Frame, Jacob Cardani, Gary Clark and Liam Gallop. James Wilson, Alfie King, Sophie Pawsey, Joseph Williamson, they still go on. Isaac Needham and Leon Wilson in 36th. And in 37th and final place is Catherine Potter.
The playoff final last night had less attendance than this.
So we've got, we're about to get going already, but we've got junior pro karts mixed in with seniors, but towards the back of the grid.
5 wide, Tom, in the middle of the back.
Gotta love a senior pro kart race.
They're all round as well. Oh, they've got the chicanes to do yet, though. It's very tight. Connor Lucas already breaking away. Thomas Hewland with a great start up into second place in front of Harry Roddis and Alban Dowell, although Josh Falkus, we've got Caitlin Frame round in the middle of the pack.
And they're 3 wide already heading down the back straight. As I think that's Simon Doughty somewhere in the middle of that. Yes, it is.
Oh, Caitlin Frame's going to retire, Tom. Looks like she's got a problem. She's going to try, they're going to try and move the kart round, but I think there's a problem there with that kart. I think the other one was James Kay in the 808 was the other driver involved. They were stuck together round the...
Matt Shields taking 2 round hairpin 4.
Great move. I would expect Lucas to try and move away early because Josh Falkus is up into 4th place, the nearest, his nearest on-track rival. It's Lucas from Hewland, then Roddis, Falkus, Blythe, Dougherty, Brown, Shields, Grinsell and French. Your top 10.
Blythe already up into what is 5th place and went off somewhere in the teens, mid-teens, I think. So had a flying start for Asher Blythe on that Atom Kart. And
oh, Tom, there's some overtakes going on into hairpin number 1, mainly I think some of our juniors. And there is a yellow flag out because Caitlin's frame kart is still stricken.
And we've got somebody else who's just pulled off onto the inside down the back straight as well. So.
Yeah, there's the clerk of the course is going to be somewhat busy.
Yes, I think. Indeed, as Lucas comes over the line for the second time. It is Lucas from Hewland. Then it's Falkus already up to 3rd place. Roddis in 4th with Blythe in 5th. Doughty, Brown, Shields already up to 8th place as well. Then it's Grinsell and Lennon French in rounding out your top 10.
Yep. Keep an eye out, Tom, at hairpin 1. The yellow flag is still out at the post. No overtaking. It's single file. Down the inside goes the number 8.
That is who is the number 8? It's just scrolled through. There we go. Hold on.
Trying to find out on that one, but the 8 was definitely down the inside of the 512. It's Tom Hewland. Tom Hewland in the 8 was down the inside of Oscar Buckley for 18th place. Joe Grinsell and Lennon French battling it out now for at the periphery. That's for 9th and 10th. French is on the outside of Joe Grinsell, and Grinsell's got enough speed to hold on.
Where's Josh Falkus gone? He's had an off. We've
got the 25 off over the start-finish line as well. We'll keep an eye out for Falkus in a minute. He looks like he's dropping down the order, although having a quick look.
Where is... Oh, he's still going?
Yeah.
He's behind Christian Oblag. but tumbled down the order from third. We must have missed that one as we were trying to sort out what was happening with this yellow flag.
Yeah, well, we were on overtake watch,
we've got Grinsall and French coming together down the back straight. They were touching.
Dougherty's going to try and get himself involved. That nearly sent his kart light, and
that's going to give Falkus the opportunity to retake that one position.
Well, Falkus was in third place behind Jack Hewland, and Hewland's still there. Blythe's managed to find a way now past Harry Roddis, who was doing a valiant effort, in fact, in keeping Asher Blythe behind. Falkus with the fastest lap now.
Yeah, so we've got a contact warning going out for the 171 as
Jack
well.
Hewland in second place, so that might have something to do with Falkus, who was in third.
Ah, okay. So
we do have to surmise a lot with Pro Kart because there's so much going on.
And it's such a big field as well.
It's like we're watching what's on screen. We're trying to watch what's going on out the window because there's so many. James Kay in the 808 rolls off into the pit. Dominic Needham was the other driver going off. He's currently sat keeping Caitlin Frame company on the tyres down there. He's dropped down the order as well. There's Max Shields now on the back of David Brown. If you remember, cast your mind back to round 2, they had a very interesting heat number 2.
Yes, they did. Yeah, I don't think Simon Doughty will be too offended by this, but there's a big difference in ages between Max Shields and Simon Doughty.
David Brown.
David Brown, sorry. Yes.
Well, he's not that old.
He's a lot older than Max Shields, though.
Yeah, look, everybody's a lot older than Max Shields. He's 14.
There we go. So, Falkus again with a fastest lap of the race. Yes, again with the fastest lap of the race. So really moving back up through the field now. He's going to be back on. Going to be on the tail of this group probably by the end of this lap, and you can just see him coming into the back of the shot now as Max Shields passes Harry Roddis now for what will be 4th place on the road.
Brown's going to sweep round the outside as well. They're side by side, right behind. The 8's got a penalty, Tom. It's come up over start finish. I think that for that overtake under yellow into hairpin number 1. Do you know the one thing that I did notice as well into there on that lap is Asher Blythe was right behind Harry Roddis, and as he saw the yellow, he put his arm up.
Yes.
Exactly what you said, that, you know, in cadets, Josh Falkus now starting to come back through the field, down the inside of Harry Roddis, now on the inside of David Brown. Harry Roddis is going to use Josh Falkus to find his way back past the inside of David Brown. Joe Grinsell nearly gets sideways, Lennon French then into the back. So Grinsell back in front of Lennon French again. That's for your top 9. Christian Oblag in the all-red car just a little bit further back. Roddis running away. Really impressed with Harry Roddis in this one, Tom. Running right at the front does not look out of place either.
No, he doesn't. Started off very well, got away with Falkus at the front, and has then started to be reeled in by the much quicker drivers around him, and that's no offence to Harry Roddis.
Well, he's club, isn't he? Look at the red background.
Just by any stretch of the imagination, that is not any kind of offence to him. But Asher Blythe, Josh Falkus, Max Shields, some of the quickest drivers in Pro Karts in the country right now.
3 wide down the back straight, almost 4 wide as Brown, then and French, and Grinsell finds a way through down the inside, hard on the brake. Christian Oblag, it was pretty much from 10. Oh, that wide contact there from David Brown puts Joe Grinsell into the tyres there from David Brown. I want to see that again because I want to know if Brown was being forced wide as well. Be interested to see that one on a replay, but it's still exciting at the front. Max Shields with the fastest lap. Here we go.
But best driving out of all of these. Watch Christian Oblag here. Starts off at the back of that group. He's already passed 2. There's another one. There's another one. Now he's at the front of it. Let the 4 of them take each other out, as they do. Christian Oblag disappearing off into the distance. Yeah. Brilliant driving.
Not sure. Brown there was on the outside, but I think he'd taken a little bit of contact down the inside from Harry Roddis as well.
Max Shields with the fastest lap of the race on that lap as he tries to, and in fact, is past now Jack Hewland as well. So that's going to be 3rd place.
Yeah, contact warnings over start finish for the 757 of Simon Dougherty and the 14 of Amy Frame.
We saw, of course, the incident that would have brought out the one for Doughty. Not sure what's happened with Amy Frame. We've missed that one on screen. So that's we're looking at Falkus and Hewland as Falkus now recovers and back up into 4th place. So still going to be good points on the cards here for Falkus, although Falkus not very happy, I think, there with Hewland. I'm not really sure why, but having a good old go at Hewland down the back straight.
just doing some detective work, Tom, so I'm going to leave you to do something.
That's fine. We're looking at the battle here that involves Leonard French. So this is the group for 8th place. Christian Oblag has now disappeared at the front of these, having threaded the needle while they all fought each other through hairpin 4. So we're now looking at Roddis, Brown, French and Ludwell going at it as Falkus now starts to hunt down Max Shields for 3rd place on the road.
Stationary driver on the outside of hairpin number 4. You need a yellow flag at post 3, Tom, because we've got a stationary driver out on the outside of the circuit, pretty much on the racing line on the curb. It's Oscar Buckley in the 512.
The leaders come through that section now as well, and we are still side by side here as they head into hairpin 3. That is George Ludwell sending a move on Harry Roddis.
Yellow flags out.
Completed. Were the yellow flags out? We didn't see it on camera as Ludwell made that move. We'll wait to see whether there's any kind of penalty incoming for that one. I didn't see a yellow flag, but
no.
I was looking at the screen.
76 and the 88 being shown as under investigation, Tom. I don't know whether it was for that incident. Not sure that...
That's Oblag and Roddis. I'm not sure what Oblag's...
no, other than take advantage of everybody else squabbling.
Yeah, threaded the needle beautifully there. So we'll see whether there's any penalties incoming post-race. So Shields is still in front of Falkus on timing. I'm trying to find where they are on track. There comes Lucas over the line now, followed by Asher Blythe in 2nd. Falkus has taken 3rd place now from Shields.
Contact warning for the 215 of Matthew Hauschby in 21st place. Leading in juniors is Isaac Needham. That was the work that I was doing, Tom. I was looking where Sophie Pawsey was, and she is looks at the moment to be nursing a bit of a problem because she's currently getting lapped by the leaders and she's going very, very slowly. So Sophie Pawsey has been the dominant force in Junior Pro Kart so far this season, running off the back of the senior grid, not having the best start of the day, although with 5 of them she'll still start in a reasonably decent position because it's random grid format. Over start finish for the final lap comes Connor Lucas. It's going to be lights to flag for the O plate. Then it's Asher Blythe, but closing in, Josh Falkus.
And Max Shields is going with him.
Could be interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting.
But
and
took half a second out, Tom. The gap was 7/10 on the previous lap, so might need another lap. But you know that last lap sort of red mist. You've just got to sort of send it into every single corner for Falkus. Will he get a chance to dive in at hairpin 4 down the inside?
Well, Falkus has, of course, had that handicap of this spin or contact or whatever it was that we've missed. Dropped him right down the order, but he's fought back brilliantly. And looks like he's going to come over the line in 3rd, but only just behind Asher Blythe as they head through hairpin 4 for the final time. It is going to be Connor Lucas taking the win here in heat number 1 in Senior Pro Kart, followed by Asher Blythe, and right on his tail at the end of the race was Josh Falkus. Mark Shields takes 4th place and the head of the Clubman class with the fastest lap of the race as well. Christian Oblag in 5th, 2nd in Clubman, 3rd in Clubman, and 6th on the road goes to Jack Hewland. Then it's George Ludwell, the front of our novice runners, followed by Amy Frame in 9th, and then it was Marty Kilfillan in 15th. Isaac Needham.
Oh, Tom, we've got big off over start finish after the checkered flag.
Catherine Potter finished 2nd in juniors and Williamson in 3rd in juniors as well. So that's all 4 of your classes here in Senior Pro Kart.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Tom. There was the checkered flag came out, and then some people slowed and some people didn't, and there was about 15 of them in about 3 square meters of tarmac, and it all got a bit squabbly.
So yes, that brings to an end our first round of heats here at Teesside for the Owner Driver Sprint Series here today. That's your results up on screen, your full rundown of results. So Sophie Pawsey didn't have a great race, did she? She finished right at the back of that, the group of junior pro karters. Very good recovery from Josh Falkus. We've just had
Caitlin Frame just sat up against the tyres, like almost Alonso-esque.
Needing the deck chair. But yeah, good recovery drive from Josh Falkus. Ended up right on the back of Asher Blythe, who had a fantastic start. Came from the mid-teens on the grid.
Well, he lost.
And ended up second on the road.
Lap 3, he did a 51.9, which at the time everyone was doing roughly 47s. It was quite busy, so he's lost himself 4 seconds.
And he only finished 5 seconds off the lead. So, great recovery drive from Volkers. Christian Oblag, I thought probably the driver of that heat, certainly picking his way through beautifully, overtaking 4 in one corner is fantastic.
Yeah, I was impressed as well with Harry Roddice, Tom, how he sort of stuck with that front pack as well, and was, you know, just really, really smart in what he was doing. I don't think we're going to get classified results for that one for a while.
Oh, look, David, there's a beautiful colour scheme there on the number 2.
Oh, let me guess, Tom. I'm not even looking at the screen, but is it orange and blue?
It is orange and blue, and it's even got the logo on it as well. I won't give them promotion because they're not giving me any money, but
just having a look at Junior Rotax.
It's got the logo on there as well.
5-second penalties applied for front fairing for Oscar Waugh and Sam Robson. I don't think it's dropped Oscar Waugh down into 4th place. Into 5th rather than in 4th where he finished. Senior Rotax is clear without any issues. So we move back to the first of our races. It's time for heat number 2 for Como Bambino. Grid up on your screen then. It'll be the I-Armies at the front of Chloe McGill and Caleb Franklin. Well, Franklin not here. So then we move into our Comas. On pole position, Sebastian McCarthy and Sebastian Crawford on the front row. Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson on row number 2. Then it's Wilf Riley and William Wainwright, Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant on row number 5. Summer Upton and Abel Hutton on row number 6. With James Pybus and Ollie Upton with Phoebe Rogers rounding out the grid of Coma C50 Bambinos. McGill making her way round. She'll be the pole sitter, of course, and then the Comas will slot in behind. So they're making their way round. We'll have a quick dip back into the live chat comments, which have been a little bit quiet since everybody got in touch earlier on. Darryl Peacock joining us, of course, from sunny Menorca. I'm sure he'd much rather be here in sunny Teesside because it's probably his first weekend off of racing in about 4 months. And so I'm sure he'll be feeling left out. So if you are watching at home or even at the circuit on the live chat, please do get in touch. We'll shout you out. Let us know which drivers you're watching and who you are hoping to take the victory. And we'll give you a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from as well as our Comas make their way round into position. You can see them there just all queuing up nicely, waiting to be sent forward in what we like to call Noah's Ark style, 2 by 2, to get themselves into position. As you'd expect, the same as heat number 1, expect the 18 of Chloe McGill to move away at the front of this field in that much more powerful I-Army Bambino. And then it will be the big battle going on for the Comas. Most importantly here is for Sebastian McCarthy to try and get the kart into position. I think we're going to have to play some musical karts here because Freddie Blackshaw definitely finished in 3rd place. So he needs to be on the outside. Yeah, I think he's right. And he should be on the outside where we are. I think we're going to play musical karts now to put...
Do a do-si-do.
Well, yes. Well,
the karting version of a do-si-do.
Well, what we're going to do, we're going to leave P2 blank. We're going to then put Sebastian McCarthy into effectively Coma pole on the inside. That's going to then put Crawford into 2nd place.
Do we think this is what's going to happen in cadets as well? So we're going to have a pole position.
Well, it'll be different, won't it? Because I think the Micromax will now be in the middle of the pack. Yesterday, Buddy Hugo was the fastest of everybody by 2/10. The spin in heat number 1 now means he'll be in the middle of the pack.
Okay, so that solved that issue.
Yeah,
then.
Blackshaw and Ethan
will we do
Pearson.
If Hugo comes through and wins this one, will we do that?
Yeah, I don't know. It was strange at the. To be fair, I was surprised to see the Micromax there at the start, just because they don't generally do standing starts, and I was expecting the Hondas, with their centrifugal clutch, to engage a lot quicker. So I'd have expected the Micromax under any circumstances to be at the back, just because they generally sometimes, you've seen it before as well, like the plug oils up, they don't get away.
Yeah.
I think we saw it with a Mini Rock once that went off pole position. It just stalled and the entire field had to miss it. And we don't want a Billy Munger style incident, unfortunately. So just for safety, really, that's why it's important. That's why Chloe McGill, who didn't qualify at all yesterday, as the only I-Army, it wasn't worth going out trying to beat
Not
herself.
sure you can quite pick it up on camera, but she has got foot on the brake and she is revving that I-Army as well.
To just keep it clear, isn't it? Keep the carb clear and everything.
Exactly, yes, so to stop it oiling up. We've got a slight delay here, but the green flag is now up. It's down and we're away here for Bambino Heat number 2. McGill, as expected, moving away at the front of this from McCarthy and Crawford. Everybody just tucking into line as they head round the national loop for the first time. Looks like it looks for the most part anyway, it's as you were off the grid. It is Benson from McCarthy from Crawford from Blackshaw. They head down the grid, down the back straight for the first time here in Bambino Heat number 2. McGill, as expected, has fully disappeared to the tune of about 4.5, maybe 5 seconds already at the front of this one. We've got McCarthy, Crawford and Blackshaw now is starting as expected, as we predicted at the end of heat number 1, is starting to make this a 3-kart battle. We were potentially expecting Ethan Pearson as well, but doesn't look to have had the best of opening laps and is about 3 seconds off the back of these front 3 in the Coma class. This is the class that we are going to focus on mostly. We know that Chloe McGill is extremely quick anyway, and those I-Armies are extremely quick as well here compared to the Coma C50s. So, there we go, heading down the back straight once again. McCarthy still holding a comfortable lead. Well, comfortable in the sense of Bambino's is about 6/10. And just as I say that, Sebastian Crawford, full send down the inside of McCarthy and taking that position away, and now heads up Coma C50 Bambinos. That was a brilliant move from Crawford. Fully lit, as it looked like McCarthy lifted and potentially even braked into hairpin 3, and Crawford decided, no, I'm not having that, I'm going to go for it. Full send, kept his foot pinned in and through to the lead. McCarthy's gathered himself back up now. I think it's been a bit of a wake-up call for McCarthy, and he's now starting to get back onto the tail of Crawford. But Crawford with that fantastic pace. Blackshaw now dropping off the front of the, dropping off the rear of these two. McCarthy with that momentum, he's going to try and go around the outside. Then he's going to cut to the inside. Then goes back to the outside.
I'm going to try and find out, Tom, whether that they've always been on a Fullerton and now just added the Fullerton sticker kit, or whether it's a brand new chassis for Sebastian Crawford on that one. But yeah, the sticker kit is giving it a bit more of a glint, because before he was very stealthy, wasn't he, in the all black?
Yes.
Which we always like, because it's almost like, oh, he's sort of creeping up to find a way through, but now leading the way.
You can't see me until I overtake you.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, it works for Edward Haynes.
Yes. So McGill now clear at the front of this one by 19.5 seconds already. Absolutely flying along. In a race of one is Chloe McGill. So we're going to focus on the Coma C50 Bambinos.
Well, that's the target for McGill has to be to lap the field in the heats. You know, that's nothing against the Comas, because they're going as quick as they can. You know, they're doing 58.7 is the best for Sebastian Crawford. That's, you know, anything sub 59 is superb, isn't it? So, you know, but for Crawford, at the moment we see for 57 of Wolf Riley, William Wainwright and Oliver Bullock battling it out over 6th overall, 5th in class in Coma C50.
James Pybus overtook Abel Hutton and Ollie Upton on that previous lap. So moved up 2 positions into 11th
Yeah,
place.
great to see James Pybus back as well. Raced here last year, missed the first few rounds, didn't do a lot over winter. So they took a bit of a sabbatical away from karting, and they've come back this season. New sticker kit on that kart as well, so looking fresh for James Pybus, and he's now up into 11th place, trying to battle with another new name, Summer Upton, for 10th place. Seeing quite a lot of drivers heading back towards karting, Tom. I know Jake Gibbon, who we've seen from Bambino here, he's gone off trying a bit of two-wheel action and has come back. He'll be racing in Cadet when he's old enough, because you have to be in the year of your 8th birthday. So I think you might just have to do a bit of testing this year and then enter into the Winter Series. Also seen Oliver Watson, who we've seen in Junior Pro Kart before. They've procured another kart. They go around the outside of Phoebe Rogers in the 154 machine. Another driver making one of their first outings here at Teesside Autodrome. Oliver Bullock taking the wider line. Chloe McGill taking the tighter as she slides down the inside.
Great spatial awareness and racecraft from McGill. Has managed to thread several needles so far in this race as she's been lapping people.
Yeah, making her way through. Still got 2.5 minutes for McGill. I don't think she... I'm going to call it now, Tom. I don't think she's going to do it. I think the pace of the Comas this time round, dropping into the 58s. I don't think McGill can go much quicker than the 52.6, but the Comas, with this temperature increase, seem to be going a little bit better as we see the 52 of Calais Talent under pressure now from Summer Upton closing in. And just behind them as well, we've got James Pybus.
Is that your lunch arrived?
It is, my lunch has arrived. I didn't have any breakfast, so I'm having an early lunch at 20 to 11.
Okay. Well, while you delve into that, I will talk us through the end of the Bambino Heat. Oh, chocolates arrived as well. Naughty, naughty. Thank you, Ashley. It's, David's missus has been on full delivery duty. Yes, Chloe McGill still miles in front of this one, trying to lap the field. I'm not quite sure where she's up to now. I'm just going to have a look. So we're looking at the 52 of Calais Talent with...
She's up onto the back of Ethan Pearson, so she's done the top. She's got 4 more to do in Comas. But the leaders are over start finish with Sebastian McCarthy in front of Sebastian Crawford.
Just over a minute to go, or just under a minute to go. So we'll probably get 2 more laps in here, actually, possibly even 3. We'll see what the lap time is like when McGill comes over the line. I think she crossed the line with 2 seconds to go in Heat 1.
Try and do some quick math. We've got 30 seconds remaining. She might just do it again.
I think she might.
And if she does,
it's going to be.
I think she'll do the field then. As she's now on the same back straight as the leading duo. They're coming up to some lap traffic though, and Sebastian Crawford's taken advantage, I believe, Tom, out the combox window of that lap traffic to find a way back through Sebastian McCarthy. He has done as well as they head towards the start-finish line. Chloe McGill
is going to go out.
It is.
2, 1, 0. There it is, final lap board, and there goes McGill over the line.
Last lap for McGill. The leaders in Coma, though, Tom, won't know anything about it. And if McGill gets past them, which I think she is likely to, they're not going to know this is the last lap. They're coming up to some more lap traffic now. Round the outside of James Pybus goes Crawford. He's going to do the same as well to Upton. McGill's going to try and get down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy, and now the 2 leaders in Coma have got about 10 metres between them because Sebastian Crawford was able to get down the inside when McCarthy had to go round the outside. More lap traffic there as Chloe McGill sides her way through. Will that have slowed the leader as they find the way past the 52 of Calais Talent? McGill, though, will come out to take the victory. Coma still raging on in the background. Can McCarthy get the run out of the final corner? Over start finish comes Chloe McGill to take the checkered flag. She's going to take her second outright victory of the day. Crawford holds off Sebastian McCarthy at the line as they close up on some more lap traffic just as they go over the start-finish line. So it's McGill, then it's Crawford and McCarthy, with Blackshaw in third place in Comet C50 Bambino in front of Ethan Pearson. Pearson unable to stay with Freddie Blackshaw, as I'd predicted previously.
And that brings to an end heat number 2 of Bambinos already. So we are absolutely flying through the day, only on 11:15 in the morning, and we are already through our first of the second heats. That brings to an end Coma C50 Bambinos heat number 2, and we will move on to Honda Cadets. I'm going to try my very hardest to keep my face straight, as David has just lost a sausage to the floor of the commentary box. Anyway, heat number 2 of Honda Cadet and the sole Micromax of Buddy Hugo. Joshua Sullivan goes off pole position with Noah Clark in second. Thomas Potter in P3 with Edward Wright in 4th, Sam Hayes in 5th, and William Howard in 6th. Then we have Samuel Yeadon and Luka Bachuev, 7th and 8th. Jake Walker and Cameron Tipping, 9th, and rounding out your top 10. Matthew Plant, followed by the sole Micromax of Buddy Hugo. Then it's Reese Cranston, Mason Dinsdale, Jacob Cartilage, and James Vout. Then we have Matty Prinku Wright and Aaron Berridge in 18th. Joey Swan in 19th, and rounding out your top 20 is Tom Nichols. Then it's Riley Blakemore, Ollie Carter, Ashton Horspool, and Morgan Cooney. Toby Turner and Layla Berryman go off row 13, with Hugo McCluskey and Scarlett Whittaker in behind them. William Collinson on row 15, and Red Lynn, who retired in heat number 1, followed by Harley Franklin, and we think Maximus Lewis is not here today, so no Maximus Lewis, but Harley Franklin also not here. So we've got 30 runners in cadets. I'll need to remember that for the for heat number 3 and the final. They're heading round on their rolling up lap, so expecting another hyper exciting race here. If heat 1 was anything to go by, it always is in Honda Cadet, especially with such a huge grid as well. Very much like the senior pro karts.
Which the results are in on that one. 5-second penalty for David Brown for that incident down into the tyres, which saw Joe Grinsell going hard into the tyre wall on the outside. Thomas Hewland would also be the 5-second penalty for that overtaking under a yellow into hairpin number 1.
Okay, so where does that move Brown?
In the overall standings, it drops him down to 15th in that one, but with random grids, he doesn't have to start where he finished. So.
Yes. So a chance for redemption still for David Brown. I met Joshua Sullivan just briefly a moment ago when I went for a comfort break. I think he was trying to save as much weight as possible coming into this round. Coming into this heat.
Never spoke to him. What's he like?
Yeah, nice lad.
Yeah.
Very nice lad. Yeah. Comes from good parents.
I'll let his mum know.
Good stock.
Honda's rolling in. Looks like that's James Vout, another one of our new names to the Teesside karting grid here in the 49. He joins us from Warrington. Racing over at Three Sisters, Tom, as part of the Bill Sisley Kart School. And also at his first attempt last year, made it through to the finals of the British Indoor Kart Championship. So making the transition into outdoor karting, starts just inside the top 20. Does James Vout on this monster grid. Looks like we seem to have a problem, Tom, for the 38 of Thomas Potter, sat with his arm up. And at the moment, engine's just seems to have died at the moment. We won't start because his arm's up in the air. So we'll just have to wait at the moment. The marshal's currently down at the bottom end, just sorting the drivers out into position. But Thomas Potter with his arm in the air, the marshals will attend to him as they come down. So if he just needs to keep his arm up in the air so that the marshals can see what is happening there as the final few runners. Red Lind rolls into position after that retirement in the in heat number 1. They've moved the barriers down the bottom end just to space them a little bit more economically down the bottom end.
They were pretty tight towards the back of the grid, and the marshal is now making his way through to
Pull start, of course, on the Hondas. You know, similar like a petrol lawnmower.
Yeah, no electric start on these ones, so it is going to need to be restarted. I think the marshal's just getting the info from Potter, but might be that the engine's running because they're not starting it.
No, he's just having a quick look down. Thomas Potter, the championship leader and reigning champion.
Could be drama
in Honda
here.
Cadet.
Could be some drama here. Let's have a look. I'm trying to read some universal hand signals.
Just having a quick look at the back there. Clark of the course is having a quick look. He's on the track as well. But it could be, there's a spring as well, Tom. On this,
it looks like we're going to get going, and Potter seems to be
okay.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens with regard to Potter in this one. Green flag for the starter is in hand.
Just getting confirmation. Green is up in the air. Then engine notes rise. We're away, and Potter is slow away from the line, Tom. Head back already in disappointment. If there was a problem, I'm not sure why he's been left on the grid there, Thomas Potter. There's a chance.
He's going at full speed
now,
near enough.
There's a throttle return spring. That's the thing that potentially what could have been looking down there. There's a throttle return spring that pops the throttle back off. If once it's gone, just to take it completely off. And Thomas Potter now is pretty much a sitting duck.
Could be clutch as well.
Yeah, sitting duck slowly down the back straight, trying to keep off line the best he can as the rest of the field streams through. And Thomas Potter, the championship leader, is going to score pole. He's really, Tom, he's got to get to half race distance. He's got to try and keep nursing it round. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn was slow away. Over start finish as well because she's almost half a lap down. There's no first lap there over the start line for the first time. It's Sullivan from Clark, Rye, Hayes, Howard, Batchev up into 6th place. Great start for him. Yeadon, Walker, Hugo up to 9th, tipping, rounding out your top 10. Where is Thomas Potter? He's still out there, currently in front of Ashton Horspool.
23rd.
At the moment, Tom, he's going very, very slowly. Still trying to battle with Horspool, though.
He's just got no drive. No drive at all. When they come out of the hairpins, out of these slow corners, he just can't seem to get it up to speed.
No,
he is now second to last is Thomas Potter. So, or third last actually, because we've got the 7 of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn who is recovering now. Sullivan comes over the line. From Clark, from Rye, Hayes, Howard, Batchev, Yeadon, Buddy Hugo in that Micromax is already up to 8th and sets the fastest lap. Jake Walker in 9th and Cameron Tipping in 10th place.
Potter still going round, Tom, maybe conscious that he's got to get to half race distance to pick up even the handful of points that will be there for 28th place.
But is it doing more damage by driving it round? That's
no, down the back straight. Clark's in the slipstream of Sullivan. Are they going to turn this into an early race battle, or will they push and work together? Sullivan wide on entry into the South Bank corner. Edward Rye not too far back. Just behind them, though, William Howard trying to send it down the inside of Sam Hayes. Hayes up into 4th place, having qualified in 18th place. Batchev spins in the middle of the corner.
As well.
Contact with Matthew Plant, I think, was the black car in the 77. So Luca Batchev with the spin. Not sure if we're going to get a replay of that one. Noah Clark with the fastest lap with a 48.3. If we can, I'd be interested to see whether Batchev went round on his own there as he comes into the corner. Keep an eye out for the driver in the white helmet alongside the green on the outside there in the background. Buddy Hugo just behind. And it looks like Luca Batchev just into the back of Samuel Yeadon and then just spins himself round.
Yeah, and that's dropped him right the way down to 27th and just in front of Thomas Potter. So Potter still in 28th place. So he's going to pick up points if he can hold off William Collinson on the back of this Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. And Harley Franklin is out there.
He is.
In this one.
Great to see another new name on the grid here at Teesside.
Micromax watch, Buddy Hugo is up to 7th. with another fastest lap of the race. So that Micromax really starting to kick into gear now. Now that the momentum is up with that one, and Buddy Hugo, we would expect to start to march towards the front of this one.
Well, in a straight line, he should have the speed. He's just got a bit of traffic in front of him at the minute because he's got William Howard and Sam Hayes battling it out in front.
And a perfect demonstration of that as he passes Samuel Yeadon down the back straight, using that extra power of the Micromax, but can't then take advantage of it through the corners as such.
See, they're on Dunlop tyres again now, Tom, with the Micromax. Has raced into the Motorsport UK regulations. So rather than Mojos, they're on them tyres. Wide round the national loop goes Noah Clark from second place. That's allowed Edward Rye through. Down the inside
with the fastest lap, but immediately eclipsed by Buddy Hugo, who's right behind now.
Clark back down the inside of Rye. Rye then back down the inside of Clark. Sorry, Tom, we can just see them further down.
There they are.
Sam Hayes with a warning, which is being shown over the start-finish gantry. I think that could be for his battle and defence of fourth place with William Howard.
And confusingly, we've got two number 11s as well.
Yes, the Buddy Hugo. Oh, yeah, it could be Buddy Hugo, couldn't it? I don't know. Let's just... what do we do? I don't know. We've got one Micromax number 11 and one Honda number 11. Over the line then they come then with 3 minutes to go. And it's Sullivan from Rye and Clark now your top three as Rye's managed to find a way through. William Howard up into fourth. Buddy Hugo in fifth in front of Hayes, Yeadon, Walker, Tipping and Dinsdale rounding out your top 10.
Great to see Edward Rye at the front of this one as well. I mean, we've watched his karting career right the way through Bambinos and now fighting up at the sharp end of Honda Cadets, and has really come on this year, has Edward Rye, as we look at Buddy Hugo overtaking William Howard now for what will be fourth on the road.
Yeah, that straight line speed of Buddy Hugo really being put to the put to good use.
To full effect, yeah, particularly down the back straight.
Rye takes a 10th out of Sullivan at the front. Jake Walker with the fastest lap in 8th place.
Yeah, 47.8. That was half a second quicker than Sullivan at the front.
He's right on the back of a train of karts. So using the slipstream to full effect. William Howard goes wide. Sam Hayes tries to get alongside down the inside. And he is alongside William Howard. There he is in the background. Look at him bouncing in the seat like a jockey, willing his horse along. Yeadon's coming down the inside as well. William Howard's going to get hung out, I think, on the outside here. And Howard could well lose 2 places.
Oh, potentially even 3. As Walker... Oh, there was contact between the two of them. I think Yeadon... Oh, and that's damaged Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, going very slowly.
Oh, yes, he has, and he stopped.
To the inside, so.
Yeah. Leaders now, Tom, are starting to catch some lap traffic in front of them. There's 3 of them with Franklin, Potter and Collinson all in front now as they head down towards hairpin 1. Edward Rye is back behind Noah Clark. Buddy Hugo's there as well. Sullivan's going to start heading onto the lap traffic as they go down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Sullivan in the orange and white goes past Thomas Potter. To put a lap on him down the inside. Buddy Hugo is through down the inside for 3rd place overall on Edward Rye. That's going to split the battle for the lead between Hugo. Sullivan then balked by some lap traffic of William Collinson all the way around the outside. That's going to allow, I think, Clark to close back up as they come over the start-finish line with 42 seconds remaining. 48 seconds is the lap time for our Hondas. 2 laps to go in Honda Cadet Heat number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, it is Sullivan from Clark. Hugo has now made his way up to 3rd place and is right on the back of Noah Clark now. Oh, we've got a little bit of sideways action coming into hairpin 1.
Edward
that was
Rye's
Sam Hayes.
dropped off, hasn't he? Back into clutches of Sam Hayes. I think that could have something to do with the lap traffic.
Yes, but immediately pulling away from William Howard. So that's helped Hayes out no end. Yeadon is still there, as is Cameron Tipping now up to 8th place and making his way
over the start-finish. Last lap board should be out this time. They're down to 0. Buddy Hugo is back now up into 2nd place. Slides down the inside of Noah Clark. Sullivan still leads. From now, Hugo, then Clark, Rye, Hayes, Howard, Yeadon, Tipping, Dinsdale and Cranston up inside the top 10 in front of Jacob Cartledge and Matty Prinku-Wright.
So potentially heat number 1 for Buddy Hugo, not quite right on setup, and maybe waiting for the sun to break through the clouds. And now that Micromax is singing and has come from way down the order.
Finds a way past Sullivan down the back straight with the power. Sullivan needs to slot straight back in there so that Clark doesn't go into the gap that Hugo was creating. Final few corners then for this race. Clark's going to try and move down the inside. Is on Sullivan. No, Hugo's going to get the outright victory. I think Sullivan's not giving up though, but Hugo in the Micromax will come through to take the victory in the cadet class. Sullivan wins in Honda from Noah Clark with Edward Rye, and then it's Sam Hayes, William Howard and Samuel Yeadon in front of Cameron Tipping, who has a strong race back up into 8th. Cranston and Cartledge in front of Dinsdale and Princu Wright. Then it's Berridge, Carter, Turner, Swan, Blakemore, Plant and Lind, who recovers all the way up back up to 20th. Then it's Berryman, Horspool, Nichols, Cooney, Walker, who ran so well in that one, now in 25th place with McCluskey. Then it's Scarlett Whitaker Dunn, Luca Bachuev, William Collinson, Harley Franklin and Thomas Potter, who will start from 31st and last place in heat number 3.
Yes, very odd one from Potter. Did manage to finish the race though, so we'll get a haul of points regardless. We'll fix those problems, we're sure.
Be interesting, Tom, to know what the problem was, because he did have his arm up on the start finish, and as soon as he pulled away, you knew he had a problem. They were looking at that kart, and I'm not sure whether it was potentially the throttle return spring.
Well, his best lap was 7 seconds off the pace of the ones at the front. So Buddy Hugo set the fastest lap of the race with a 47.6. Sullivan's was a 48.1. Potter's a 54.1. So 6 seconds off the pace of the front of the Honda Cadets.
Yeah, we had a 47.9 from Noah Clark, which I think was the fastest, or second fastest. Jake Walker put in a great lap, didn't he? Just the lap before he was unfortunately on the grass.
Yeah, and that was such a shame for Jake Walker as well, because he was flying towards the front of this one. And yeah, that incident taking him out of the race, and a real shame. I hope they can get that fixed for heat number 3, because Jake Walker carrying great pace. And that will move us on very swiftly to our next heat.
Oh, it's into Mini, Tom.
I thought it was. I didn't want to preempt it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's here. It's on my screen as well. I didn't want to preempt it. But yes, it is going to be Inter and Minimax, and that will move us on.
Ben Adrian then will start on pole position as the Minis start where they finish, with Ben Robinson alongside. Alex Lynn, who finished second but was demoted to third for a nose cone penalty, starts on the inside of row 2. Charlie Eibel for company, with Sebastian Benson and Holly Swan in front of Riley Sims, Ezard the Soul into Mini. Look, dipping back into the live chat, we had Claire Shell on saying good luck to Callie Tennant and Bambino, his first time racing. They're watching from the sunny Sicily, as our clerk of the course there gets a little bit of TV time. And Freya Yeadon and Angie Falkus saying hello. And then Angie Falkus cheering on the number 13 in the Honda Cadet class.
Angie Falkus, your best mate?
I'm thinking of roping her in to do Le Mans, Tom.
Well, we'd need her in our team just so that she can't roof you again. For those who don't know...
for the ones who doubt, he definitely said roof and not roofie.
Yes. Ange and David had a bit of a coming together in a hire kart session here. I was right behind it, was in perfect viewing position to see it all happen, and it's still one of the funniest things I've seen in my life. How I didn't crash coming down into Ribs Bend on that practice session, because I could not see from laughing and tears in my eyes, is still a mystery that will never be solved, I'm sure. But yeah, a brilliant moment in my life.
Here we go then in Minimax, with Ben Adrian leading them through in the O-plate, with the 97 of Ben Robinson alongside. Green flag is down. We're away and racing. Robinson immediately moves to the inside to fend off Alex Lynn as they all slot into single file. Sebastian Benson takes the wide line around the outside, and he's lost a place to Riley Sims-Ezard in the smaller number 45 Inter Mini. He is up into 5th place, and then Benson tries a late dive to the inside on Riley Sims-Ezard. We'll try and get him a bit of screen time later on just to show you the difference. In fact, there they are, perfect timing. The two different sizes in Kart, the 22 spec Mini, which is the same frame that juniors and the seniors use, now deemed to be a little bit too big for the 11-year-olds or so that were in them. So it's like a class restructure at the higher level of UK motorsports.
So as you say, David, this is kind of like a 1 year kind of class.
Well, it was, wasn't it? I think now they're trying to make it a 2-year class with the advent of this Inter Mini. So
yeah,
Micromax, you can technically stay in it until you're 12, but weight limit wise, you'd have to be a very slender 12.
However, with the smaller chassis, that's going to make it a bit easier to stay in the class for 2 years.
Well, yes, because the chassis as a whole are bigger anyway. They're the 950 chassis rather than 900, so they are 25mm longer in term from the centre line. They're 25mm front, 25mm back, so they are slightly longer, and they do have a slightly narrower wheelbase as well. So they're sort of, a little bit longer and a little bit narrower, making them a little bit more, sort of kart shaped, so to speak. Whereas at the moment, the wheelbase on the big Inter Mini is pretty square.
It is actually pretty square, you're right. And as Alex Lynn sends it up the inside of Ben Robinson for 2nd place, lovely move, very smooth. I think Robinson saw him coming and just left that bit of a gap, and Alex Lynn straight through, showing once again the pace that Alex Lynn had in heat number 1 as well. Although Ben Adrian has had the making of everybody so far here today, has flown through heat number 1 and gapped the field dramatically, and is already doing that in heat number 2 to the tune of 2.8 seconds to Alex Lynn.
It seems
also set the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well, did Ben Adrian.
It seems strange, Tom, with it being round 3 of 8, but Ben Adrian, champion-elect, really, in Minimax. We don't want to commentate his curse too early, but really has been out at the front for all of the season. Has come under pressure at times from Amy Peacock, obviously not this weekend with her not being here, but Ben Adrian has always been there or thereabouts as Sebastian Benson goes down the inside of Charlie Eibel. Eibel should have enough, I think, there to run around the outside, and does. Be interesting for Ben Adrian, Tom, if he does get to a point where he wraps the championship up early, whether he does what we saw drivers do last year. Jared Fox-Whiteley, for example, after he won the mini championship at round 7, was straight into a junior at round 8. Be really interesting to see whether Ben Adrian, because I don't think he'd look out of place in a junior.
No, I don't either. There's certainly the pace there, the track knowledge, the experience as well. For Ben Adrian, of course, we've seen Ben Adrian come right the way through cadets, now into this mini and inter class, and then we will see, I'm sure, as you said, David, Ben Adrian and junior Rotax sooner rather than later.
Yeah, got a championship to win here first in mini. But having won the O-Plate at the winter round here between Christmas and New Year is certainly doing that number justice. I'm currently driving off into the sunset at the front of this race. Alex Lynn now in 2nd place, starting to move away from Ben Robinson. Although Robinson was 4/10 slower on the previous lap, so that is giving Alex Lynn that little bit of respite. As we see the returning Holly Swan, currently in 6th place.
Just thinking it's...
Just seems to be growing into it though, Tom. Seems to be getting quicker lap on lap is Holly Swan. Another 10th or so on the previous lap quicker.
I was just thinking it's a shame we can't see Ben Adrian do double duty, because if you had because the juniors follow the minis, so you'd have to do engine change and tyre change.
Or have 2 cars.
Or have 2 full cars.
Literally throw him out of one into the other.
Straight into the other, yeah. Because the 2 classes follow each other, is kind of unable to do double bubble here at Teesside. But
I mean, to be fair, he's not the biggest of lads. We could stick him in a cadet. Bambino.
Might be a little bit old for the Bambino class, but
Look, I think you could probably just about make weight.
Could chuck him in a junior pro kart though.
Yeah. Do you know, junior pro kart was really interesting yesterday. Not in fact, pro kart as a whole, because during the lunch break, Lizzie Mentia took one out and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yes. Well, I saw. Goodness me, my name's gone out my head now. Mrs. Mentia. Tracy. That's the one. Sorry.
Mrs. is fine. You can't go wrong.
Tracy. I did see Tracy this morning as I was walking through the paddock. Didn't get a chance to say hello, but did see her there. So I thought, I wonder whether Lizzie's here in some capacity. And you've just explained that for me, so thank you. But yeah, so we might be seeing Lizzie in a pro kart.
Well, she was enjoying. She just fancied trying something different.
Fancied a blast.
So
what was she out in?
Well, we put the feelers out. Tried her in a few different seats. She slotted nicely into Caitlin Frame, so she took a senior spec pro kart out yesterday.
Wow. Okay.
Showed really good as well. 46.4. Her best time.
Wow.
In a 10-lap stint in a kart that had already done the previous session, so the tyres were still hot. Literally came in, turned the Sebastian Benson down the inside once again of Charlie Eibel. Eibel runs all the way around the outside. The tyres were hot, so they ended up doing about 20 to 25 laps, did the tyres. So they were cooked when they came in. But yeah, did not at all look out of place in one of them. I think she'd quite like a go later on in the year.
Well, she's been doing very, very well in the classes that she races in elsewhere in the country, and of course, she's always done brilliantly well here.
Well, that's the thing. Naturally, drivers they do well here at Teesside, and then they'll go off and they'll try. At the moment, she's testing herself in against the best in the country, and was running inside the top 10 in the British Championships at Kimbolton a few weeks ago. So, in terms of, Teesside alumni, and particularly as well, another one for pushing the advent of female drivers that we have a huge amount of here at Teesside, Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, it is brilliant as well. And we've been championing Lizzie for a long time, as well as Catherine and Sophie and Amy and Caitlin.
Gracie as well running at the front of the British Championships as well. So two of Teesside's finest female drivers running inside the top 10 in the British champs.
Of course, and I was having a quick chat with Gracie up in the cafe today as well. She's here as well.
She can almost make pizza as well as she can drive. They were smashing pizzas out left, right, and centre yesterday.
Yeah, I saw the post this morning. Yeah. So the cafe here, I mean, we will try and do cake chat post lunch, but we've also got another feature to try and squeeze in post lunch as well. They've moved the cafe on once again here. It's always been brilliant, but it's taken yet another step forward by doing takeaways and munchie boxes and things like that of a night time now. And I think it's in my interest to get down here a bit earlier on a Saturday night now and put an order in.
Daryl Peacock has been on, and he takes exception to the fact that I said that Ben Adrian was looking to wrap the championship up early. He doesn't want us to discount his driver, who is currently on a sunbed in Spain.
Okay. Okay. Kind of hard to win it from there, though, isn't it?
She'll be back, refreshed, ready for round number 4 at the end of June. See, the thing is as well this year, Tom, because of the way the championship's working out, June, the midpoint in the season at round number 4, then we've got a fairly big break. So we're not back until the end of August for the double header over the bank holiday weekend, where we'll do rounds 5 and 6 ahead of then September and October. Ben Adrian over the line then to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 2 here in our Minimax class from Alex Lynn.
Who, with the exception of Alex Lynn, this was a fairly steady heat. I think you could probably tell from the commentary. But carry on, David. Please resume your point, and I will run us through the finishing order, which was Adrian from Lynn, from Robinson, Eibel, Benson, Swan, and Sims, Ezard.
I was just saying, because the way the season works, we've got 4 rounds on their own, single rounds through to the end of June, no round in July, and then we are back at the end of August for rounds 5 and 6. The famous Teesside doubleheader where we practice on the Friday and then we have 2 separate race meetings, one on the Saturday and one on the Sunday. That one's a real make or break championship season for me. That's the weekend that defines championships and puts drivers into real driving seats for that one. Before then, the season comes to a close September and then finally in October for the final round. And also, the main reason that we can't race towards the end of July, of course, is because the track is being prepared, ready to welcome 94 runners so far on the entry list for the 2023 British 24-hour race here at Teesside.
And that's going to be another fantastic event. We're dying for that one. We cannot wait. My favourite event to cover throughout the year, as much as I love the sprint series here, it is an absolutely brilliant event. It's a British 24-hour, and once again, 94 entries so far, and it's been capped at 95, I think.
95.
So there is one spare entry. So if you're watching,
I think hires are full at 50 at the minute.
Okay.
Owners, obviously, they change a little bit because obviously BPEC and everything like that.
So we're looking for one entry from either BPEC or Rye House or the Sprint Series here in Pro Kart to turn up and put a team together. One spare entry for the owner drivers. So come along and get yourself in for the British 24-hour. With that all wrapped up, we will move on to Junior Rotax Heat number 2.
Speaking of the 24-hour, Tom, you remember that year that was it BMW put that development car in Le Mans that was like twice the size of all the others? I want one of them, but a pro car. I want like a double the size pro car, a massive one.
What, like a 2-seater?
Yeah.
2-seater job?
Yeah.
Have 2 drivers?
Yeah. So you do the first half lap and I'll do the second.
Or or you could have like one doing the steering, one doing the pedals.
Good times.
Well, you know they're putting. Speaking of Le Mans, they're putting a NASCAR into the Le Mans 24-hour this year.
Well, they'll be all right down the straight and turning left. The right-handers will be a problem.
Slightly tricky one, yeah.
Junior Rotax grid on the screen then with Sam Robson and Addison Smith on the front row, Joseph Yao and Max Wilkinson on row 2. Then it's Oscar Warren and Luke Walton in front of Melissa Adrian and Heat 1 winner Jared Fox Whiteley coming through from 8th with Oliver Green and Monroe Renard, your 10 Junior Rotax runners. I'm just trying to see whether we've got some juniors joining us.
Okay, so just while we're waiting for the juniors to come out, so that Le Mans NASCAR, the NASCAR that's driving in Le Mans in the official car 24-hour race is going to be piloted by none other than Jenson Button, Mike Rockenfeller, as in Rocky, who's ridiculous around Le Mans, so fast, and 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Jimmy Johnson. That's a lineup and a half, isn't it? I mean, any team taking part in the 24-hour would be well graced with their presences, but to have them in that NASCAR as well, I mean, they're not going to be shy of pace, are they?
No.
In terms of what that car can actually do, they're going to be pushing it to the absolute limit.
Well, they're going to have to, aren't they? Because I think in terms of straight line speed, they're going to have a huge amount of straight line speed. We've seen them when they do when NASCAR do road courses and they do Watkins Glens. They do go round corners a bit like a shopping trolley.
If it's a 2023 spec NASCAR as well, they've got huge amounts of downforce now that they can apply to the car.
Yeah, well, they had to sort of up the aero spec on them, didn't
so
they?
They've got a big diffuser on the back now, so they're not quite kind of Aston Martin of a few years ago levels of rear diffuser, which, I mean, that was a whole tray of its own. It was a whole piece of bodywork all of its own was that rear diffuser. But they're going to hit the track hard. And I mean, it's only a couple of weeks away, and I'm very fortunate to be able to go to that race this year as well. It's the centenary year of Le Mans, so can't wait for that one to happen. And we're going to... I'm going to be taking that in all its glory. Do you know what else is running there?
Not me.
the 787B, the Mazda, is going around and doing a demo run as well, which if you haven't heard that, go onto YouTube, put in Mazda 787B, and there's a video of it coming down the straight.
Just looking out the combox window, Tom, juniors are out, and Jared Fox-Whiteley looked very slow coming out of the dummy grid there. Looked like he was just willing that kart to, looks like the plug may well have oiled up. They were held for a long time down there. What has also been delivered to the combox, Tom, is 2 doorstop wedges of chocolate cake.
Oh, dear.
They've been delivered, including a spoon, so we don't have to make a massive mess or tuck into them at lunchtime. I believe they are courtesy of Mrs. Fox-Whiteley.
It saves me spooning you for a change.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to be spooned by Tom.
Anyway, moving on.
Big spoon.
Junior Rotax heading round for the start of their heat number 2, and we will tuck it to some cake post-race, I think, here. We're going to catch all the action. And the green flag is up and down, and we're away, and it looks like a good start for Smith. Sam Robson drops from the lead into 3rd place now. The 11 of Max Wilkinson is already up to 2nd from 4th on the grid. So good start from the outside train. 2nd and 4th have now moved into 1st and 2nd. Fox-Whiteley started towards the back of this one and is already up a few places as well.
Dropped a few though, Tom.
And then dropped a few coming out of hairpin 2, yeah. So
looked slow. That kart looked sluggish on throttle. When you come out of the slow corners, he came out of the dummy grid and was sort of bouncing in his seat trying to get it. Look, once it gets up to temp, it could be all right. By then, though, this being his back of the start, damage limitation really for Fox-Whiteley. P3 when you're starting at the back of the field is probably about the most you can want. But he's going to struggle for that, Tom, at the moment. Sends it down the inside of Monroe Renard into hairpin number 1. So have a look, though, on exit of hairpin number 2. See whether he gets any drive. Whatever gremlins that were in that kart appear to have been shaken away now, which Fox-Whiteley looks to be back up to pace. But the field is starting to spread out in front. Which, to be fair, Tom, won't do him too much harm, because it should mean that he'd be able to get past them without them battling in front if he closes in, but not quite sure with that kart what so maybe he's gone long this time, with him being at the back. Maybe we were talking about it, playing the long game on the tyres.
Yeah,
because it looks like he's a bit of opposite lock there around the national loop. Fox-Whiteley, he's not going to be sticking around for too long, because behind him he's got Monroe Renard, who won't need a second invite. Down the inside of Oscar War goes Jared Fox-Whiteley. In the
well, the pace has definitely come back to him now. It moved up to 6th place.
Monroe Renard down the inside of Oscar War. And then Oscar War back down the inside of Monroe Renard. Has the door closed on him. Melissa Adrian just in the background trying to find a way through as well. Over start finish they come then at the end of lap number 3. It's Smith from Wilkinson, Yao, Robson and Fox-Whiteley, your top 5. In front of Renard, War, Adrian, Walton and Green.
Yeah, Robson thought about sending a move around the outside on Yao and backed out of it, tucked back into line, and that cost him some momentum in the end. And Fox-Whiteley was then able to get the move done through hairpin 2. Going to try and send it right the way around the outside of South Bank as well. He's going to need some real power there, but does get the move done and chops the nose off of Robson as well for good measure. Great move from Fox-Whiteley. Started off at hairpin 1, and now Robson has been hung out to dry on the exit of hairpin 4 and has lost 5 places.
Fox-Whiteley there could have lost 4 places or so, because if he tried to turn in and he found Monroe Renard on the inside, everybody else would have just freight trained through and he'd have been back down into 8th or 9th place. So Fox-Whiteley now down the inside of Joseph Yao as well, into hairpin number 4, or hairpin number 2, sorry. Jared Fox-Whiteley now being pushed along by Joseph Yao. He's up into 3rd place. A 3rd place, Tom, that seemed unlikely in the early phases of this race. Fox-Whiteley looked like he was struggling with that 22 machine, but now he's made his way through, and I think he's only going to be 2 seconds or so off Smith and Wilkinson in front, with some clear traffic in front.
Yes,
fastest lap of the race for Jared Fox-Whiteley. Immediately eclipsed, though, by the 10 of Melissa Adrian in 7th place with a 42.163.
You can't express enough how impressive this is from Melissa Adrian, having broken her wrist, 5 weeks ago?
5 weeks.
5 weeks since a broken wrist. And she's here not only racing, but in 7th place and setting the fastest lap of the race. So fantastically impressive from Melissa Adrian. I mean, she suffered a little bit towards the end of heat number 1, unsurprisingly so. But yeah, going really, really well here. As David crunches something. Sorry about that, folks. What was that?
What?
What are you crunching?
Chip.
A chip. It's the crunchiest chip.
It's my last one, promise.
Sounded like a pork scratching.
Monroe Renard gets a contact warning of sorts for in 5th place. He is in the middle of this battle. There he is in the MS suit. The Teesside Karting Academy karts all being MS chassis, as is the one behind of Oscar War. The slightly smaller driver in stature in terms of their height as they are in the seat. It's always deceiving when you see a driver. You think, oh, they look really, really small, but it just turns out that they've just got 10-foot legs and a really short body. So when they're sitting down in the cart, they can barely see over the steering wheel. Joseph Yao, though, still on the front of this one. Looks like Sam Robson hasn't dropped too far off the back. Another fastest lap, though, from Jared Fox-Whiteley. 6/10 quicker than Max Wilkinson on the previous lap. And I think now it's only a matter of time before 2nd place has to be handed over for the 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley.
And with 4.5 minutes plus a lap still to go, and Addison Smith only clear by just over a second from these two.
Needs to find a way through.
Fox-Whiteley still got a chance. He sends it up the inside of hairpin 4. Hasn't got the move completed, though. Well recovered by Wilkinson, who slots back in front of Fox-Whiteley and is bulking the progress.
Do you know what? Needs to be quick here, Fox-Whiteley, because, yes, he's caught up with Max Wilkinson, but now Joseph Yao, Monroe Renard, Oscar War and Melissa Adrian are closing back in. They were 2/10 quicker than Fox-Whiteley on the previous lap. Fox-Whiteley needs to find a way through into the slipstream of Wilkinson down the back straight. Slots out as they head down towards the South Bank corner. Fox-Whiteley's through. Monroe Renard down the inside of Joseph Yao. Yao can't find the apex of the corner. Through goes Monroe Renard. What that has done is it's removed my entertainment of Monroe Renard and Oscar War, because lap on lap they are so evenly matched.
Well, Yao got a full 4-wheel drift when Renard came up the inside. I was surprised he held on to it. I mean, did hold on to it well, but was full 4-wheel drifting towards the exit of South Bank corner and what is essentially oblivion.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds, the gap between your race leader, Addison Smith, and now Jared Fox-Whiteley, who's got some clear air. Monroe Renard closing in on Max Wilkinson. Down the inside goes Renard. So Wilkinson, another driver who's gone off the front, Tom, going in that early phase, trying to get away. And he's going to fight back. Down the inside of Monroe Renard. Renard's going to have enough to go around the outside. Then through comes Oscar War to close back in. 0.2 of a second, almost 3 for Fox-Whiteley. 1.4 is the gap now. With 2 minutes and 45 remaining.
I'm impressed with Renard in this one. As took a few laps to get going, but has now flicked the switch and lit the afterburners and is now up into 3rd place. See whether he can close in at all on the back of Fox-Whiteley here, who is still flying. As you said, David, 0.3 faster than Smith. The gap 1.4 seconds, still 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. It's going to be close as to whether Fox-Whiteley can get there. There's Adrian, had a good nibble up the inside of Joseph Yao. That is for 6th place. Yao seeming to struggle now, had some really good early pace. Now starting to struggle and fight the kart, fight the handling of it, and he's dropping back into the clutches of Melissa Adrian, who is possibly going to overtake here into hairpin 1. Doesn't quite manage it, thinks against it. We're looking at, well, there they are on screen.
Luke Walton boxers. He's into the pit lane with a few minutes to go, so he'll retire out of 9th place.
Over half race distance, though, so we'll get points for finishing what will most probably be 10th place. There goes Oscar War up the inside of Max Wilkinson. Max Wilkinson now dropping back through the field and is now down to 5th place after a great early showing.
Half a second, Tom, is the gap between your race leader, Addison Smith, and Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley, 0.4 of a second quicker lap on lap than Addison Smith in this second phase of the race, having broken free from Max Wilkinson, who's now down into 5th place. Smith with a look over the shoulder, the two drivers in the same race suits, racing for Jack's Motorsport in another championship, running themselves each weekend here at Teesside as privateers. You can see Smith in the Jack's Motorsport colours in the 15 in front. Jared Fox Whiteley in his traditional orange, white and black colours, also shared here this weekend by Max Shields and Joshua Sullivan in the same sticker kit. Makes his way round the National Loop corner, the gap down to 3.5 of a second, 1.5 quicker than Addison Smith on the previous lap. He's going to be close enough to make a move down the back straight. I think 29 seconds on the clock. They could get round for it to be the last lap. Smith will be desperate to see that last lap board. I just don't think it's going to come in time. 20 seconds as in front you can see Fox Whiteley tried to send a move down the inside on Smith. Smith round the left-hander for hairpin number 4. 10 seconds on the clock. They're not going to get the last lap board. 2 to go in Junior Rotax. And Addison Smith now is going to have to defend for his life from Jared Fox Whiteley. Round the National Loop, Fox Whiteley close enough. 10th of a second between them as they head down towards hairpin 1. Sends it from a mile back down the inside. Smith saw it coming. Gave him the kart width on the inside just to avoid the contact. Gets on the power earlier. And Addison Smith rides it out for at least one more corner.
Yeah, great drive from Addison Smith. Saw the move early. Knew Fox Whiteley was already there from looking behind on the previous lap and anticipated the move and got it fully done through hairpin 2. Now Fox Whiteley again. So we're going to see a repeat of what happened at hairpin 2. Just this is a left-hander, not a right-hander. And Smith has now gapped Fox Whiteley. So a little bit of desperation seeming to creep in from Fox Whiteley as they take the final lap board. My concern is how much life is Fox Whiteley taking out of those tyres. We've already seen him, hang it around and drive it really in a ragged style, just ragging it around like a rag doll.
Well, when he went tight there, Tom, out of hairpin 4, he was really slow. Really slow, and that was what we saw in the early phase of the race as well, didn't we? When he was in them tight corners, it just does not give him the response that he needs. He's going to get one final opportunity into hairpin 4. Not close enough to Addison Smith, and Addison Smith will hold on to take victory in heat number 2 from Jared Fox Whiteley in front of the number 2 of Oscar Waugh, who gets past Monroe Renard on the final lap to finish in P3. Monroe Renard and Max Wilkinson round out your top 5 in front of Adrian, Yao, Robson, Greed and the retiring Luke Walton.
Robson Green.
Robson Green.
Okay. For those of a certain age, we'll know that reference. For those who aren't of a certain age, don't worry about it. Ask your parents.
But don't Google his music. It wasn't that good.
No. Good in Game of Thrones.
Never seen it.
Oh, hang on. Which one does the fish in? That's Robson Green, isn't it? it was Jerome.
Which one does the fish? I was thinking Matt.
Jerome Flynn who was in Game of Thrones. Sorry.
Which one does the fish? I was thinking Matt Hayes.
Because it was Robson and Jerome, wasn't it? When Robson Green does the fishing, Jerome Flynn was in Game of Thrones, and he was good in Game of Thrones.
Oh. Wonderful.
Again, kids, you're not old enough. Yeah.
Moving on.
So moving on, we're going to have Senior Rotax heat number 2. Then we'll have Senior Pro Karts, and that will bring us swiftly to an end of our second round of heats here at Teesside. Coming up next, though, Senior Rotax. David and I groove away in the commentary box. Groove, of course, me showing my age once again. We have a little dance and a bop to the music here that we've got brought to you from Alpha Live. So, heat number 2 of Senior Rotax is going to be headed off the random grid by Paul Swan and Shane Collinson on P2. Alfie Warbank P3 with Nathan Jensen in 4th. Arthur Loudian in 5th and Owen Spears in 6th. Martin Fisher will go off P7, and a slight break in proceedings. We've not got any karts being recovered.
I think what's happening is we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. So they're just holding them for an extra 15, 20 seconds at each time just to sort of...
Way!
That's Nathan Jensen.
It is.
Well, that's the back of Nathan Jensen.
Should have been the front of Nathan Jensen. And there's the side of Nathan Jensen. As, cold tyres straight out the pits. And very lucky he's in a Rotax with a clutch and not a TKM.
Yeah. Do you know, they're only grippy when they've got some heat in them tyres, aren't they?
Yes.
They're next to useless cold.
It is fairly... the rear tyres will come up to temperature fairly quickly because there's a huge amount of power in these senior Rotaxes. It's the fronts that tend to scrub a lot early in this one, and they'll find that going into the national loop at full speed for the first time, there'll be armfuls of lock.
Yeah,
going into this.
Jensen slotted in nicely, then back into position, so at least the spin was early enough for him to get back in.
Very slow rolling up. Set from Swan.
Well, it's Swan's prerogative, isn't it, as the leader, and he leads them over the line. He's away and leads them round the national loop for the first time. Not a great start from Collinson.
No, dropped right back.
From the outside of the front row in second place. He's down into fifth now. So it's Swan leading from Wallbank then. It was Arthur Lothian, but down the inside goes Martin Fisher. Lothian then straight lines it into hairpin number 2. Fisher's going to try and get the cut back, and I think he's going to get pushed along down the back straight by Shane Collinson. Lothian's going to struggle to get back in there. Don't think Spears is close enough. Although Lothian just tries to run it all the way around the outside. Does so by Arthur Lothian. And then he might even hold on to third place here. Door closed by Martin Fisher.
Shane Collinson just kind of treating the pair of them with like the hind legs of a donkey. It was just allowing them to go on with it and thinking, do you know what? I've got the pace here to come through over the course of this race, so I'm going to take my time here.
That's, doesn't need to get involved on lap 1, does he? He's dropped back a few places, but hasn't overreacted.
Picks them off one by one, and he starts off with Arthur Lothian. That's his style. Doesn't need to go through and try making it 3 wide on lap number 1. You're absolutely right, David. So it is Swan from Wallbank, who had fantastic pace in heat number 1. Then it's Martin Fisher, Lothian, Shane Collinson, Owen Spears, and Nathan Jensen, of course. Collinson, in fact, whoa, and that all got a bit hairy through hairpin 3 and then carried on into hairpin 4, allowed Collinson through to second from 5th. So it's Wallbank now from Collinson, Swan, Jensen, Lothian, Spears and Fisher.
Martin Fisher put his cart into a door that was always going to be closed there down the inside, and it's dropped him from battling for the lead to now being down in 7th place. The field, though, still fairly tightly together. Collinson just taking advantage of those in front squabbling.
I'm just noticing the different styles, as well as Collinson tries to go around the inside of Wallbank. Does get it done, runs him right to the outside on the entry to hairpin 3. And we've got a contact warning going out for Nathan Jensen.
And Lothian spins himself.
4. Yeah, all on his own. And Spears not too happy with that, because Spears got blocked a little bit by that move and had to run around the outside of it. So what I was going to point out is the different styles of the seat position that they've got. If you look at Collinson, he's very laid back in the car. His shoulders are upright, but his back is very laid down. When you look at Paul Swan, by comparison, almost sat bolt upright in the seat. But Paul's body and legs are almost at 90 degrees.
Yeah, Paul Swan's about 6'3", though.
Okay, well, that might explain that. But again, you would think that kind of lying the seat back a bit might help a little bit, particularly with aero.
There's only so much you can do, of course. Obviously, the exhaust behind the Rotax curves back round the back of the seat. So there's only so much you can do in terms of position, and then you need a comfortable arm position, really. You want the elbow to be at 90 degrees, really. You don't want to be straight out in front of you. You need the arms at elbows bent at 90 degrees down, into like a V shape in between yourself and the steering wheel. We might be able to see it side on as they're going around South Bank.
So Alfie Wallbank's a great example of what I was talking about. You can see the angle of the seat is, almost 45 degrees to the side pod. Whereas when you see Paul Swan come through in third place, it's like I say, it's almost 90 degrees. It's almost directly straight. So it's just an interesting way, and it will affect. Believe it or not, that will massively affect the handling of the kart as well.
Well, because what you want, you want an even distribution of weight. This is what I often say about the cadets: is yes, the drivers get better, but everyone thinks they get better with age and a lot more experience. A lot of it is the weight transfer in the kart. The more you've got, you're taking off static weight, which is all the lead that's on the side of the seat to get them up, turning that weight into a dynamic weight, which is the driver. They're able to move with the kart as well. It makes it so much easier. And that in turn brings them on a little bit as drivers as well. Naturally, they're going to get better through race experience.
But also they've got not just the experience of racing, but also feeding back the information as well, knowing what's actually happening with the kart. And that can only come through seat time as well. So knowing what's happening with the kart in terms of, is it loose at the rear? Is it tight at the front? Is it loose at the front? Is it tight at the rear? How is it handling? Feeding that back to whoever is doing their mechanicking for them. And then being able to adjust that as well. And also with that comes the mechanical experience as well. So if it's dad and lad racing, which is happening a lot here at Teesside in the cadets, what you'll see is, or dad and daughter, whatever it may be, you'll see that they will get experience as well, and they will then know what changes to make to the chassis and to the to the track width, etc., tire pressures, to be able to make that adjustment to what the driver is then feeding back.
That's the thing that we see a lot, when they're first starting out, is that the mechanic will often make what I think at times is an error. They'll make setup changes at a time as down the inside goes Nathan Jensen on Paul Swan. Whilst the driver's still learning, they'll start making setup changes, and they won't know whether it's the setup that's made the driver quicker or the driver that's made the driver quicker.
And sometimes it can be both, and sometimes it can go the opposite direction. The driver can get slower, I think, the chassis can get better.
That first year of karting is very important to just find a base setup that works and let your driver drive. And then when they get to a point where they can't drive it any better than where they are, then start looking at setup changes and see what suits them as an individual.
By stalling out, what I mean is they'll be consistent.
They'll plateau, won't they, in terms of their lap times?
A 47.6, a 47.6, a 47.6, a 47.6, a 47.6 every single lap.
If it was a 47.6 in Honda Cadet, I'd be thrilled.
Well, I'm just using that as a theoretical example. You know what I mean? So once those lap times plateau, as David said, that's when that's the time to start making setup changes, and then you can start to really see the difference as to what changes are being made. Technicalities here. Like it. I like technical.
We love it, don't we? We bring you. You're the Ted.
I was going to say it's going to be like Tom's Notebook. Just speaking briefly about Formula One, there's a lot of people bash Ted Kravitz, and it's completely and totally unwarranted. I love Ted Kravitz. I think he's absolutely brilliant. He's been around the paddock almost as long as Murray Walker was. He's been there forever, knows everybody and everything, and he's hugely respected. And he gets a lot of bashing on social media.
Yes,
I don't like it.
No, but it's. I
mean, he's a bit eccentric, to say the least.
We all are, though, aren't we,
But
Tom?
he's British. Who isn't?
Yeah, the thing is that's. Listen, I'm going to crucify an entire nation here, but that is British people for you. They build you up on the way up, and then when you're high enough up, they knock you down.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But he's very quirky, and but I love him for that. It makes it entertaining viewing, and that's why people.
Let's be realistic. Not everybody's to everybody's liking. Some people might not like us, Tom. I mean, I'm yet to find one.
They're all manner of wrong, but people are entitled to their opinion. I always say everybody's entitled to their opinion, even when it's wrong. There goes Martin Fisher trying to overtake Paul Swan, who immediately returns the favour through hairpin 4 and retakes 4th place on the road. So good showing here from Paul Swan. Did go off pole position, but has held on positions well. Owen Spears looking very racy at the back of these three.
Yeah, Fisher in the difficult position, of course, being in the middle of the sandwich.
Spears looked to take a bit of a slow in, fast out kind of entry into hairpin 1, which would have helped in hairpin 2, but with such a short run between hairpin 1 and 2, couldn't take advantage of it. Probably the wrong move there in in hindsight for Owen Spears, but Fisher is now through and has got that move done on Paul Swan and will start to move away, we think. Paul Swan looking a little bit loosey-goosey at the rear, coming out of hairpin 4, got a bit of power oversteer.
Maybe tyres have gone a little bit too hot now, having to work hard to defend.
And Jensen, with that spin out of the pits, hasn't really done him too much harm in 3rd place. Wallbank still hanging on to the back of Collinson at the front of this. So Collinson hasn't had it all his own way.
That could get a little tastier in the final minute as we get down to the end of this race. We're going to get 3 laps in. We're down to 1 minute and they'll be crossing the line. They're lapping in the 42s. So we're going to get 3 more laps in here. Alfie Wallbank takes a fraction out. They're down to 0.3 of a second. The gap then with Collinson and Wallbank. Jensen, Fisher, Swan and Owen Spears. So Nathan Jensen now a lonely 3rd place for him. Just hoping really to pick up the pieces of any battle in front of him. The main one going on, this one for the lead, and Owen Spears and Paul Swan, both of whom appear to be struggling with a bit of rear end traction on both of their karts. You see them coming round out of hairpin 1, and rather than having confidence in the grip, they're sliding wide with a little bit of oversteer on exit. By oversteer, we mean the rear end trying to overtake the front. They're sliding wide, so that's the main difference. Understeer is where the front doesn't bite, and the rear is where an oversteer where the rear slides slightly wide. Is there any other terminology you'd like to know about? Drop it in the live chat comments.
Yeah, it's understeer is it just bleeds lap time. It doesn't feel particularly any slower really, unless it's really bad understeer, where you're just turning in, which you will see when the senior pro karters run in the wet and they're running on the slicks. They just put full lock into the kart and just wait for it to grip. That's understeer. You know, the front end just plows on as they come across the line for the final time. It is Collinson from just in front of Wallbank, and this battle's going to rage right the way through. Oversteer, as David said, is when the rear end's trying to overtake the front, and I'd much rather have an oversteery kart than an understeery kart, but that's my particular driving style.
Oh, because the Scandinavian flick is so much cooler.
Who doesn't love a Scandi flick? But it just feels better, in my opinion. You can control it with the steering, whereas when it's understeering, you're just waiting for it to grip, and it just feels horrible. But Shane Collinson, round hairpin 4 for the final time, is going to take victory here in heat number 2 of senior Rotax. Alfie Wallbank, a brilliant drive from Alfie Wallbank, is going to take 2nd place. Collinson immediately peeling off into the pits, not feeling the need to do the rolling down lap. Jensen comes across the line in 3rd place. Martin Fisher. Owen Spears did take Paul Swan at the end of that one and takes 5th place. Then it's Swan and Arthur Louthian will come across the line in 7th. That brings to an end senior Rotax heat number 2, and we are very swiftly going to move on because there is a big grid to run through in senior Pro Kart.
Here we go then with 31 runners in senior pro kart and juniors as well. Asher Blythe and Adam Chamberlain go off the front row with David Brown and Joe Grinsell on row 2. Lennon French and Christian Oblak on row number 3. 7th is Tom Hewland with Amelia Pennington alongside, with Max Shields and Connor Lucas rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Then it's Harry Roddis and Jack Hewland on row number 6. With Simon Dougherty and Alban Dow, Dominic Needham and Lee Austin, with Caitlin Frame and Josh Falkers on row number 9. The top 20 completed by David Brewis and Amy Frame. Before we start heading into our novice runners, Jacob Kadani and Gary Clark, with Liam Gallup and James Wilson on row 12. Then it's Alfie King and Oscar Buckley, Marty Gilfillan and James Kay, Sean Thean and Colin Handy round out your top 30, with George Ludwell and Matthew Hauschby. The final runners in our senior ranks, that rounds out your 32 senior pro kart runners. Then into juniors, we've got Leon Wilson and Catherine Potter, Sophie Pawsey and Joseph Williamson, and then Isaac Needham rounds out your grid. 37 pro karts, 5 of which are juniors going off the back. Massive grid as always. for Senior Pro Kart, our largest one of the year here at round number 3.
So just a slight delay again here between the start of this one. Oh, and here we go. So Asher Blythe leads them out on that debut entry for the Atom Kart here at Teesside. Had a great showing in heat number 1, finishing second from sort of a mid-teen starting position. Josh Falkus and Connor Lucas were your top 3. Connor Lucas taking the victory. Starting lower down, much lower down the order this time. I think he's going off around
P10.
P10, yes.
P10 so with Max Shields alongside
to try and count positions. So this will be Lucas's
well, yeah, but when you say count positions,
we've got somebody round on the back straight as well, just getting going again.
When you say count positions, they're all weaving left to right like they've been told there's a sniper.
Somebody on the bank. We've had Big Sam threatening people with weaponry in the press conferences at Leeds United this week and last week as well. So we'll try and stay away from that one. Maybe the messages got through that he might be in Middlesbrough this weekend, but he's certainly not.
He's done this Stone Island.
Yeah, flash the badge.
Asher Blythe still getting some temp in them tyres as they come towards start finish, and I imagine he'll just gun it as soon as he straightens up. He does. Rolling start and we're away as they run down towards the national loop for the first time. Blythe and Chamberlain the top 2, but down the inside comes David Brown by the look of it, and Joe Grinsell wastes no time as well to slot through. We've got 8 of Hewland going very wide. Then we've got Simon Dougherty, and that's Adam Chamberlain facing the wrong way. We've got Dom Needham, Christian Oblag as well. We've got one driver.
I know it's Monaco this weekend, and we've got the Lowe's hairpin, and it was very, very much like the traffic jam on lap 1 of that as well.
Was it 89 where they all got stuck at the inside of Mirabeau?
Oh, no, that's...
and they had to restart.
Testing me now. Anyway, coming across the line, Asher Blythe comfortably in the lead from Grinsell now in second.
Shields is up into third from 9th.
Yeah, and we've got Lennon French in 5th, followed by Connor Lucas already up to 6th place. Then it's Harry Roddish, Jack Hewland, Simon Dougherty, Josh Falkus, Amy Frame heading up the novice runners. Tom Hewland, Gary Clark, Alban Dow, Liam Gallup, your top 15. Heading your junior pro karters, it's Isaac Needham from Sophie Pawsey, then Potter, Wilson and Williamson.
Biggest move in the opening lap, Tom, for anybody near the front.
Contact warning for the 15 as well.
Asher Blythe, the contact warning.
Okay. Is it a... Oh, no, it's a warning.
Warning, not
so
contact,
it might be
just a warning.
Weaving at the start of the race.
Yes,
that would be
yes,
my
it
guess.
was, yeah. It is. I've just had confirmation out the window as well that that's exactly what it was for.
Okay.
So, yeah, warning for Asher Blythe. Max Shields now up into 2nd place in front of Joe Grinsell. Big move on the opening lap was Amy Frame, Tom. Made up 8 places, our leading novice runner, up into 11th place.
Yeah, fantastic start for Amy Frame as well.
Connor Lucas at the moment, struggling to find a way past David Brown.
I think David...
Yellow out, Simon Dougherty, and Amy Frame is off onto the grass. So those 8 places on the opening lap were...
We've just cursed Amy Frame.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Amy. That's our fault. We won't talk about you for the rest of the race.
Well, we do this at the British 24, don't we? Where we put the PA announcement. If you'd like to curse your nearest rival, please pop to the comments box with £10.
Yeah. we'll accept cake as well. But anyway, and Haribo as well is always a welcome addition during the British 24 hour. So Blythe leading comfortably from Max Shields, who did put in the fastest lap of the race, but was only 1,000th second quicker than Asher Blythe. Joe Grinsell going with Shields, and Connor Lucas is now up to 4th and on the back of Joe Grinsell. So it took Lucas a while to get past David Brown, who I was going to mention on the previous lap. I think he's probably my most improved driver this year, moving from last season into this season. David Brown has now started to be able to, with this random grid formation as well, get a front grid position and hold position as well. He's doing very well.
Yeah,
sorry if I've cursed you now.
No, but I mean, let's not take it. You know, always a good driver, David Brown,
yes.
but now a good and super consistent.
well-rounded.
Yeah, racing with Team Tate as well, because in TTM2 in BPEC.
Yeah.
And we speak as well how much about track time in BPEC is so important. Max Shields takes a 10th.5 out of Asher Blythe on the previous lap. Connor Lucas, though, with the fastest lap of anybody. Contact for some of our juniors over start finish. That's Leon Wilson and the 19. Well, Hashby's coming back through after a spin, I think. His senior spec is Hashby.
I think he spun on the opening lap,
yeah,
on the roll-up lap, and ended up down the back.
And it was the 19 of Joseph Williamson who was picking up the warning.
Yeah.
Houshby, I think, was one of the drivers, along with the 25 of Lee Austin, that was in the wall.
That gap is coming down. 3/10 again for Max Shields.
Oh, 46.2.
And Falk is taking the fastest lap of the race with a 46.1 as well. So Falk is starting to make inroads into the leading group.
Lucas down the inside.
Yeah, just through the commentary box window, we saw that one and really forced the issue coming through there. Put a nose in into the side of Joe Grinsell. No contact, but Grinsell.
Oh, Leon Wilson spins over start finish, and Joseph Williamson retires to the pit lane. So he's had the warning flag. Don't know if he's got a problem, but hasn't been black flagged. That's for sure. It was a warning flag for Joseph Williamson. He's into the pit lane. Matthew Houshby is off over start finish. The tyres are being rearranged. Looks like he's okay, but we have got a yellow flag over start finish, so there'll be no overtaking into the D chicane because that overtake will have already commenced. So yellow flags already. Arms going up, which is great. Don't slow down too much though. You only just have to be aware and lift off again, ever so slightly. The issue with lifting
behind Catherine Potter.
Well, the issue with lifting too much there, Tom, is obviously everyone's interpretation of how much to lift.
Yes.
And you don't want the field concertinaing together. There's contact into hairpin 1 as the field does exactly that. Amy Frame starting to make her way back through, being pushed along by, helping out by Sophie Pawsey, our leading junior runner.
So Asher Blythe is going to come over the line, and once again, Max Shields is going to close that gap. Just over a 10th this time.
4 minutes remaining as well.
And Focus again with the fastest lap of the race. Still P6 now, but really starting to close up again. And he's got to make his way through David Brown, who we saw Connor Lucas struggling to get past. And forces the issue there through hairpin 2, just through the window. I can see that one raging. Focus forcing the issue with David Brown and getting through as we see them on screen. Now Focus has got to deal with Grinsell, who we know isn't easy to overtake
I was going to say, sorry, that's French in the background going past David Brown.
Yeah.
In the green cart, Lennon French.
So French starting to move through as well, following Focus. But the gap again comes down from Max Shields. Fastest lap of the race immediately eclipsed once again by Focus, who even with that overtake was still managing to be the quickest car on track for Josh Focus. Asher Blythe, we saw this in Heat 1, that a brilliant pace at the start of the race, and it started to go away towards the end. Is that happening again here in Heat number 2? Lucas wasn't quicker than Shields on that lap, so that gap has gone out ever so slightly. Focus and Grinsell, I'm trying to see what's happening with them. There's Focus going through on Grinsell. Grinsell immediately returning the favour. Focus is going to try and get the up and under, and gets the drag race and forces Grinsell to the inside and cuts across. And
French comes through as well.
That allows French to come through into 5th place now. So Focus up to 4th.
Another 2/10 from Shields out of our race leader, Asher Blythe. They're making their way out. I've headed 2 onto the back straight there. You can see them, and they are close now for the lead. Max Shields ducks down behind the steering wheel just to try and close in on Asher Blythe. 2.5 minutes remaining. Max Shields, runner-up in Junior Pro Kart in 21, runner-up in 22, moving into seniors in this random grid format, and Asher Blythe now
going defensive.
He's going to try and back him into Connor Lucas.
He is, and that's only going to end one way, isn't it? With that's the dangerous game. If you've got the gap with Lucas and Focus in 4,
here's where
you're going to need to work together.
Shields has got to go robust, Tom. Asher Blythe's not going to let him through. He's not going to let him through because Asher Blythe is a race winner here at Teesside. He is going to be smart here. If he backs him in,
is he?
But because if he backs him into more people, then Shields has got to be focused on defending as well.
But it leaves him open to Lucas and Focus.
Well,
behind.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, even if he's let Shields through, second place is still solid points haul. This is only a heat. You don't win trophies in heats, ladies and gentlemen.
Lucas is going to be on the back of these two by the time they come over the start-finish line. Blythe is going that defensive and that slow. Last lap, he did a 46.7. I bet he's about a second off that. A 47.1.
Half a second slower. Lap traffic in front goes wide, and Connor Lucas is right on the back of Max Shields.
There's still going to be 3 laps to go here. I think Blythe's called this wrong. If he can hold on.
He's on the brakes there, isn't he? He's already on a warning, remember. Lucas is down the inside of Max Shields.
And Focus is right there now as well. So that's Lucas taking second place. And Lucas will take no prisoners here with Asher Blythe.
Well, we saw Josh Focus get a warning for overly excessive defending at the last round.
There he goes.
There we go. Shoehorn down the inside. Lucas runs in wide, and Shields comes through to retake the lead.
And
Focus is through as well.
And this is what I said. I don't think Blythe called that right. I think he should have just been head down, and what happened, happened. He went too defensive. He's now in 4th, and right behind is Lennon French, Joe Grinsell, and David Brown.
Do you know what happened there, Tom, in my opinion? Focus deliberately tried to put Shields back at the front. Lucas tried to put Shields back at the front, knowing he could then push him and maybe get through, but left the door open for Josh Focus as well. Didn't know Focus had closed in quite so quickly. Focus, who started this race in 18th place, is now right on the back of Maximus Shields,
who is going full defensive as well. So this is going to be really tricky here. Focus taking the outside line, trying to get the up and under. Can't get it done because Shields just held it round the inside.
Last lap board is out this time. Shields to the inside. Focus trying to run all the way round the outside.
Can't get it done. It is going to be Shields leading this one.
45 seconds for Max Shields to try and hold on. There's some lap traffic in front. Lee Austin, don't think they're going to catch him. Shields has got to go super defensive to the inside. Focus tries to run him all the way around the outside. Focus loves to straight line into hairpin 2. We've seen him do it before. Shields out onto the back straight. Comes immediately to the inside. It's the Bambino line.
It's the Bambino line from Shields,
and he's too tight. He's too tight. And it's scrubbed all his speed off, and Focus comes through to take the lead.
Grinsell into 3rd place.
It's Grinsell as well into Shields. Stay away from them tyres. We know they're not comfortable. Bumper cars down the inside. Focus is going to take the victory.
He's going to look super comfortable for Focus.
From Grinsell, Shields. Then it's Connor Lucas, Lennon French, David Brown, and Asher Blythe in P7.
After all of that.
Coming through then, Thomas Hewland, 3rd place in club. What a result for Hewland in the 171. In front of Christian Oblak and David Brewis and Harry Roddis. Another good showing for Roddis in 11th place. He's getting some. He's been getting some coaching from James Dennis, a seasoned veteran of pro karting. Penalty shown for Joe Grinsell.
I think that was for a hairpin 3 on the final lap.
Into the back of Shields,
yes.
The little bump and run, or as they're calling it now, tap and take.
Oh, is that?
Not here. I've seen it at the British. They call it tap and take.
Tap and take, right? Okay. They used to call it advantage by contact, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, I think there's tap and take is just one overtake. Advantage by contact is big fire.
So this is
the super defensive of Blythe. This is where Lucas ran him wide, and I don't think he knew that Focus was close enough. I think he was trying to open the door.
Focus knew he was close enough until they went so slow through hairpin.
I think the idea there from Lucas was to try and let Shields back through, work with Shields to push him away, and then try and get past Shield.
Simon Doughty's just come through, missing
a nose cone.
Well, yeah, half a car.
Yeah,
he's missing in terms of bodywork.
Well, they've got to hope they don't ask him to. Got to hope they don't ask him to go over the weighbridge.
A replay of the finish.
Keep an eye out on the 199.
So there goes Grinsell into the back of Shields. That's what he's going to get the penalty for. Lucas also into the back of Grinsell there. Yeah. Pushed him through. Shields robust on the inside of Lucas as well. So it was a bit bumper cars all round. Instigated, we think, by the contacts from Grinsell, and that's why he's got that penalty. But yeah,
I'll be honest with you there, Tom. Again. If Grinsell's the only one to get a penalty, I think I'd be a bit aggrieved because he wasn't the only. Obviously, he instigated it and concertinaed it back. But following that, there was some contact into the back of Grinsell as well.
Yeah.
So
Lucas,
I think
Shields got into Lucas. So it could just be a case of a big talking to all round. They could all be summoned to race control. They could all receive penalties. We could just see one alone for Grinsell. We'll keep an eye on it as we head to heat number 3 of Bambinos. So we'll keep an eye on what the final result is going to be. As the Bambinos start to make their way out, we will bring you a grid. But that was all action once again from Senior Pro Kart. As always, as Simon Doughty's nose cone is making his way back to him up the start-finish straight courtesy of a marshal. So that brings an end to heat number 2 and all of our heat number 2s, and coming up heat number 3 for Bambino.
Before we go into our grid for our Bambinos, news coming out of Senior Rotax, Alfie Wallbank removed from the standings, excluded for being underweight.
Okay.
So he will start from P7, having already had a difficult heat number 1 with that spin. Into our Coma and Iami Bambino class, Chloe McGill will of course go off pole position as a sole Iami. And then it's going to be heat 2 winner, Sebastian Crawford on pole position for our Comas. Alongside him will be Sebastian McCarthy. Then it's going to be Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson on row number 2 with William Wainwright and Wilf Riley. Oliver Bullock and Calais Talent on row number 5. Summer Upton and James Pybus are on row 6. They're in front of Abel Hutton and Ollie Upton with Phoebe Rogers in the number 15, the final of our, in 15th in the 154, the final of our runners in Coma C50 Bambino. So just having a quick look back in the chat, we've had a shout out for George Ludwell. He was just out there in the Senior Pro Karts. Another driver that's been receiving some coaching from James Dennis. Down there in the bottom end of the paddock. Vicky Carr, of course, on watching her son Lennon French, and Rachel Degg saying, come on, Liam. We'll try and give a couple of some novice runners a shout out next time in June in Senior Pro Kart, Tom, because we naturally, when all the action's happening at the front, we don't always get a chance to go through the field. So we'll try and catch a few on the rolling up lap next time out as they come down that back straight after we've whipped through the grid. And we'll see if we can shine some light on some of our novice runners, because we do have a few this year in our Senior Pro Kart class. We're at least in double figures for novices this year.
Showing it's never too late to take up karting.
No, and obviously as well in our junior class there, Sophie Pawsey taking the victory after a difficult heat number 1 for her. Looks like she found a bit more pace in heat number 2, and she's come through the field to take victory in Junior Pro Kart. In heat number 2. Green is down. We're away and racing in Comas. And the Iamis as Chloe McGill moves off at the front with Sebastian Crawford and Sebastian McCarthy slotting in at the front of the Coma grid. Freddie Blackshaw going with as well. Looked like it was a reasonable start from Ethan Pearson. He slotted into 4th place in front of the 21 of William Wainwright.
So we're hoping that... Sebastian Crawford takes an unconventional line and almost ended up going the wrong way down the back straight. He was that wide coming through hairpin 2. But managed to carry some momentum by the looks of things. McCarthy right on his tail, though. Potentially going around the outside of hairpin 3, but thinks the better of it and tucks back in. So all action at the start of this one as the 5 of James Pybus heads around the outside of Calais Tennant through hairpin 3 and takes that position away. We're looking at Summer Upton as well, the back end of the kart of Summer Upton. They come across the line. And that is 9th, 10th and 11th on track. So Chloe McGill with a 57.2 opening lap. Pretty rapid. Then it's Crawford, McCarthy, Blackshaw, Pearson, Wainwright, Riley, Bullock, Upton and Pybus, your top 10.
Yeah, no timing down the left. We'll get that in a minute. And just as I mentioned it arrives. 2 leaders, still nose to tail. The lovely little battle, and hopefully we'll catch a bit of it later between Upton, Pybus and Tennant. 9th down to 11th later on. They've been fairly equal all throughout the day as the field sort of spreads out in this Coma race. We'll hopefully be able to find you a battle somewhere going on in the midfield. The 2 leaders, though, still close enough with each other as they go over start finish. Crawford leading from McCarthy. Blackshaw not too far back, but is a lot closer to Ethan Pearson this time. Pearson appearing to go with Freddie Blackshaw. He becomes more and more accustomed with this Teesside National Circuit.
And that's what we were hoping for, was that Blackshaw and Pearson would go with Crawford and McCarthy. Instead, we've got 2 pairs together at the moment.
Well, Blackshaw's got the pace, Tom. He won his first race here last time in heat number 1.
Yeah.
So, but as I say, the engines are a little bit more temperamental. You've got to remember as well, the driver's only 5 to 7 years old. So there's a lot of interesting developments with the drivers. You know, if they've not had a good night's sleep, or if they're just not feeling well, not had their cowpole, you know, anything, things, you know, they're not feeling it. They really are, you know, sort of temperamental in that they sort of change a lot. We've got this is the battle,
aren't they? They're the same as all of us.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm very angry if I don't get my cowpole in the morning. Here's the battle we were talking about earlier, from 9th down to 11th. Pardon?
You still get it through a syringe?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you just drink it straight from the bottle?
Straight from, well,
straw?
Pro rata it to the
straw
size, don't they? So I think I'm allowed about eight spoonfuls. Here's the battle we're talking about. That's Calais Tennant in 9th place in the 52, in front of Summer Upton and James Pybus. And Pybus is now up into 10th. Summer Upton in the number 98 machine, just dropping away ever so slightly off the back of these... the duo in front, but they've all had a go at running at the front of this trio in the last couple of laps. Blue flags out there, and that slow. Calais Tennant slows down a lot for the blue flags, and that allows James Pybus through. Now, important to note in karting that the blue flag does not mean the same as it does in Formula 1. It does not mean slow down, jump off the racing line. It is merely there as an indicator to tell the driver there is a faster car approaching, maintain your speed, maintain your line. The faster driver will find a way through. If the faster driver doesn't find a way through, that's the faster driver's problem.
Exactly. And going back to Le Mans, that's exactly what you see with the different classes and things like that, which essentially is what we've got here, with McGill in the I-Army being so much quicker than what is essentially...
Oh, she's an LMP1, isn't she?
Exactly. So what you will see at Le Mans is exactly the same rules as here. The blue flag comes out. The driver in the slower class will have to stick to their line, be predictable, because we've got the 17 of Abel Hutton coming into the pits and retiring. But yes, maintain your speed, maintain your line, and let the faster driver work around you, not the other way around. Because then if you start slowing down, you start changing your line, you become unpredictable to the one behind.
Well, that's the thing.
And that's when accidents
happen. With karts as well, you can change direction very, very quickly.
Especially with the short wheelbase on these Bambinos.
Exactly. So you do want to be predictable, and you don't want it to be where...
Oh, in half a second, you can be on one side of the track.
And what you often see as well, you see drivers will see a faster driver approaching to the left. They'll move over to the right and be collected by the other driver in second place, trying to come through as well, taking a different line. So it is all about predictability. You know, especially with the Bambinos, it's a massive learning curve. You know,
we see the same in Honda Cadet as well.
We do,
but, and that's basically the advice that we're trying to give. Is, you know, if you are towards the back of these two fields, just stick to your line. Try and do your fastest lap at all times, and don't worry about the others coming through. They will find their way around you.
The thing is, well, and it's the most amazing thing to watch, is these drivers that are going around now, and they'll be, you know, they might come in disillusioned at the end of the day because they've not beat their PB or anything like that. But every single driver on this grid at Teesside, not a single one of them jumped in a kart and won at the first time of asking.
No.
You know, it just does not happen.
Practice, practice, practice. It is the only thing that makes the difference to lap time, is seat time. You have to be in the car as often as humanly possible. And it's the same for everything. Even the senior pro karters, the novice runners in senior pro kart, they will only get quicker by, not through racing, but just by being in the car. Not through racing alone is what I'm trying to say. So practice sessions, qualifying sessions, every single chance that they get, they need to be in that car, driving it round, getting experience, changing setups, changing different things, changing driving lines. And the great thing that I was actually going to point out in heat number 2 of Bambino's is that Chloe McGill has got one of the Alfano lap timers.
Yes.
And these are prevalent all up and down the grid, various different classes and everything. And what that does is it actually gives you a GPS tracker. So rather than have a split time, so you can see a point between a time between point A and point B where you'll be up or down, it gives a real-time measurement as to where you are versus your best lap. And you can set it to your best ever lap, your best previous lap, your best lap in that session, whatever it may be. But it will give you a readout plus or minus, so you can see almost by 10 meters by 10 meters
whether you're up or down,
and what a difference your line is making. And that is probably the biggest technological advance that you will see in karting probably for years, is that lap timer being able to give that readout, and that will only advance even further to be able to give you from 10 meter gap distances to 5 meter distances to 1 meter distances, that kind of thing. It gives you that real-time update. You can see what a difference you're making.
Chloe McGill now on the fastest lap. On the previous lap, Sebastian Crawford found a way past Sebastian McCarthy off screen as they made their way through some lap traffic. They're now out onto the back straight. Chloe McGill, though, once again, one lap in front of the entire field, has managed to find her way through all of the Coma C50 Bambinos. They're in the number 18 pink, white and orange machine. Chloe McGill will come round the left-hander to take the checkered flag, but more importantly, just putting hours on that engine ahead of her next race. So takes the checkered flag and victory. In Comas coming through, it's going to be Crawford to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 3 from Sebastian McCarthy in 3rd place. Then it looks like it could be Freddie Blackshaw. It is Freddie Blackshaw. He's broken away from Ethan Pearson to come through and take the checkered flag in 3rd place in class. Pearson will be 4th. We've already got a number of other runners making their way through and over the line because being laps down, they've already taken the checkered flag. So that's going to have Tennant in 9th place, Pybus and Upton in 10th and 11th in front of Ollie Upton and then Phoebe Rogers. Abel Hutton, having retired half race distance, will be classified in 14th. And then we've already got William Wainwright crossing the line in front of Wolf Riley and Oliver Bullock. They had a great battle as well, did Riley and Bullock, over 7th and 8th overall, 6th and 7th in class. So great for those two. As we just watch Sebastian McCarthy just bring himself back into the pit lane.
And that will bring to an end our final heat for Bambinos. Heading out next will be our final heat. Heat number 3 for Honda Cadet.
So Buddy Hugo then will start on pole position, having taken the outright victory in heat number 2 with Joshua Sullivan having won Honda alongside. Then it's Noah Clark and Edward Rye, Sam Hayes and William Howard on row number 3. Then it's going to be Samuel Yeadon and Cameron Tipping with Reese Cranston and Jacob Cartledge in front of Mason Dinsdale and Matty Prinku Wright on the outside of row number 6. Then it's James Bout and Aaron Berridge with Ollie Carter and Toby Turner in front of Joey Swan and Riley Blakemore. Rounding out the top 20 with Matthew Plant and Red Lynn. Ashton Horsepool and Tom Nichols start on row 11 with Morgan Cooney and Layla Berryman on row number 12. Then it's Jake Walker and Hugo McCluskey in front of Luca Batuev, who had the spin in the second heat with Scarlett Dunn alongside William Collinson and Harley Franklin on row number 15. And then right at the back will be Thomas Potter, who was unable to really get full throttle in the previous race. I think he had a throttle cable issue, Tom, on the last one. Not sure if the main cable had broken down at the front and he was using a secondary cable which wasn't allowing him to get full power, which is why he just did not get away and was struggling to get onto full power on the way round. So we'll see how he goes in this one, because he's going to have to come through from 31st place. Most important thing for him, Tom, is hairpin 1. That field, it's been a long time since Thomas Potter's gone through from the back of the field. And when you've got such a big grid in front of you into hairpin 1, I
think that's caught a few people out. So they've started gridding them up at hairpin 3.
Yes, rather than sending them through, which makes sense, but it would also appear that nobody got the memo.
No, and it definitely caught Sullivan out, who nearly went into the back. I think it was Buddy Hugo. He had to swerve around, who stopped in the right place. Oh, hello, Mr. Blackshaw. Well, I'm sure we'll get a dab at some point.
Got a bit of a noise in my headphone at the minute. It sounds like there's a steam train. Exactly.
All gone now. Might have just been that camera. So yes, gridding up now the mid-pack of Honda Cadet. You're really looking forward to this one. Well, I will keep my eye on Potter Progress.
Oh, it's going to be Potter wasn't it Potter Watch, but it will be Potter Progress.
Potter Progress, yes, coming through the field. Looks like they have fixed those issues, and good to see him back out as well. Yeah, we're nearly there with these ones to get going. Buddy Hugo, of course, going on pole position with that Micro Max and taking the overall victory in heat number 2. Didn't have the best of heat 1. But
yeah, the straight line speed of that car, you know, they struggle around the corners. I don't think for 1 minute they were made for Dunlops, but unfortunately are having to run on them. So round the corners, they're not quite as stable as they'd like, but down the straight, the Micro Max, of course, is what you'd want in terms of power. So it will be Hugo off the front. He's in pole position. Sullivan alongside the leading Honda. Then it's Noah Clark sharing the de facto Honda front row with Joshua Sullivan starting in 3rd place. Green flag in the hand of the start line. Marshall.
And this
making
this
his
position
way
starting for Sullivan didn't do him any favours in heat 1. Of course, heat 2 he went off overall pole anyway. So we'll see what happens with this one. It's going to be an exciting start, to say the least. And like I said, I will keep my eye on Potter Progress.
So, I mean, well, he should
if
get
we
away.
Haven't got it on camera.
Yeah, he should get away quicker than the Micro Max. But then if he draws alongside, he's on the outside. And if Clark can get a good run.
Good start from Sullivan in the end.
Yeah, can he get round the outside, though, of Hugo by the time they get to the first corner? I think Hugo now is where Hugo starts to power on. Sullivan is round the outside of Buddy Hugo.
If anything,
as they head towards the first
Sullivan
corner. We've got a driver gone very, very wide round the national loop. I'll keep an eye out as to who that is when they rejoin. It's the 73 of Jacob Cartledge.
I think Potter's already taken 6 carts off the line.
Yeah, Cartledge went very wide. That was a massive help.
8 now as they head down the back straight for the first time.
We'll see how he manages, if he can manage to pick them off. See, hairpin 1 was the big issue, the concertina effect there for Potter, but did manage to navigate that nicely. So we'll keep an eye out on the green machine, the 38, making its way through the field, as you'd expect from our current reigning and defending champion in the Honda Cadet class. Out at the front, though, as they cross the line for the first time, it's Sullivan leading from Buddy Hugo, then Noah Clark, Sam Hayes and Edward Rye, William Howard, Samuel Yeadon, Cam Tippin, Reece Cranston and Mason Dinsdale. Potter Progress, Tom, where's he up to?
19th, and set the fastest lap off a standing start.
Yeah,
I know he got a full set.
Well, it wasn't a standing start, was it? He got a 100-metre run up
by the time he got over the line, but still, it managed to overtake essentially 11 carts, give or take, a few, and set the fastest lap. So yeah, not bad from Potter.
Looked like Sam Hayes there was going to leave the door open for Edward Rye. Then Rye has the door closed. That slows him, and William Howard will come down the inside on Edward Rye. Rye's going to try and get the cut back. They're going to be side by side as they head round over start finish. William Howard's not going to give that one up. Rye's going to have to try and keep his foot in. Edward Rye does keep his foot in, and William Howard has to slot back in to position in 6th overall.
4 more places for Potter, up to 15th now.
We need a counter in the bottom corner, you know, like on
the darts with the 180s.
Yeah, I was thinking more Rambo.
Well, yeah, so Potter already up to 15th, and looks like it might even be another place or 2 further up as well.
Fastest lap on the previous sport, Noah Clark with a 48.83. In 3rd place, being dragged along by Buddy Hugo's Micromax, which will now be coming up to temperature on lap number 3. That engine temp, this is where you'd expect to see him to be able to try and find a way through on Sullivan in the coming laps with that additional straight line power, particularly down the back straight towards the South Bank corner, where he's on the power for a lot longer. Samuel Yeadon with a little bump and run on William Howard. That forces him wide into hairpin number 1. Potter already up on now into the back down the inside of Toby Turner with a nice little switch back.
That's for 13th place, but he's still 5 seconds off the lead here, so doesn't look like, barring Sullivan going extremely defensive, doesn't look like Potter's going to be able to take victory in this one, but, you know, I've been wrong before.
He's going to be up there, isn't he, Tom, with the rest of the field?
He's going to be on the back of this front group, which goes all the way down to 10th place with Mason Dinsdale.
He's got a bit of a gap onto the back of Matty Prinku Wright, who is in 12th place, to try and close up on the back of Prinku Wright. Once he gets there, then James Vout proving doing very well in 11th place, the leading kart in terms of our first timers here at Teesside Autodrome. A quick look, I just wonder what was whether the marshal was going for the pit board with the numbers on down there, but he's just picking something up off the start finish line. Half race distance in this 8-minute plus 1 lap final, 3rd heat here. Sullivan continuing to lead from Buddy Hugo over start finish with Noah Clark. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Edward Rye and Sam Hayes. Sam Yeadon and William Howard cam tipping. Reese Cranston and Mason Dinsdale. Thomas Potter still 13th, closing up now on the back of Matty Prinku Wright, who is currently still trying to find a way past James Vout. And now Potter is right on the back. Prinku Wright preoccupied, and Potter is through. Down the inside is immediately on the back of Vout. Once he's through, though, he's got more time to close up, as now Buddy Hugo does indeed find a way past Joshua Sullivan. William Howard with the fastest lap on the previous lap. And Hugo should hopefully, for him, Tom, be able to move away here from Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan will benefit, albeit briefly, from that little bit of slipstream, particularly if he can stick with him down onto the back straight. They're too wide as they come through the dog leg. Couldn't quite make out which 2 drivers that was, but nonetheless, it was still rather tasty. Sullivan's going to try and get back down the inside of Buddy Hugo in the Micromax and sends it down the inside into hairpin 1. I think Hugo's likely to come back on the straight, and don't know whether Sullivan could have been better there just pushing Hugo along, taking advantage of the slipstream maybe down that back straight, but certainly felt that he had enough speed to carry through the front chicanes into hairpin number 1. The field, though, now starting to back up, because now you've got all the way down to what looks to be William Howard in 7th. Cam Tipping doesn't look too far off the back. He's not. But now in fact, he's in front of William Howard. And Howard comes over start finish with an arm off the steering wheel. So voicing his displeasure through hand signals for one reason or another. Buddy Hugo defensive now into hairpin number 1. So Sullivan takes a wider line in. Has to be careful not to leave the door open, though, for those behind into the slipstream. You look at the train of karts now as Edward Rye comes to the inside. Noah Clark's going to squeeze one down the inside, and for the first time here at Teesside, Noah Clark could well lead in Honda Cadet, and does. Great move down the inside of Sullivan. That round the South Bank corner and into hairpin number 3. Noah Clark with a superb move, and the 144 will lead them over the line and he leads for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome. Edward Rye right on the back of Sullivan as well. And all the field streaming through all the way down to William Howard in 8th place. 1 minute and 20 to go. 3 laps of Honda Cadet action.
Yeah, it's strap in and hold tight as well. This is a train of 8 right the way down to William Howard and headed now by the Micromax of Buddy Hugo. They're heading down the back straight. Clark feeling the need to go defensive, but Sullivan with better drive. Clark's got the line though.
Sullivan, I think he thought he was going to struggle to get back in there if Rye was finding a way through. Now it looks like Clark's starting to go defensive on Sullivan and Rye behind. Buddy Hugo as well, to be fair, Tom, isn't breaking away. As Sullivan is on the outside of Noah Clark, switches to the inside, and then the door closed over start finish, 2 to go.
Howard still holding the fastest lap at the back of this train. Potter now up to 11th.
Lap traffic in front, sorry Tom, just need to point that out because they're going to close up on William Collinson. Should hopefully be down the back straight, which should make things nice and simple. But it could be as they head down towards the South Bank corner. Drivers need to be very aware of what's happening in front of them.
It's going to be hairpin 4 by the time they actually get onto the back here. So this could get a bit tasty coming through hairpin 4. Still not on the back of the lap traffic. Push from Sullivan on Clark out of hairpin 4. Seeming to work together, but Sullivan immediately switches to the inside, then the outside. That almost leaves a line open for Edward Rye to fill a gap. Final lap board is out.
Not sure any of them saw it because they were so close together. Lap traffic in front, Tom, as they head down towards hairpin number 1, and Edward Rye's going to take advantage.
Great opportunistic move from Edward Rye, and the lap traffic is still there as they fight their way through and actually come out of it in the order that they went in.
Pretty much, didn't they? They all migrate to the inside.
Oh, with the exception of Edward Rye, who's now dropped to 5th.
Sam Hayes looking to take advantage as well. Buddy Hugo's disappeared then at the front. He's managed to get through and break away into the final corner. They come then for Honda. Buddy Hugo's going to take the victory. Sullivan and Clark are side by side over the start-finish line. Clark's going to take this one, is he? Clark from Sullivan and Sam Hayes with Sam Yeadon and Edward Rye in front of Cameron Tipping, William Howard, Mason Dinsdale and Thomas Potter in 10th place overall, 9th in Honda.
Less than 0.6 of a second separating 7 karts over the line. All the way from 2nd, Noah Clark, all the way down to William Howard in 8th.
Just having a look out the window, Tom, contact down the back straight from Yeadon into the back of Hayes. That's not going to do his front fairing any good. Look.
No.
That's definitely not doing his front fairing any good, is he? Don't know. I didn't think he saw the field slow up there, and there was contact right into the back. That definitely looks like it's pushed the front fairing in for Samuel Yeadon.
But the question is, has it dropped or has it just pushed it
if it's out off the clip, it doesn't need to drop.
Okay.
It's just got to be off the...
Well, we'll keep an eye out for that one then. So drivers heading in now. That brings to an end heat number 3, our final heat for Honda Cadet. Buddy Hugo taking a win in the Micromax class with Noah Clark. First victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Big congratulations to you. Taking the Honda Cadet victory. Joshua Sullivan in 2nd in class and Sam Hayes in 3rd in class. And we will move on to the Mini and Intermax final heat of the day. So your Mini and Inter heat number 3 grid goes off like this. It is Ben Adrian from pole position, Alex Lynn in 2nd, Ben Robinson in 3rd, Charlie Eyeball in 4th and Sebastian Benson in 5th. Holly Swan will go off 6th place with Riley Sims Ezard in 7th. We are going to have a bit of a gap here in proceedings just while the Honda Cadet grid is still clearing. As you can see on camera, they are still managing to make their way through pit lane and the weighbridge.
Senior Pro Kart Tom. Joe Grinsell did get a penalty. That dropped him down into 7th. So it was Falkers, Shields, Lucas, your top 3, with French, Brown, Blythe and Grinsell then classified. Penalty also applied to Joseph Williamson in juniors. That we saw the warning go up over the board, so that one was deemed to be a penalty as well. But he'd also retired early from that race, so it's not done him any harm in terms of his finishing position in class.
I think Blythe's going to look back on that. I think he's going to watch that race back and realise that was a tactical error.
Yeah, maybe a lap early.
I think probably 2 laps early. I mean, even if Shields went past him, he could have sat in the slipstream, and Asher Blythe's got the skill to retake.
Yeah,
Max Shields
and worst case scenario in the heats, P2 in a heat in terms of points is 1 point difference, 50 for the win and 49 for second. Playing the long game towards the final. It's not a...
and finish 7th instead.
Yeah, and that's a much bigger swing in terms of points. So,
but we've seen that Atom car absolutely fly off the start. We're doing rolling starts now, but he's been very quick both times on the opening lap or 2, and then the pace seems to go away. So we'll see what happens. In heat number 3.
By go away, what we mean is like tenths, but still enough to allow
relative
the rest
to
of the field.
Yes. So here we go. Your minis and Intermaxes heading over the line, and the start is taken. And it is Ben Adrian from Alex Lynn, as you were in heat number 2, in fact. And then we have Ben Robinson, Charlie Ivor, Sebastian Benson, Riley Sims-Ezard, and Holly Swan just at the back of this one. Alex Lynn under pressure already, in fact, from Ben Robinson. They head down the back straight for the first time. Ben Adrian is away and clear at the front of this one once again. He's been absolutely untouchable today so far. Has Ben Adrian has looked like he's running in a junior. Such has been the pace difference.
Somebody check that engine.
Yeah.
No, he is unbelievable, Tom, in the mini.
He's just been in the class of 1 today.
Yeah, he has. Robinson and Alex Lynn battling it out for second place. In the background, Sebastian Benson struggling to keep that kart towards the apex on the inside.
What were you going to tell me about Alex Lynn's helmet in heat 1?
I wasn't. I just wanted to progress quickly onto the point I was talking about. I can't remember. No, he's very similar. His cousin, Lewis Goff, has a very similar colour scheme, sort of like a really dark grey that looks black. But it's sort of dark grey, with sort of dark blue and a bright yellow colour scheme, very similar to the Optimum colours that he raced in last year. That's
Optimum Motorsport, of course. Do you know who we haven't given a mention to so far?
No, I don't, because we haven't mentioned them.
NRG. We haven't mentioned our series sponsors. And HRS Racing Engines and Lucas Racing as well, sponsoring us here today, as Alex Lynn retakes Ben Robinson for second place. You can see in the top right of the screen your sponsors of the series are ticking through. And there is NRG Cycles.
Timely.
It's as if I planned it.
Eyeball and Benson put it on screen, 4th and 5th, with Benson trying to find a way through on Charlie Eyeball. Similarly at the front with Lynn and Robinson battling it over second and third. Fastest lap of the race. A full second quicker than anybody else at the moment is Ben Adrian at the front.
2 laps completed and 43.5, 4.5 seconds clear of Alex Lynn. Ben Adrian is just, it's a Sunday drive for him now, isn't it?
Yeah, Benson, they came out the slipstream and then went back in the slipstream, and then by the time he came back out, they'd run out of thing.
Whoa,
that's Ben Robinson going, rolling backwards.
Going the wrong way, mate.
Yeah.
Eyeball really seemed to be struggling with the front end of that kart coming through South Bank. He seemed fighting it and banging the steering wheel as well. I think that's just through pure frustration. The handling is not there for Charlie Eyeball at the moment.
The Robinson now, I get the feeling, we see it a lot. They stick the nose down the inside into hairpin number 3, and because the driver in front never really straightens up, you're carrying all the round. The door closes very, very quickly, and if the nose is there, then the back end, they clip into the rear quarter and basically spin themselves around. The driver at front very rarely gets taken out there. it's almost always the driver in second place.
I think we've seen very, very top level drivers here. I think they've done that in the past. I can certainly remember Conor Lucas doing it. I think Josh Falkus has done it as well
we saw
in the past.
Yes, I have seen Thomas Potter do it as well when he was racing Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Correct.
So in the 2021 championship.
It's quite a common occurrence, and it seems to be, you know, prevalent throughout the field. It's not a mistake that rookies make, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, in fact, your more experienced runners normally make that mistake because they've got more confidence they can do it. Riley Sims-Ezard has had a sticker kit change. Yes, he has.
Yeah, he started off in the Tony colours, and now
now
he's in the Shields, Fox-Whiteley, Sullivan, and now Sims-Ezard camp, back in the same, and Sophie Pawsey too, same sticker kit.
Okay.
All on just different bodyworks. So yes, he's now on the in those colours.
Overtaken by Ben Robinson, so that is for 5th place on the road. So Robinson now recovering. He's still got the best part of 5 seconds to find to get to the back of Charlie Eyeball. Alex Lynn holding comfortably 2nd place now from Sebastian Benson, who is still hounded by Charlie Eyeball. You can see there, Eyeball, I think, is still struggling with the front end. In fact, you can see it's not the front end, it's the rear end that's coming round constantly. You can see him fighting it all the way through South Bank Corner, and again through hairpin 3. It's entry that he's struggling with. So it's not exit of the corner, so it's oversteer on entry that Charlie Eyeball is really fighting the car. And you can see it again as he turns into the National Loop. It's like there's too much front end. There's an initial turn of the steering wheel, and the back end immediately can't grip. Then it does.
See, some of that as well, Tom.
Mid-corner and exit.
Given that obviously it is effectively a senior chassis, big chassis for the 22 spec, and Charlie Eyeball straight out of Cadets at the back end of last season, it could merely be weight over the rear axle. You know, just not enough weight over the rear axle, which you can't get because he can't go any further back, because you can only put in. You can put a pedal riser plate in, which lifts the feet up ever so slightly, gets them over the track rods. You can bring it back ever so slightly, but you can't bring it back 8 or 9 inches, which is what you really want, because you want to get that weight over the rear axle. The more weight over the rear axle, the less grip you can take off the kart, because it's going to have natural grip in terms of your weight. So that could just be it. They might be in a position at the minute where they can't do anything else.
Of course, straight out of Cadets as well is Charlie Eyeball as well. So,
I mean, him and Benson battled it out last year. Eyeball won a number of races on his way to 3rd in the championship. Benson was 2nd in Honda Cadet Club last year. Championship eventually going to Samuel Yeadon, who's still in Cadets this year.
But like we said, with the Cadets and with the Bambinos as well, but Cadets in particular, and then this class, as the drivers get bigger, as
Benson's got a problem.
Yeah,
Benson's slowing now. It looked like Eyeball had run into the back of him, but he hasn't. Sebastian
Benson
slows dramatically, pulls over. Have a look down to the right hand side. Can't see a chain dangling off. So whatever it is, it's just a lack of drive for Sebastian Benson, and he retires from 3rd place.
So what we were saying about the handling is that as the drivers get bigger, and we said this earlier, that it moves the weight around, allows us to take off that static weight as we look at a replay. So all of a sudden just slows right down, catches Eyeball out, because he wasn't expecting Benson to be going so slowly, especially offline as he was. Benson did everything right and pulled off the track at the earliest possible opportunity. Is now behind the barrier that he parked in front of.
Yes, so no need for yellows.
He's in a very safe location there. And he's being tended to by the marshal. So race over for Benson.
Hopefully, because there was that contact inadvertently, of course, from Charlie Eyeball, that it hasn't forced the nose in on Charlie Eyeball's kart, because Ben Robinson is now within 5 seconds. So hopefully it's not caused a problem.
I think that's going to be our one to watch, our battle to watch, as we look at Ben Adrian well clear at the front of this one. The last lap board will go out this time for Ben Adrian, but I think the one that we're going to need to keep an eye on is whether Ben Robinson can catch Charlie Eyeball. I think he's going to run out of time, but it's 3 and a bit seconds is the gap, so he's going to have to really go some, but was significantly quicker on the previous lap.
Just having a look at in Honda's, Tom, final lap starts. Eden did indeed get a penalty for a drop down, as did Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. So that dropped Samuel Eden down to 13th. Given how close that pack was, he was in the battle for the lead, and he's dropped him down to 12th in class, 13th overall.
And there goes Ben Adrian heading down the back straight for the final time here in heat number 3. The gap between Eyeball and Robinson is down to 2.8 seconds. I think he's just going to run out of time, is Ben Robinson. Obviously had that spin just there through hairpin 3, actually. Here comes Ben Adrian over the line. Comfortable victory once again. Will be around about 12 seconds clear of Alex Lynn in heat number 3. It's going to be Holly Swan coming over the line in 6th, but 1 lap down. There goes Alex Lynn, taking 2nd place. Charlie Eyeball will come across the line in 3rd, followed closely by Ben Robinson in 4th. Then it will be Riley Sims-Ezard. Holly Swan has already crossed the line, and Sebastian Benson, unfortunately, has retired. That brings to an end the Mini and Intermax heat number 3. Next up, I thought it was Junior Max, but it says on here Pro Kart.
No, it should definitely be juniors.
Juniors, but Junior Max next. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm put my house on it.
Okay.
Juniors.
Okay.
Juniors. I'll be living here now for next
Anyway, heat number 3 for Junior Max will be up next. Here we go with the raving music. Having a rave up in the commentary box. Monroe Renard will go off pole for Junior Rotax heat number 3. Oscar Ward takes 2nd place with Olive Green in 3rd and Max Wilkinson 4th. Then we have Jared Fox Whiteley and Joseph Yao. Melissa Adrian and Addison Smith will take on 7th and 8th places. And then 9th and 10th will be Luke Walton and Sam Robson. Now, something that I've been mentioning a few times throughout the day, and I think with good reason, is what the lifespan of Fox Whiteley's tyres is going to be like, particularly towards the final. He has been taking all of the life out of those tyres in Heat 1 and Heat 2. He's been sideways in near enough every corner.
Yeah, he's
both going in and coming out.
Yeah, wrung the neck out of them, hasn't he?
So it's going to be interesting what kind of pace. I mean, he's been very, very quick because of it, but it's going to be interesting whether he's got the tyre life left in through particularly the end of Heat 3 and then the final, compared to those who have, for want of a better phrase, kept their powder dry.
Yes, very much so. Sebastian Benson's kart just being recovered, hence why we've not seen any juniors out just yet. But yeah, very much so for Jared Fox Whiteley, Tom. Could do with a nice and steady one this time out, I think, just to sort of preserve those tyres, because drivers are sort of limited to what they can have on in terms of numbers. So it's one set of slicks. Wets are open. So if it was to rain later on, you can...
It has clouded over here. And I mean, I don't want to kind of... I mean, it's got to a point where it's clouded over that much, we've actually got the lights on.
Yes, it's so warm though still.
Yes, muggy.
Muggy.
It's muggy out there.
So if we are seeing anything, we're probably going to see some thunder too.
Oh, lovely. So heading round on the rolling up lap are our Junior Max runners. There we go. Heading through hairpin 4.
Field spread's a bit much, isn't it?
They're going to have to slow right down now. Right down. And there we go. The inside line taking up position. I think they've just about got this right.
Yeah, that's nice now, isn't it?
It is. And we are going to go green. The green flag is up. It's down and we're away.
The inside line was very, very slow though, Tom, and it's not helped Fox Whiteley at all.
Monroe Renard has actually gone through.
Oh, Oscar Ward gets forced wide there by Monroe Renard. Was it Monroe Renard? No, it wasn't.
No,
it was
Renard
Max
at the front,
Wilkinson.
yeah.
Apologies, Monroe. As now Addison Smith takes up the battle down the back straight. Oscar Ward to the inside. A little bit of side pod trading between the two of them, but Smith is through. And that moves him up into third place in front of War and Joseph Yao as they head towards the start line for the first time in this 10-minute plus one lap third heat for junior Rotax, and it will be Monroe Renard leading from Max Wilkinson and Addison Smith with Oscar War and Joseph Yao, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Melissa Adrian, Sam Robson and Oliver Green.
Your 9 runners as Smith looks at the inside of Wilkinson and takes away second place from Wilkinson through hairpin 1. Wilkinson tried to come back on the inside of Smith at hairpin 2, but balked his progress, and that's going to allow Oscar War a look up the inside. Can't quite get the move done, but will complete it through hairpin 3. Will he? No. Wilkinson fighting right the way around the outside of both corners. They're still side by side as they come over the line, but it is going to be Wilkinson holding on to third place.
No Luke Walton for this one, Tom. He retired with 6 to go in heat number 2, and it looks like that kart not repairable in time to get him out for heat number 3. Hopefully we can see him in the final, but it would mean that he'll go off the back row, having not picked up any points for heat number 3. Fox-Whiteley with a move down the inside of Joseph Yao. Straight line, that's going to allow Melissa Adrian to get past Joseph Yao as well as they run down towards the South Bank corner. Yao's going to try and stick it out round the outside. Melissa Adrian having none of that, and goes through and down the inside into the right-hand loop of South Bank as they head towards start-finish. Renard going early again, Tom, in terms of kart setup, although not quite as quick this time as Addison Smith. Smith takes 0.4 of a second out of our race leader. He's closing in. Fastest lap of the race. Behind them, you've got Wilkinson. He's under pressure from Oscar War, who is now down the inside. Jared Fox-Whiteley behind. He will be loving this, watching the two of them battle, because he's going to get an opportunity in a minute out of the slipstream of Wilkinson into the slipstream of War, and he's going to be through down the inside, I think, unless Wilkinson can hold it all the way around the outside. He can't. Calculated textbook move from Fox-Whiteley, who then gets some snap oversteer. Joseph Yao in the background has a half spin. Not sure if that was self-inflicted or whether he had some help, because I was watching the lead at the battle at the front. So you were watching the battle at the top.
Very close to the back of Melissa Adrian and got caught out a little bit. And
saw that earlier with Luca Batuev, didn't we, in Honda?
Yeah.
You just tap the rear bumper and the kart goes light, and the rear all of a sudden is overtaking you.
It's another one that we've seen our guys at the front do as well. You know, our top level drivers.
They're all very impatient, aren't they? That's
especially through hairpin 3.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's a prime overtaking spot, isn't it? As we saw when they were side by side for a lap and a bit. As Smith now looks on the inside of Monroe Renard. We saw the side pod lift up a little bit there. So there must have been a bit of contact with Renard. I don't think it was anything too serious, but there was the side pod definitely lifted up on the side of Addison Smith's kart.
Fastest lap from Oscar War, 42.117. He's in third place and needs that as well, because at the minute he's holding off Fox-Whiteley for the lead. Addison Smith is down the inside of Monroe Renard. Needed to do it at hairpin 2 because Renard had it scouted round hairpin 4. Saw him earlier on in the day doing exactly the same move to Oscar War. War would be down the inside. Renard would just run all the way around the outside, power on early, and manage to move away. And, at the moment, in fourth place, Fox-Whiteley struggling to find a way past Oscar War. War doing very, very well to hold off Jared Fox-Whiteley for third place at the moment. Fox-Whiteley with the fastest lap of the race, though, a 41.994, the only driver thus far in this race to drop into the 41s.
So it is Smith still leading as, War and Fox-Whiteley trade positions through hairpin 1 and 2. But it's as you were as they come back out down the back straight.
Fox-Whiteley got down the inside, and then War was immediately back through on cutback on the exit.
Fox-Whiteley with the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap as well. So in fourth place and going well. Once he can get past Oscar War, if he can get past Oscar War, I think we'll start to move up onto the back of these front two. we're looking at the Wilkinson, Adrian and Robson battle for 5th place on the road. That is headed up at the moment by Wilkinson. Adrian, of course, we've said it every heat so far, but he's recovering from a broken wrist just 5 weeks ago, sustained here at Teesside in the previous round. But immense effort from Melissa Adrian. And there she has a look on the inside of Max Wilkinson, but can't get the move done. And that leaves an opportunity for Sam Robson, who can't take advantage of it. But Melissa Adrian, with a hero's drive here this weekend, doing fantastically well considering all that's happened. Now we've got a front 4 battle between Smith, Renard, War and Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley has just taken 3rd place away from War through hairpin 2.
War, though, with the fastest lap last time round with a 41.929. So him and Fox Whiteley had worked together nicely. Now Fox Whiteley starting to grow into this race. We're still only just beyond half race distance, 10 minutes plus 1 lap this one. So now Fox Whiteley could do with really getting past Monroe Renard if he's got aspirations of closing in on Addison Smith before the end of this race.
Yeah, Renard's not had the best of laps here. Is Smith, I mean, they were nose to tail, the 4 of them coming through here on the previous lap. Ooh. Fox Whiteley now through on Renard. Renard with the switch rack and manages to hold on to 2nd place. Oh, Fox Whiteley thought about sticking his nose down the inside of Renard, but got chopped off immediately, and that could have been a pretty big one if those two had come together at that speed. But all managed to avoid it. It's going to help Smith move away even further at the front. The gap was half a second. It's now out to well over 3/4 of a second. Addison Smith moving away at the front of this one. Renard still holding on to 2nd place, only just from Fox Whiteley, and Oscar War is still there to take advantage if these two start fighting.
I'm really, really impressed with both Monroe Renard and Oscar War, Tom.
Absolutely.
You know, they're getting a lot of track time here at Teesside, part of the academy, but you know, I think it just goes to reiterate what you were saying earlier about how important seat time is. You know, you can buy better bits, you can buy a little bit better kit. You can't buy the experience of just being on track every single time. You know, seat time is the best time.
Absolutely, and where they come through the dog leg, you can see the dog leg of the final right-hander just before they come over the line. You can see some bumps as the drivers go over that. And it's going to sound silly, but just knowing where those bumps are, where to turn in as Fox Whiteley and War try to move through on Monroe Renard. It is only Fox Whiteley who can complete the move. But just knowing where the bumps are on this circuit, knowing where to position the tyres in relation to those bumps and those creases and things like that on the track makes all the difference as War now sends it up the inside of Renard. A little bit of side-by-side contact and forces the issue through, and that is War up to 3rd place. Sorry, 3rd place.
I love how they race each other so robustly, and then they'll go back down the Teesside Karting Academy. They'll probably share some data and stuff, but whilst ever they're on track, it's that saying,
have a fist bump and a high five.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the saying. So as soon as the visor's down, you don't have any friends.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely not. But no, as I was saying, with the knowledge of the circuit is going to make all the difference here. And Monroe Renard getting that knowledge, Oscar War gaining that knowledge, but not only that, but following a previous champion here at Teesside in Jared Fox Whiteley. Again, that's experience that you can't get, even just going round on your own.
Well, you think Fox Whiteley going for 3 championships in 3 classes in 3 years, 1 cadet, 1 mini in 21 and 22 respectively, now going for his junior Rotax championship here
in 2023. That's absolutely right, David. Going for the hat trick of 3 in 3.
3 in 3 in 3.
3 in 3 in 3. Yeah. Yes.
We've had triple champions here before in consecutive years. Connor Lucas in Pro Kart, but moving through into different classes, learning different driving styles, different different power outputs as well as they come through. They're going to get round, Tom, before the time elapses here. 7 seconds on the board as they go over. So they're going to get 2 laps in here in this race. And Fox Whiteley takes 3/10 out of Addison Smith. Oscar War, though, I'd be really excited if I was in his place, because He's managed to break away from Monroe Renard now, who we knew he'd gone early, Tom, because his pace in the early phase of this race was unbelievable. Oscar Waugh, though, now sticking with Jared Fox-Whiteley, Addison Smith in front.
Yeah, it's a shame to see Monroe Renard actually dropping off the back of this front three, but I think it's more a case that the gap between himself and Smith has stayed the same as Smith got the cutback, ran into the back of Fox-Whiteley. I'm concerned that that might have pushed the nose in on Addison Smith. And in fact, it does look very low to the ground, David.
Yeah, Fox-Whiteley with a great overtake. He got it down the inside, but then almost parked it on the apex. Last lap board is out to stop that to stop the cutback run as they made the way round. So Fox-Whiteley, Smith's going to go back down the inside. Oscar Waugh's going to look to take advantage as he's right in the slipstream of Fox-Whiteley and Smith. Smith comes early to the inside. And now Oscar Waugh with contact into the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley round the South Bank corner. Fox-Whiteley would have known about that as his head rolls off his shoulders. Smith with a tighter line to the inside. Fox-Whiteley tries to get the run out of the corner. It's not going to be enough. Addison Smith takes victory from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Oscar Waugh. Monroe Renard closing back in at the end as the trio in front battle it out for the victory. In front of Max Wilkinson and Melissa Adrian, with Sam Robson and Joseph Yao. Your remaining runners on track, Oliver Green moving into the pit lane at half race distance, having completed 8 laps, will still score points for P9, having completed 8 of the 16 laps.
Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of a...
Was it a fist pump? Or
no, there was a bit of a wave from Fox-Whiteley there, a bit of a hand up as a kind of a what are you doing kind of thing to Oscar Waugh, which I'm not sure was entirely warranted, but I know there was contact between the pair, towards the end of that race, but I don't
Waugh
think
was just carrying loads more speed in.
Exactly, yeah.
Fox-Whiteley had to take a different line.
Or deliberate or anything like that, so... just one of those things. We will see if we can get the Weybridge camera, because I'm concerned about Addison Smith's front bumper. And we will wait to see whether there is any penalty incoming. It didn't look like there was any kind of pointing or signalling from the Weybridge. So we'll see where that one ends up. Anyway, that moves us on to the end of Junior Rotax final heat, and we will have the final heat for Senior Rotax coming up next. So your final heat in Senior Rotax is going to be headed by Martin Fisher, with Alfie Wallbank in second place, Owen Spears in third, Shane Collinson in fourth, Arthur Louthian in fifth, and Paul Swan in sixth place. Nathan Jensen will go off the front of row 4 in P7. Now, it has got very, very dark here at Teesside. As we said, it has fully clouded over. I mean, the temperature hasn't changed dramatically. The humidity has ramped up massively, and also, obviously, with the cloud cover, you haven't got the heat on the track as such, so the track temperature will have fallen, but the air temperature will have stayed relatively similar. We're wondering whether we've got any kind of weather forecast we could put up on to the screen. In fact, here we go. There's the guy's head round. There we go. So it's just looking cloudy. So there's no rain forecast, but it is looking a bit dark out there.
There's a big cloud hanging over Alex Lynn in Minimax. He's been disqualified, Tom, for a failure of technical compliance.
Which could mean quite a few things.
Over the line they come.
Senior Rotax heat number 3 is underway. And it is Martin Fisher at the front of this one from Owen Spears. Collinson already looking racy into hairpin 1 to try and take second place away, but decides discretion is the better part of valour, as he did at the start of heat number 2 as well. Takes it easy on lap 1. But we'll see whether there's an opportunity into hairpin 3 for the first time. Owen Spears fighting the handling of that car, ends up running wide, and that opens the door for Collinson to take second place. Slides through on the inside of hairpin 3 and moves up to second place, but it is still Martin Fisher leading this one. Shane Collinson, Owen Spears, Alfie Wallbank has had a good start moving into fourth. Oh, in fact, no, started fourth. He's still in fourth. Arthur Loudian, then Nathan Jensen, who started at the back, has moved up one place and overtaken Paul Swan. Head down the back straight. Everybody has a little look behind, almost synchronized as they get to the same spot on the track, and they all take a little look behind us to see where everybody is. Collinson down the inside of hairpin 3, almost a carbon copy of what he did on Spears on lap 1, and takes the lead.
Well, we normally have acceleration cones, don't we, for the Rotax runners as they come through. So maybe we should just have a check back cone down the back straight.
Yes, have a look here. two cones in spaced apart, and that's your look behind zone. Just everybody beware that nobody's looking where they're going through that section. We'll see if they do it all again here. Yeah, one did it. Martin Fisher did it in that spot, but that's definitely the look behind zone.
Alfie Wallbank needing to come through. Obviously, random grid, so his exclusion for being underweight in the previous race not causing him a detriment in terms of starting position. So he goes slightly wide into hairpin 4. Arthur Loudian tries to put the move down the inside on Alfie Wallbank. Wallbank, though, too far in front and runs all the way around the outside. Nathan Jensen now taking up the battle on Arthur Loudian, trying a little move down the inside and forces Arthur Loudian very, very wide onto the dust on the outside, and through goes Nathan Jensen up into 5th place.
Yeah, fairly steady away so far. It's kind of as we expected, as Wallbank, though, then makes it exciting and sends one up the inside of Owen Spears.
Yes. Slid that in sideways like it was at PK in 87 at the Hungaro ring.
Yeah, just full rear lock, wasn't it? And, sent it up the inside, parked it on the apex and got the move done. So that is Wallbank up to 3rd place. Of course, Wallbank has had very, very good pace here this weekend so far, but has had a few little off-track issues with exclusion from Heat 1, was it?
It was. Underweight.
For being underweight, yes. Oh, and there's Spears who got into the back of Martin Fisher.
Spears, and now I think he's going to be stuck against the tyres, is he? No, he's got himself moving.
Has got going again, but yeah, we're going to see a replay of it here. So, just I think got caught out a little bit by the pace of Martin Fisher. Almost got into the back of him there. Tried to send a move up the inside, but that was never going to be on. That door was always going to shut.
And then, like I say, it's gone light there into there, hasn't it? Once again, and that just sends lifts the rear end up and takes all the grip away. So just having a look at Junior Rotax Heat 3, Tom, as you're trying to listen out on the PA announcement. 5-second penalty drop downs for Oscar Waugh and Jared Fox-Whiteley. That drops them to...
But not Addison Smith.
Wow.
That is a surprise.
Yes, we thought that nose was definitely in, didn't we?
We did.
Fourth,
but we didn't think Fox-Whiteley's and Oscar Waugh's were. Although we thought Oscar Waugh's might be.
Yeah, because of the contact around South Bank. That drops them to 4th and 5th, respectively, having finished 2nd and 3rd on track.
I'd have put money on it being the other way round, that it was...
I thought Smith was down, the
Whiteley.
contact in the back there. And it certainly looked like it had dislodged slightly, didn't it?
That is a big change in the results then for Junior Rotax. So that then puts Smith holds on to the win. Renard then 2nd, then Wilkinson. Fox-Whiteley demoted to 4th. Waugh down to 5th.
400th of a second was what dropped Fox-Whiteley down. It was so close.
So we look at the battle raging here between Fisher and Jensen. Jensen then power on down the inside of the exit of hairpin 2 and gets the move done, although it looks like Martin Fisher may well have a problem.
Yeah.
Does have a problem, going very slowly. I thought it was Nathan Jensen with a huge amount of extra waft coming out of hairpin 2, but in fact it is a problem for Martin Fisher. Is he going to pull off and into retirement? No, carries on for another lap.
Maybe needs that extra lap, Tom, to get to half race. So he's at the 8 laps that we think might just about do it. But one more lap round. He's going to come under pressure now from Owen Spears, and I don't think he's going to have anything in the way of defence, is Martin Fisher. In fact, looks down the back straight. I think he just points to the inside and allows Owen Spears to come through comfortably into...
Ooh, we've just had the director in our ear saying that there is a bit of rain in the air. So despite the fact that we put the graphic on at the start of this race to say that no rain was forecast, Martin Fisher does in fact pull in just past half race distance. So points will go to Martin Fisher, but it is retirement for the 59 Kart. But yes, they're reporting that there's a bit of spitting in the air, a bit of rain. And in fact, I can see it on the side of the commentary box window, in fact.
That'll make the pro karts on the slicks fun, won't it?
Okay, so that's been a bit of a change here, and we'll keep an eye on that one as to what's happening. Of course, the senior pro karts will only run on slick tyres regardless of the weather, and the Bambinos that will be up after them post lunch break, they run on a treaded tyre anyway. So we've potentially got around about 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour, until decisions need to be made on tyres, and of course it could all change again.
Yeah,
we've got blue skies in an hour's time.
Exactly, we've got half an hour lunch break, haven't we, after senior pro kart, which will give us an opportunity to just go out there and see what's happening out there in the paddock. Shane Collinson with a comfortable lead at the moment with 2.5 minutes remaining, plus the 1 lap at the end of this race, has a lead of well over 2 seconds now, I think, as Alfie Wallbank comes over the line at 2.1. So Collinson so far has 3 races and 3 race victories. Should he take this one through to the checkered flag?
Yeah, so Collinson has looked comfortable again here at the front of this one, and yeah, just fairly steady away, really. Alfie Warbank has had some great pace again relative to the rest of the field. Nathan Jensen started right at the back of this race and is already up to 3rd place, and again comfortable in 3rd. Here's Jensen. Then we've got Arthur Louvian holding well in 4th place. We saw Owen Spears with that half spin. And Paul Swan, unfortunately, off the back of this one to the tune of 20.5 seconds. But yeah, it's all, there's been a bit of field spread going on. So, kind of lap times only, really, at the moment. There's not much in the way of on-track battles. Alfie Warbank is slightly quicker than Shane Collinson at this point in the race, although immediately matched this time by Collinson. So they've done almost an identical lap time that time around of a 41.6.
Yeah, Collinson doesn't need to push too much, though, does he, with that 2-second gap out at the front? So
manage the kart, manage the temperatures, and manage the tyres. It's
I'm sure what Warbank will still have aspirations of trying his best to close it in. I think it's going to be fruitless given the amount of time as Nathan Jensen there just readjusts his helmet down the back straight.
Might want to tighten that chin strap up next time, I think.
Well, yeah, possibly if he's just shaking that. Maybe he's just doing a little neck stretch. He's got.
Maybe he's feeling a bit cold.
Well, he was in Iceland yesterday, so today's balmy.
I was going to say, might as well be Benidorm. It's going to be roasting.
I think he got back in the country at about 5 o'clock last night. Came straight here to Teesside.
Where did he fly back into?
He's fairly local, so I imagine it wasn't Luton. Somewhere
Newcastle.
Like that.
Was there a flight Newcastle to Iceland?
What do I know? You look at me like I'm Sky Scanner.
Are you not?
I'm hardly Stavros from EasyJet, am I?
I'm just the Oracle.
Final lap board out then for Shane Collinson with a gap of 2.2 seconds to Alfie Wallbank, similar back then to Jensen and Lothian. So, and with Paul Swan and Martin Fisher off into retirement, this one has been a fairly serene end to senior Rotax.
Wipe of the visor from Shane Collinson there. Is the rain coming down a little bit? In fact, it is. There are heavier spots of rain hitting our commentary box window.
Yeah,
and I think these drivers will be, the checker flag has gone out and Collinson has taken victory, and I think they'll be very much looking forward to get off this circuit as fast as humanly possible on those slick tyres with the weather on the turn.
I mean, times-wise, there was not much of a drop-off on that final lap. 2/10 or so for Collinson against his best time.
We've got no Jess Alexander this weekend, I've just noticed.
No, we do not.
Sorry about that, Jess, that it's taken me 2 heats of senior pro kart to notice that you're not with us.
Well, it's been so frantic, hasn't it?
It has been, yeah. But
we've missed loads in senior pro kart because you're watching the screen and I'm out the window, then I'm watching the screen and you're watching out the window, and there's 37 of them, so we best crack on with the grid for heat number 3.
And it's why we're such a great tag team duo.
In senior pro kart.
So your grid for junior pro kart,
all the pro karts,
junior and senior pro kart, and novice pro kart, and clubman pro kart, is going to be headed off by David Brewis. Max Shields goes off P2, where he finished actually in the previous heat. I think, yes. Then Josh Focus goes off P3. Amelia Pennington going off P4 with Caitlin Frame 5th and Tom Hewland 6th. Lee Austin will go off P7 with Christian Oblag in 8th, Dominic Needham in 9th, and Lennon French in 10th. Alban Dow will go off the front of row 6 in 11th with Joe Grinsell in 12th. Simon Doughty in 13th and David Brown in 14th. Row 8 is headed by Jack Hewland and Adam Chamberlain. Then it's Harry Roddis and Asher Blythe 17th and 18th with Connor Lucas and Matthew Hauschby rounding out your top 20. Alfie King and George Ludwell will go 21st and 22nd. Then it's James Wilson and Colin Handy. Liam Gallop and Sean Feehan with Gary Clark, James Kay, Jacob Cardani and Marty Gilfillan, your top 30. And then we have Amy Frame, Oscar Buckley, Isaac Needham, Catherine Potter, Joseph Williamson, Leon Wilson, and Sophie Pawsey going off the very back in P37, having retired from Heat 2.
Well, juniors, isn't it? So it's random. So she won Heat 2 in juniors, Sophie Pawsey.
Oh,
it was Heat 1. She had a terrible one. But they randomly allocate the back 5. For the juniors.
Right.
So field spread still quite a lot, but I think the juniors will catch up just in time as they get led round into position. So it's Brewis and Shields off the front row with Josh Folkers inside of row 2.
Folkers looking very focused here. And
he
said he's going to be
helping David Brewis to make the decision to go by pushing David Brewis over start finish. But it's Shields who sweeps all the way around the outside. They've got drivers off onto the grass. Connor Lucas is on the grass. Asher Blythe as well. We've got a number of them. I think Jacob Kadani is one of them. That's Marty Gilfillan, I think, on the outside. We've got some of them on the grass has recently been cut. We've got some of them. The Lions are in the grass.
We had 8 carts off there. Not sure what course all that. We'll try and pick out
Alfie
the number
King
here.
is one of them as well in the former Jordan Guy machine.
So there was, it looked like Lennon French was on the inside there.
Yeah,
and then,
that's a heavy impact, I think, by Gilfillan into Dominic Needham in the 69, who was already
and there we got more
way.
contact there as we look at Harry Roddis.
Forcing
we just
the
caught the end of that
wide,
one, and that was hairpin 3 and 4. So they went 4 wide through there. So it's all change. It's up and down like a fruit machine is the timing screen.
It was Gary Clark who was forced wide there, I think, by Harry Roddis, another new name to the championship, having raced in the NRG Higher Series here at Teesside recently. Not that it'll be much interest to you, Tom, but he's a barber.
Oh, well,
It'd be no interest to me either. Well, you've got some now.
Yeah, but I didn't a trip actually. Probably could have brought his clippers. Anyway, Joe Grinsell sending it up the inside of, is that Brown?
Brewis, yeah, Brewis getting forced wide, and that allows Lennon French to come through as well. Max Shields leads then from Josh Volkers at the head of the field. Then it's Joe Grinsell, Lennon French, David Brewis and David Brown with Christian Oblak, Simon Doughty, Jack and Tom Hewland in 9th and 10th respectively. Lee Austin, Adam Chamberlain and Alban Dowell in front of your leading novice runner, which is James Wilson, in 14th place with Jacob Kadani, who wasn't him off, it must have been Sean Feehan. They both have the same Top with Motorsport sticker kit, who was off in the first corner, both running the 55 and the 57 respectively. The 171 now of Hewland coming under pressure from Simon Dougherty, although he has managed to find the way past Dougherty on this lap. Jack Hewland and Tom Hewland. Jack Hewland in the 171 looked really, really quick yesterday. I know a number of people, Tom, in the, out on the bank were taking a lot of interest in Jack Hewland in that 171. Looked very, very quick.
So, of your front runners who were spinning at the start, we've got Asher Blythe is now in P17. Connor Lucas is up to 21st. So they are starting to make their way through.
Kadani now leads in novice. He's found a way past James Wilson. Sophie Pawsey leads in our junior class in front of Isaac Needham and Catherine Potter. That's your top three in that class.
Contact warning gone out for the 183 of Alban Dowell. And I think Falkus is just keeping his powder dry here at the moment. You can see that they're moving away from Grinsell.
He's been solid enough in the heats, hasn't he, Tom, that he doesn't really need to find a way past Max Shields, although...
And they are in different classes as well.
Yeah,
so Falkus will still take the win in the pro class, with Shields taking the win in Clubman, even if they stay as they are.
Although, to be
now.
fair, every time we say, oh, he doesn't need to get past, it'll be okay, it's a long game for points.
I think, though, that Falkus can see that they're moving away. There's no need to force the issue. Shields will go defensive if he feels under pressure from Falkus. I think Falkus has probably told him, just keep your eyes forward and we'll sort it out with a lap or two to go.
Well, given that they were second and third, and they know they're going to be front runners, as Asher Blythe makes a 2-for-1 special down the inside of James Wilson and Jacob Kadani over the round hairpin 3, as Wilson is now back in front, but in front of the both of them is Amy Frame now, your new leader in novice. I'm sure they've had a chat, Tom, down on the dummy grid that says, look, if we get to the front, let's move away and then I'll overtake you down into South Bank Corner on this lap, which has just happened. There we go. And Josh Volkers now leads with Max Shields in second place.
So they're comparing notes.
Could have at least let me finish my point that says, oh, we'll just pull away until like half race distance maybe and then sort it out.
Do you think they've got a script on the dashboard, on the steering wheel?
They're probably watching live. They changed it Alfano for a live stream.
Got the commentary in their ears as they're going round.
If you can hear me, lads, I'll take rock, paper, scissors down the back straight, please.
So coming over the line this time, we've got Asher Blythe has moved up to 11th place. Connor Lucas now up to 15th. So both making their way through fairly quickly, scything through the field. Blythe almost into the top 10 once again, despite going backwards around turn 1. Not a bad effort, really.
No, it looks like he's going to gain a few more as well, because Amy Frame has created a gap down the inside of Lee Austin. It's going to move her up a place, and Connor Lucas has moved through it as well.
Yep, so we're looking at Grinsell, French and Brown, the battle for
Amy
third.
Frame, once again, they're creating another gap down the inside, this time of the 8 of Tom Hewland. So Connor Lucas using Amy Frame at the moment to... and just following through. I think when he gets to hairpin 1, the move will come down the inside, but Amy Frame done a sterling job to open up some gap and is even moving away as well. There's Lucas down the inside. Frame doesn't need to defend it. They're in two different classes. Sophie Pawsey, though, Tom, really, really impressive from the driver of the 77 in juniors, is now on the back of the 8 of Hewland. I think that could well put her up inside the top 15 for a driver that had to start in the outside positions, Tom, and juniors starting right at the back. You say she was 37th at the start. running up inside the top 15. Down the inside she goes, a Hewland. Junior spec engine, of course, Tom. It's 2 Cadet engines on that. This is a warning for James Wilson.
Yeah, focus with the fastest lap of the race as well on that previous lap. So moving away at the front, bringing Shields with, but definitely the front two have moved away comfortably from Grinsell and French as they go side by side down the back straight, and French overtakes Grinsell and takes third place on the road.
Lee Austin's on the grass in the middle of the chicanes. Rejoining, that was right the way around the first chicane, around the national loop. David Brown looking to take advantage here now. Grinsell, French and Brown, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, so this is the battle for the final step of the podium. Focus again with the fastest lap of the race, but only fractions quicker again than Shields. Shields using that slipstream to full effect and help him retain that 2nd place on the road, but of course leading the class. What he needs to worry about is Lennon French behind, who is 2nd in that class, is in 4th place overall. We've seen French and Shields go at it hammer and tongs over the years, and looking for potentially resumption of that in today's final.
Yeah, we were hoping Christian Oblag, who had a really good showing at round 2, would be in there as well, but he has had not quite the day he was hoping for in terms of sticking with, but obviously he's there or thereabouts for the final. 3rd in class, 6th overall. Still picking up some solid points for the final.
Still a fantastic overtaking move he did in heat number 1 as well, with that overtake where he took 4 people in one corner.
Yeah, down the inside, looked like French was going to try a move. Conor Lucas with the fastest lap of the race with a 46.149. Now up into 11th place.
Yeah, homing in on the back of...
French is down the inside of Grinsell. Grinsell tries to shut the door, but it's too late. French is down the inside. Then Brown as well was going to try and make a run through down the inside. Lennon French nicely through on Joe Grinsell. Then Grinsell with a little bit of a tap into the rear, but then that should be enough to have track position. We've got lap traffic, have we, Tom?
We had somebody off on the exit hairpin 1.
Was it Alban Dowell? Was it maybe in the 183, or was it somebody else coming through? Was it 25 of Lee Austin? He had it off earlier on as well.
Getting quick enough as he comes over the line.
Technical defect for the 69 of Dominic Needham. Over start finish, trying to find out where he is on track in terms of positions.
It was the 888 that went off.
It could be the 808. Is it James Kay?
James Kay, yes. Went off at hairpin 2 and then had to restart an engine as well, which wasn't great.
But yeah, it does take a while when you've got to get out and restart it.
Oh, he didn't get out?
That's right. Dominic Needham's technical defect is his side pod is right the way up in the air, and he's just moved off to the side. Up there, and I think he'll go off the track via the dummy grid entrance. So he's already moved off. He'll drop right the way down the order.
Grinsell and French is getting a bit tasty here, and looks like Brown might take full advantage of that, and Christian Oblak's going to try and fill that gap as well, and French could get hung out to dry here. Manages to just tuck back in. This is the battle for 3rd on the road.
Yeah, Leon Wilson there in the 68 machine, just moving out of the way.
Robust from Oblak. The final lap board goes out. It is still focused from Shields, but they're now 5 seconds clear of this battle for 3rd place that is headed by Joe Grinsell.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Grinsell and French battling it out for 3rd because Oblag and Brown have become preoccupied with each other. Behind them as well, there's another 2-kart battle between David Brewis and Jack Hewland in the 171. Asher Blythe not quite close enough. Looks like his progress is going to stop at 9. The 2 is off. That is Colin Handy, another one of our novice runners joining us for the first time. He's off into retirement, which means the yellow flag is out at hairpin 1 and 2.
And over the line comes Josh Folkers to take victory here in heat number 3. Max Shields comes over the line half a second behind to take 2nd place, when it is going to be Grinsell from French, from Oblag, from David Brown. Then we have Jack Hewland takes 2nd place on the final, 7th place on the final lap. David Brewis in 8th. Asher Blythe and Conor Lucas, great recovery drives from them to finish 10th, as we've got the 95 and 55 coming together. Hairpin 4. think that they might not even be on the same lap. Oh, no, they are. It's Marty Gilfillan and Jacob Cardani, my apologies, coming together on the final lap at heat number 4. Hairpin 4. And that brings to an end. Senior Rotax. Goodness me, Tom. Put your teeth in. Senior Pro Kart, heat 3, that comes to an end. And that brings us to lunch break, which I think, by the sounds of myself, is well needed.
Well, when we come back, we're going to have a look at the results on that one, because there was a yellow flag out at hairpin 1 and 2, and it looks like there was a potential overtake down the inside by Marty Gilfillan on the 172 of James Wilson. And then she crossed the line just in front of Wilson at the end in 18th and then 20th respectively. So we'll keep an eye out on that. When we come back from lunch in around about half an hour's time, we will have our finals here at Teesside Autodrome. 6 remaining races. We'll be back in half an hour's time at around about 2 o'clock with the first of our finals in Kona C50 Bambino. See you soon.
Those ones coming out first, though, will be our Bambinos. They are due to take the grid at any moment now. And that will be headed by Chloe McGill in her Iami Bambino. Followed by, we think it's going to be Sebastian Crawford taking pole position in the Coma C50s. But we will bring you a grid and have a look at that one first. So the final of your Bambinos is going to go to Chloe McGill, as we thought, on pole position. Caleb Franklin is not taking part in the other Iami Bambino. Then we have Sebastian Crawford and Sebastian McCarthy heading the front row in your C50 Bambinos, followed by Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Pearson. William Wainwright and Wolf Riley, then Oliver Bullock and Callie Tennant, Summer Upton and James Pybus, Abel Hutton and Ollie Upton, and then Phoebe Rogers goes off the front of row 8 in 15th place. So, welcome back, David.
Hi, Tom.
Hiya. How are you?
Very good.
Good lunch?
Yeah, well, I didn't have anything. I had my lunch about 10:45, didn't I?
Okay.
But
good break.
Yes, but because I'm middle-aged, I've gone and had some painkillers because hurty back and all that.
Yeah, I mean, you were walking around like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, in all fairness.
Yes, Barry Shields has just gone, how is the T-Rex? So, yeah, all good fun. Senior Pro Kart appears to have got through without a single penalty for Heat 3, which is excellent.
So, we'll do our usual. Well, just while we wait for the Bambinos to grid up, we'll do the usual hashtag cake chat.
Tucking in,
because I'm tucking into this.
Courtesy of Angie Fox Whiteley.
Oh, is that where it came from? That's what I wanted to find out, the origins of this cake.
And Costco, I believe, because the rest of it's in my caravan. So, if they could grid this up really, really slowly, we'd be very, very grateful.
Well, that is delicious chocolate. I think it's chocolate fudge cake by the looks of things. Triple layered. Delicious. We're sure this is scintillating listening.
Can you hear me?
Have we got a hashtag cake chat graphic we can stick up like usual?
Don't know, remote stream now, isn't it? We haven't got Adam behind us. As in, like, Adam, what's your favourite cake? Oh, definitely chocolate.
You mean
carrot's terrible?
I love chocolate,
I
me.
love chocolate
cake. I love chocolate, me, but I also like a bit of carrot cake.
That sounds absolutely bang on for his...
What are you talking about? He's here. He's under the desk. Have you not seen him? Adam, say hello.
Hello.
Put him in a cupboard here and then retrieve him every month.
That's it. We just pull him out once a month.
You have to send somebody in July when we're not on. We have to send someone to water him.
Adam, what's your favourite esports team?
Oh, I love that Veloce racing, me. Team Redline all the way.
But yes, well, to be honest with you, it's actually it's Adam's last stream with us. Certainly for the near future, as he leaves Alpha Live to move on to different pastures, and it's been a pleasure.
Well, it's not a secret.
Genuinely, it's been a pleasure.
It's not a secret where he's going, is he? We'll talk about him in a few moments'
time. That's why we mentioned esports. But the green flag is up. The green flag is down, and we are away for the Bambino final here. Good start from Chloe McGill, as expected, and Sebastian Crawford has already gapped McCarthy as they head into the national loop for the first time. Around they go, and it is kind of as you were off the grid. Everybody seems to be slotting in fairly comfortably, and nice even gaps between them all as well. So the fight that we were expecting, although that is, I think that is William Wainwright potentially
in front of Ethan Pearson.
Yes,
it is Pearson trying to get back to the inside down the back straight. I think Wainwright might have enough actually to hold on round the outside.
Has just shot the nose off. There we go. There's a bit of excitement in your Bambinos. It is William Wainwright in the 21, heading round South Bank, and Pearson now chopping to the inside, carries some extra speed, and through goes Pearson. So it's as you were off the grid now.
Great to see so many Bambinos actually, Tom.
It is. It's the biggest grid we've had here for certainly a long while, if not ever.
Yeah. Fits and starts, isn't it, really, in Bambino? You get a load, and then all of a sudden it gets to the end of the year, and all of a sudden they all leave and go into Cadets or Micromax or something like that, and then you sort of start building them up again. Yeah. You start building the grid up again, and then you've got drivers here at the moment, like you've got drivers that are 7, 8 years old. You've got some 5-year-olds, so we've got plenty of youngsters coming through, beginning their motorsport journey in this Coma C50 Bambino class. The top 2 at the front, though, Crawford and McCarthy, seasoned racers to the extent, and we may say seasoned, it's not like they've been at it for 40 years. They are still very, very young.
They've probably had more races than some 40-year-olds.
You see, look, I'm coming out there in that corner. These drivers, these cars probably top out down the back straight at around about 30, somewhere between 35 and 40 mile an hour, depending on wind direction, because if they're going into a headwind, it will slow them down ever so slightly. But when you're 5 years old and you're travelling at 40 miles an hour, an inch off the floor,
it might as well be 140.
Yeah, it feels absolutely no different. Your body gets used to things. So you'll put one of these drivers into a Cadet in a year's time, and they'll think it's the fastest thing on earth. And 6 months later, it'll just be exactly like driving the Bambino. And you put them back in a Bambino, and they'll be checking their watch down the back straight, so slow, and booking a holiday and that sort of thing. Your body acclimatizes; it gets used to it. Crawford and McCarthy at the front, almost going as quick as the spoon into Tom's mouth here. In the commentary box, the chocolate cake almost devoured by Mr. Butterworth.
Almost. It's all over my face.
Eating like Homer Simpson. It's just on a complete rotation of spoon. I'll carry on because Tom's not talking anytime soon. This battle again, once again, Tom, between the 52 of Calais Tennant, James Pybus, and Abel Hutton involved there. Now it is in the 17. He's going to try and sweep all the way around the outside over start finish, and is through on Calais Tennant up into 10th place. With them last time previously, Summer Upton stayed with them in the previous race. She's just dropped a little bit further back, has Summer. She's about to find Chloe McGill sweeping around the outside in the Iami Bambino. She's another one of those drivers, Tom. Comes to Teesside regularly, but then goes off and races at a national stage in Super 1. McGill was going to try and get down the inside.
That was always going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit too hasty there by McGill. Didn't need to do it, really, at that thing. So that'll be one to watch back. And could have probably gone all the way around the outside there, although I think the door closed slightly quicker than she may well have anticipated. Hasn't done any harm to her or any of the other drivers. She's through now. So
there was a bit of a gap appeared between Pybus and Hutton, but Hutton has immediately closed that gap back up. So
yeah,
Hutton definitely got some pace here over Pybus, but can't seem to get close enough to put a move on just yet.
And I think Calais Tennant is very strong round South Bank. Drops off now, but then was closed right up there on the previous laps. I think round the fast bit down South Bank is very, very strong.
Has Calais Tennant got the visor open, or is it just the way that the helmet looks? It is a visor.
Yes, does have the visor open at the moment.
So
probably
Calais Tennant,
pop that down.
You need to get a message out to Calais Tennant to close your visor, otherwise you're going to get an eye full of marbles in a
Yeah,
moment.
you get a stone in there and stuff. It does.
Oh, that's going to sting, yeah.
Yeah. See, strong round South Bank again there, Tom.
Yeah, closes up again, and Fiber's taking a defensive line. Hutton tucks to the inside, coming out of hairpin 4. Couldn't quite get the drive.
I think Tennant there takes a slight and then tightens up maybe a little bit too much on exit of hairpin 4 and scrubs off all the speed, and that's why he drops off the back. If he opened up that corner a little bit more, would be perfect. I think you get a really good run. Then up and over the start finish as we see the 57 of Wilf Riley in front of Oliver Bullock in 7th and 8th respectively.
The good news for those of you who were with us towards the end of the heats today was that rain was incoming but has now abated fully. We did have a bit of spitting, particularly for the first sort of 5 minutes or so of our lunch break, and then it has stopped, and I can actually see blue sky again.
So much so that I've walked around the top paddock and there's wet tyres on spindles on trolleys.
Oh, were there?
Just in case. Wouldn't have made any difference, of course, for the Comas because they're on an all-weather tyre, but for Chloe McGill running on the slicks and the I-Army, she'd have been able to change onto the full wet should it have been necessary. William Wainwright just in front of these two at the moment, Wilf Riley and Oliver Bullock. Bullock, who won the driver of the day at round number 2, having taken almost 20 seconds off his lap time in a month through just consistent seat time here at Teesside Autodrome, is now on the back of the 57 as they make the run down towards the South Bank corner with 55 seconds remaining. Out at the front, though, Sebastian Crawford has checked out. He's got a big gap as William Wainwright
has gone round.
Spins out of 6th place overall, 5th in class.
Well recovered, though, in the end. Got going in the right
McCarthy is under
way.
pressure from Freddie Blackshaw for 2nd place in Coma.
And that's the first time that Blackshaw's been able to put that kind of pressure on all day.
They're heading down
the
towards the South Bank corner now, so I don't know if we can pick them up. They're just behind this battle, which is still raging on, of Abel Hutton and James Pybus swapping positions.
And
this is your battle.
Got through then, and there's a lovely side-by-side contact as they come over
This
the line.
is your battle now for 2nd place. Chloe McGill trying to close up on Sebastian Crawford, which she's not going to do. Last lap board for Chloe McGill. Crawford is down the road. He's going to take the victory here, Tom, I think, unless he has an issue, because at the moment, McGill's not quite going to get to him. He's getting round some of the lap traffic nice and cleanly, but these two, this is your battle for the second 2 places on the podium between Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw.
Crawford has absolutely disappeared in this one.
Yeah, just
10 seconds clear of McCarthy.
The live time's gone slightly, so I'm going to find that again. I know you've already got it as well, so.
But McCarthy seeming to struggle here, not able to repeat the pace that he's had throughout the day. And Blackshaw, on the last lap, has a nose in front. Now, Chloe McGill comes over the line and takes the victory here at the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint in the I-Army class. Sebastian Crawford comes over the line and takes victory in the Coma C 50 class. Then it is going to be Sebastian McCarthy just from Freddie Blackshaw. Ethan Pearson will come over the line in 5th, followed by Wilf Riley, Oliver Bullock. Then we'll have William Wainwright, James Pybus, Abel Hutton, Callie Tennant, Summer Upton, Ollie Upton, and Phoebe Rogers will be your finishing order. We think. Just waiting for Wainwright to come over the line, and that will be your final finisher. There we go. That's it. So that's your 14 runners, and Chloe McGill coming over the line now for victory in I-Army Bambino.
So, Bambino making their way in. Next up will be Honda Cadet for their final. I'll go quickly through the grid before I introduce a special guest into the commentary box. Joshua Sullivan starts on pole position with Noah Clark alongside Edward Ryan, Sam Hayes on row 2, Buddy Hugo and William Howard on row number 3. Then it's Cameron Tipping and Samuel Yeadon. Top 10 completed by Rhys Cranston and Mason Dinsdale. Matty Prinkley writes 11th, James Bout alongside with Thomas Potter and Matthew Plant on row 7, Jacob Cartledge and Joey Swan row 8. Then it's Ollie Carter and Toby Turner, the top 20 rounded out by Riley Blakemore and Luca Batchev, with Alan Berridge and Jake Walker in front of Tom Nichols and Ashton Horsepool. Then we're going to have Red Lind and Layla Berryman, Morgan Cooney and Hugo McCluskey, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and William Collinson in front of 2 non-runners, Harley Franklin and Maximus Lewis. Just as Honda's about to make their way out, I'm joined in the commentary box by the man behind Atom Racing Karts.
Hello.
Hi. Just a quick one. First of all, I don't know your name, so I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself.
My name's Ryan Temple, and I'm one of the owners of Atom Karts. There's 3 of us in partnership together. Hamish and Jonathan Bean, and predominantly we started off with Danny Bean racing the kart, and he showed that the kart was very quick. So this weekend we've got Asher Blythe on.
Yeah. So in terms of setting it up, what was the idea behind it? Just taking a kart, just getting involved, just giving somebody a different variety, and now just testing it out with different drivers to see how it goes.
Yeah. So it was just really a case of getting a kart, a different manufacturer onto the grid, and just really trying to prove it. And by getting the good drivers on, we can show it really works. Asher's done really well today. We've had a few little problems, but he's done really well. So he's starting 4th in the final.
Nice big competitive grid as well, so proving that the kart can be competitive against what is probably the strongest grid in terms of pro karts in the country in terms of sprints. So, just seeing how it goes. What are the development plans then for it for the next couple of months?
So the karts are hand built locally, so they're hand built in Sunderland. So we'll be building another 2 to 3 karts this month and then going on from there. Obviously developing them a bit further. We're trying to go to as many tracks as we can. Young Rossi Costello got the lap record at Wanwell a couple of weeks ago. And then obviously if we can keep getting sort of drivers like Asher Blythe on there, we'll do well. Danny Bean's going to be on one at Warden Law in 2 weeks' time. So, we'll just keep developing it and test.
Wonderful. Absolutely brilliant. Great to see another chassis on the grid here at Teesside, just seeing how it goes, and obviously in the very capable hands of Asher Blythe, who's won races here as well. So you must be getting some reasonable feedback as well from him.
Yeah, that's what we've used this
setup.
Weekend for, really. It's just been sort of get Asher on the kart. He's a proven driver, and just getting feedback, really. That's what we're using it for. Absolutely
brilliant. Well, hopefully the development continues and we see a few more on the grid before the end of the season.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. Thank you. And the headset now back to Tom as the final few runners, Scarlett Dunn and William Collinson, just get themselves into position. Looks like we've got a bit of musical karts up at the far end of the grid. Drivers at the front, a few of them looking back. They're impatient little racers, aren't they, Tom and Cadet? They just want to get going.
Yes. Am I on? Am I back on?
Yeah, I've never turned you off, Tom.
Shabba. Oh, you've never turned me off, David. We will get going. Starter is moving towards the front with the green flag in hand. It looks like we're actually gridded up with because Buddy Hugo in the Micromax has taken 4th on the grid. We're actually 5th on the grid. We're actually in a normal grid formation. So green flag is up, it's down, and we're away and racing. Good start from Edward Rye in 3rd. It's already up to 2nd place, but it is Sullivan with a push from Rye as they head round the national loop for the first time. Are they going to all make it through nice and cleanly?
Sullivan then from Ryan Clark, your top 3 as they head down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Sam Hayes up into 4th place where he started. Buddy Hugo then in front of Cameron Tipping and William Howard. Hugo trying to make a move down the inside of Sam Hayes and he gets squeezed out, and then Tipping tries to get the run. Sullivan is slow down the back straight as he knows he's just taking a much wider line as down the inside comes Noah Clark on Edward Rye. back into the second place berth where he started. That's moved him then back up. And there's Thomas Potter already starting to make some headway through the field, challenging Reece Cranston on the outside of the top 10.
Yeah, Sullivan giving David kittens here in the commentary box, but just taking the scenic route into the South Bank.
Well, he was just going wide.
Yes. Oh, look at that, a daisy.
Well, look,
turn in.
Well, to be fair, we see it a lot here, don't we? Out the commentary box window, South Bank's at around about 45-ish degrees from the commentary box, and if drivers on the outside, and we often get caught out with the Bambinos when one comes to the inside, you think, oh, he's going to make a move down the inside, and it actually turns out that he's about 20 metres further back. We've got Matty Prinku right, holding off Jacob Cartledge, Matthew Plant, and that's Ollie Carter with Joey Swan in the orange helmet. Not really spoke about Joey much today. Qualified in 12th place, but hasn't been able to maintain that position. Yeadon down the inside of William Howard. The top two beginning to break away at the front here. Sullivan and Clark with Rye and Hugo just behind. Hugo at the moment not being able to go with Edward Rye, although we see with that Micromax does take a few laps to warm up. Sam Hayes defends to the inside, not allowing Cameron Tipping to get a run. Thomas Potter still behind a very impressive Reece Cranston in 9th place overall.
Yeah, the front two starting to break away now, so it is Sullivan and Clark. They're now moving well clear of Edward Rye. Buddy Hugo in that Micromax doesn't seem to be able to make much headway as Potter sends it up the inside of Reece Cranston now and takes away 9th place. Good move from Potter, lovely and smooth. Tries again into hairpin 4 on William Howard, but I don't think he's got that one completed. In fact, he hasn't. So we'll come across the line in 9th place. 3 seconds off the lead for Potter. So a lot of work to do. He's got to find his way through this group and close in 3 seconds on Joshua Sullivan.
Well, I'll tell you what, yesterday, Tom, there was nothing between the top 10. Like, absolutely nothing. There was like tenths apart between the entire top 10 throughout qualifying. And that's going to be the problem now for Thomas Potter, really, is that, yes, he's got the speed. We know he's got the talent. But everybody at the front of this Honda Cadet grid now is just so close. Contact between Mason Dinsdale and Matthew Plant. That forces Plant wide. Dinsdale was wide as well, and Joey Swan takes advantage by getting past them both, then goes wide himself and gives it them back. Very benevolent.
Yes, Dinsdale's had a difficult race so far. Watched him on the opening lap. He lost a couple of places through hairpin 1 and 2, and then did the same again on lap 2 as well through hairpin 1 and 2. So it's been a tricky start for Dinsdale, and I think the red mist might be coming down a little bit now and trying to fight his way back through.
Fastest lap of the race last time by Buddy Hugo as that Micromax at 0.4 of a second quicker than Edward Rye in front in the Honda starts to come up to temperature. As Rye also set a personal best a fraction quicker than our race leader on that previous lap. 6 minutes remaining. There is Thomas Potter. He's found a way now past William Howard, which moves him up
here, in fact, on the previous lap at hairpin 4.
Yeah, up onto the back now as Samuel Yeadon in 7th place, so they're not quite with Yeadon yet.
The thing with Potter, though, is he's everybody's still in each other's slipstream, so if he can find his way through quickly here, he can get onto the toe of the next one and help him pulling them along, and that 3 seconds could come down. It's 3.3 currently over the line to the front for Potter.
Sun's back out now. Everybody setting personal bests on the last lap, Tom. As the sun comes out, it's almost like there's just the track temp's gone up by a degree, and all of a sudden, look, it's green. If you're looking at live timing at live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP or on the Alpha Timing Race Hub, almost 30. Well, I think looking at it, I think we've got around about 30. Yeah, at least 30% of the top 10 have set personal best. Nobody's going to beat them this time, I think, with the exception of Sullivan, who's now opened up a bit more of a gap on the previous lap to Clark, or the Clark starting to reel it back in. They're all fairly equidistant in the top 4. Expect them to migrate back together. Potter's now on the back of Yeadon, and he's dragging William Howard along as well. Yeadon then forced to the inside. Potter's going to try and get the cut back on Yeadon down the back straight. He's to the inside, Tom. Thomas Potter trying to make a way through. Cameron Tipping as well is through down the inside of Sam Hayes. Tipping returning to Teesside for the first time in a while. He's making his way through on Sam Hayes. a driver that, from when I've spoke to him, Tom, and I've spoke to Cam Tipping a lot in the last year, a real confidence driver, and one that, in my opinion, I know it's easy to say from the commentary box, but doesn't really need to be a confidence driver because the lad can pedal. He really can drive. He needs to be far more confident in his own ability because, as we're seeing right now, finding his way through, 4th in Honda, 5th overall is Cameron Tipping, now right in front of Sam Hayes. Now I've got Thomas Potter, though, now right on the back of them, and the slipstream effect down that back straight is really going to come into effect in the battle. Just behind this one is 3 deep now as they head towards. We're going to pick them up. There they go. And Thomas Potter is through on Sam Hayes.
I think the thing with Cam Tipping as well was that he was a bit ring rusty when he came back, as you say. A few rounds off, and he's made his way back. Got a bit beaten up in heat number 1. Now showing really, really well. 5th place, fastest lap of the race for Thomas Potter as he makes his way through.
Tipping goes wide.
And that allows Potter straight through as well. So Potter now up to 5th place and still only 3.3 seconds off the lead.
Yeah,
so
47.7, his fastest lap of the race so far. That's quicker than the Micromax.
It is, but he's now not got the slipstream that he had before pulling him along, but he has managed to maintain the gap of 3.3 seconds and overtake 4 karts in the process. So Potter with some pace, but what's he going to be able to do now he hasn't got as much of a slipstream, if any at all? Let's see what the gap is going to be to Edward Rye as they come over the line this time.
Woody Hugo is through on Noah Clark for 2nd place on track. Leading Micromax, of course, with it being the only one. Clark didn't defend it, didn't need to, but now Clark could well use that Micromax to tow himself back onto our race leader, Joshua Sullivan, at the front. Woody Hugo there in the yellow and grey livery, matched with the yellow and grey helmet as well. On the RCE chassis, going down that back straight, towing along now. Fastest lap of the race for Woody Hugo, 47.716. 3/10 quicker than the race leader outright on the previous lap. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go at the front of this race. Some lap traffic coming up in front for our race leaders. Hugo is closing in on Sullivan. Sullivan won't need to defend him, but needs to, if he's going to let Hugo go through, needs to do it at the right time. Hugo's not going to hang about here. He's going to send the move down the inside into hairpin 1. He doesn't. They are going to meet some of the lap traffic, though. That's going to bolt them mid-corner, I think, and Hugo could well get the run here. Sullivan slow on exit. Hugo comes to the inside. Sullivan switches to the outside. Noah Clark's going to come all the way around the outside here because Sullivan's going to get boxed in, I think, behind the lap traffic. Woody Hugo in the Micromax leads. Noah Clark dives to the inside. Sullivan closes the door. 1:19 remaining as they struggle to get through on the lap traffic. And then Collinson turns in, and Edward Rye is there, and Collinson's wide. It looked like he was trying to put the move on the leaders into hairpin 4.
Yeah, Edward, here we go with a replay of it. So Collinson has no idea that Edward Rye is going to be there, but we said before that he needs to just hold the line, but I think went defensive, then went wide, and then tried a cutback, almost like a double apex that Collinson was trying there, and that Edward Rye just got caught up in the middle of that. Rye
is still 3rd overall, although the kart looks a little bit battered and bruised for it. Potter's up to 3rd in Honda 900, because we do hand out trophies for different classes here now. Hugo at the front. Sullivan's starting to battle with Woody Hugo, but doesn't really need to. Needs to be careful not to get embroiled and battle himself back into a battle with the Honda behind of Noah Clark. Just needs to be sensible, needs to be smart. 2 laps to go as they're down to 15 seconds. Edward Rye, that kart looks like it's got something bent on it now. We've got Sam Hayes off over start finish on the grass. He's going to rejoin. Absolutely gutting for Sam Hayes. He's been qualified poorly, worked his way through the field, and was looking well on for a top 10.
We've got a warning going out for the number 2 of Aaron Berridge in 15th place. That could well have been to do with the Sam Hayes incident. I'm not sure where they were.
Well, Sam Hayes was 7th, so...
Oh, okay, maybe not then.
Last lap board will be out this time. Sullivan now under pressure from Clark in the lead in Honda.
Potter has overtaken Rye as well for 4th place.
Yeah, Rye, look,
2.8 seconds
that
off the
Kart
lead.
does not look comfortable at the moment as they head down towards hairpin 1. The leaders, Buddy Hugo in the Micromax, Sullivan right behind, Noah Clark looking to get the run out of the hairpin 2, down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Is Clark close enough? Can't tell from this angle. Sullivan comes to the inside early to ward off any overtakes down the inside. Looks like Buddy Hugo could be too far in front, although Sullivan catches him towards the end of hairpin 2. Buddy Hugo out of the final corner. Hugo's going to take the outright victory in the Micromax as they come over the start line. Clark closes in. Sullivan, though, takes victory in Honda. Debut podium for Clark. Potter recovers to 3rd place in front of Edward Rye. Cameron Tipping with a 5th place. What a day for Cam Tipping. In front of William Howard, Samuel Yeadon. Reese Cranston has a great day as well. Jacob Cartledge rounds out your overall top 10 just in front of Mason Dinsdale, Joey Swan and Matty Prinku-Wright, with Matthew Plan, Aaron Berridge, James Vow, Ollie Carter, Layla Berryman, and we've got Riley Blakemore and Jake Walker. Gutting for Sam Hayes down there, Tom. 26, was running 7th when he was out over the start line. He's had a great day, but unfortunately the results, as often is in motorsport, results don't always give you exactly what you deserve. Buddy Hugo, though, takes the outright victory from Sullivan, Clark and Potter, your top 3 in Honda Cadet.
Yeah, fantastic action as always in the Honda Cadets. Great result for both Buddy Hugo and Joshua Sullivan. Noah Clark as well with a fantastic result for Noah Clark in 2nd place. Thomas Potter as well, great recovery drive from what might as well have been a retirement in heat number 2. Had a great drive back through the field in heat 3 and again in the final to take 3rd place. Edward Rye again with a very good showing, and you said Cameron Tipping. Brilliant result for Cameron Tipping as well. So congratulations to you all. That brings to an end our 2nd final of the day. So that is Honda Cadets done and dusted. Next will be our Minimax and Intermax.
Well, you know what, Tom? We do driver of the day, don't we? And normally it goes to a Cadet or a Bambino.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be difficult not to give it to Cam Tipping. I know Sam Hayes has put in a really good showing as well coming through. So we'll argue between us whether it's them two, but I think it's going to be between Cam Hayes. Cam Hayes? That'll work. That'll do. We'll give it to Cam Hayes.
Okay.
Because that's 50-50 for both of them, isn't it? Sam Hayes or Cam Tipping?
You said it on mic now. I've got my own suggestion for driver of the day as well, but we'll
argue about it shortly.
Said, we'll get the boxing gloves on.
You do the grid and I'll beat you.
We'll get the boxing gloves on post-senior pro kart and we'll fight it out. Anyway, so your grid for the Mini and Intermax final is going to be Ben Adrian off pole position. Unsurprisingly, he's led lights to flag in all 3 heats so far and has been relatively unchallenged. Ben Robinson will go off P2 with Charlie Eyeball in 3rd. It's been close between those two all day, as Sebastian Benson as well has been in the mix. Holly Swan and Riley Sims-Ezard will go off 5th and 6th, with Alex Lynn going off 7th place. Alex Lynn has had a good day, but had an unfortunate technical defect penalty. That's right? Is it a
yes.
Technical defect?
Yes, he had a technical defect, which meant that he got disqualified, and then he's incurred a couple of drop downs as well. So.
Oh, okay. So he's not had the best of days off track, but certainly on track.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
He's had a good run.
For 10 minutes an hour, he's been brilliant.
Yeah. So we'll see Alex Lynn going off P7. It's going to be tough to certainly get the win and take anything from Ben Adrian today. But there's a possibility that it could well challenge Ben Robinson for 2nd place here. I mean, I'm saying it's all done and dusted before we've even started, but nobody's been able to get anywhere near Ben Robinson so far today. Ben Adrian, sorry.
Too many Bens.
Yeah, there is too many Bens. Too many Sebastians in Bambino as well.
There should be space limit. You should be allowed one name.
Yeah.
And then once you've had the one name, you should have to pick another one. Like in a call centre, and they only have one person with each name. That's exactly how it should be in karting. Sorry, mate.
You're off on a random tangent here. I'm not going with you on it.
You have to pick another one. There's too many Sebs.
Yeah. So coming over the line, we've got the green flag in hand from the marshal. Inter and Minimax final. Green flag is up. It's down. We're away and racing. And of course, Ben Adrian sweeps into the lead and is already starting to gap the field. And it is Ben Robinson in second place with, I think that's Charlie Eyeball in third. It is Charlie Eyeball in third with Benson fourth. Then we've got, that is Alex Lynn has already taken Holly Swan and Riley Sims Ezard. Just got to be up to fifth place already.
Just got to be careful because we know on that 66 the nose does drop very easy. We've seen that earlier on. He's had a few. That it's a longer race. He's got 10 minutes, so he doesn't need to be too hasty in this one.
Okay, David has a little moment here. Not sure whether that's heartburn or he's having a heart attack. Not sure, but well, either way,
yeah,
it's still Ben Adrian in the lead. Unsurprisingly,
the director heard it, so I believe that everybody else on the live stream did as well.
Yes,
so
if you thought you heard something there, you probably did.
Yeah, so apologies for that. I thought it was going to be quieter than what it was.
So professional, aren't we? Anyway, so it is Robinson second, Charlie Eyeball third, as we look at Benson and Lynn, and then Riley Sims Ezard on that smaller 2023 spec chassis with Holly Swan behind in seventh. Fastest lap of the race, of course, it has gone to Ben Adrian so far. He's the best part of a second and a half faster than anybody else on track at the moment. So very much has all day been in a class of one. Alex Lynn on the inside at hairpin one takes third place away from Charlie Eyeball. So seventh to third already for Alex Lynn. And I said he could be challenging Ben Robinson. I didn't expect it to be quite as quick as this.
No, not at all. He's certainly there. The interesting thing for me with Ben Adrian at the front, Tom, is in terms of, parents, mechanics sort of giving signals. At what point do you tell him that's enough? Let's just preserve. Let's not overdo things. Let's not hit too many curbs. Let's not unsettle the car. At what point do we take it a little bit steady? But then you don't want to take it too steady because then you lose the temperature in the tyres.
And you also lose the focus.
Alex Lynn down the inside of Ben Robinson for second place. Great move. It was almost like he thought about it, and then went down the inside of Ben Robinson. And now Robinson is immediately going to have to defend off the 10 of Charlie Eyeball. And Eyeball is now under pressure from Sebastian Benson in the second of the two Lando Norris liveried carts. And Eyeball, in going for a position, as we often see, drops down a position, having dropped back.
Yeah, so Alex Lynn, I thought, would come through the field. I didn't think he would be anywhere near as fast as he has managed it. As we look at the two Lando Norris karts going through hairpins 1 and 2. So that's Robinson and Benson in the 97 and 77. We're missing 87, 67, 57 and so on. Numbers. I don't know who's driving them and where they are, but I'm sure we'll see them at another round. Anyway, Charlie Eyeball there in fifth place, and still looks like he's struggling a little bit with the handling of that car. He was definitely struggling through Heat 3, and it doesn't look to have got much better so far in the final. They may have adjusted for the temperature of Heat 3, so didn't adjust for Heat 3, then have recalibrated for the final based on the results of Heat 3, and now the heat's come back out and the sun's come back out. Could have gone the other way again.
Well, that is the worry, isn't it? Because normally the tyre pressures are set and everything's bolted on around about 20 minutes before they go to the dummy grid. They're called pretty much as soon as the previous race, Honda was left the dummy grid, these were ready to go. So then they've had to wait the 15 minutes for the previous race to go round, get gridded up. And it's a lot warmer now than what it was, I imagine, when that decision was made. Ben Adrian with another fastest lap, 43.051, 6.5 seconds now in front of the rest of the field with Alex Lynn.
Yeah, Alex Lynn started to move away now in second place. It is just a battle for second here today. Ben, Adrian, I mean, you can't say enough about what he's done here today. Just it looks like it's been a walk in the park for him.
It does, and it sometimes it takes away and inadvertently and unfairly as to how good a job Alex Lynn, Ben Robinson, Sebastian Benson and Charlie Eibel, who were running pretty much nose to tail, are doing, just because Ben Adrian has disappeared at the front. Everybody else working incredibly hard. There's only fractions between them, often slowing each other down with overtakes and things like that. You see Alex Lynn now at the front of this train is starting to move away. On the previous lap, he was 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the rest of the those behind him, because he's not having to battle now. So he's starting to move away.
Yes,
the gap quite comfortably, another 4 tenths of a second quicker than Robinson and Adrian and Benson behind.
I'm waiting for Benson to light the blue touch paper in this final. We had some action, of course, as Eibel dropped back. Lynn fought his way forward, and then we've had Robinson and Benson sort of interchanging between those two as well. So, and here we go. In fact, Benson is looking pretty racy now on Ben Robinson. Are we going to see a move here into hairpin 4? Thinks about it, goes straight line and does put the move on the inside of Ben Robinson. Moves through and takes away third place. And that is the chance of a trophy for Ben Robinson gone, unless he can re-overtake Sebastian Benson. Charlie Eibel there in the mix as well. Could take advantage if these two start to battle it out and come together.
Yeah. They must have done something to Charlie Eibel's kart, because it looks far more planted, Tom, than what it has in the previous one. We were talking about maybe they're not having the opportunity of putting sufficient weight over the rear because of the size of him, having only just moved up out of cadets, but looks a lot more stable now, does Charlie Eibel's number 10 machine. Unable to attack the other two in front, but comfortably sticking with. And certainly has an opportunity to potentially pick up some pieces from Ben Adrian and Alex Lynn in front, but more importantly from Ben Robinson and Sebastian Benson just in front, battling it out over that final step on the podium here in Minimax. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Thank you for everybody that's joined us on the live chat throughout the day.
Oh, and there we go with Ben Robinson has retaken Benson, who immediately returns the favour with a switcheroo through South Bank corner. There goes Robinson again, sends it straight up the inside. So we did to Benson what Benson did to him a couple of laps ago, and it's back as you were. Robinson from Benson from Eibel, who a little disappointingly probably for Charlie Eibel as well, more than anybody else, has not been able to capitalise on these two switching places. I think Charlie Eibel needs to potentially send a move up and split these two Norris karts and getting them, put the cat amongst the pigeons. So it's as you were this time around. Benson thought about straight lining it again on Robinson, but decided against it. And they come over the line and through the D chicane. Charlie Eibel now has actually dropped off the back of these two. About half a second now, the gap, and it looks to be getting bigger as well. So whether those tyres are cooked from Charlie Eibel.
Struggled slightly to get it pitched in there to hairpin 1.
Said he was fighting the handling. I think it might well have started to cook the tyres a little bit and take that grip even further away.
He's not out of this though.
No, he's not, absolutely. But once the temperature goes over a certain point on those tyres, it's extremely difficult to get it back.
Yeah, well, what I was saying, he's not out of it because this is happening in front of him.
Correct.
Between Robinson and Benson. as they switch places and then immediately switch back again. So Sebastian Benson back into the podium places. Next time round will be the last lap board for Ben Adrian. He's currently at hairpin 3. That's how far he is in front at the moment. 12 seconds on Alex Lynn, who in turn is a further 3 seconds in front of this battle now on track, which is going to get very, very tasty in this final lap and a half. Adrian is through and to take the last lap board. And down the inside goes Ben Robinson on Sebastian Benson. Charlie Eibel there in the background. Benson, Eibel's going to get to the inside. Charlie Eibel's going to come through. And with a lap to go, Charlie Eibel out of nowhere. It will lead this battle for 3rd place. I said that he wasn't out of it. Don't doubt me. He's not out of this at all. Your top 2 are pretty much set in stone. Lap traffic in front. Charlie Eibel now in front of Sebastian Benson and Ben Robinson. It could be any one of these 3. Onto the back straight for the final time. Ben Adrian is through to take the checkered flag and victory. A perfect day for the O-plate. Alex Lynn's going to get 2nd place here. And then the rest of it, there's going to be a contact between the 2 of them in the background. That's going to give Eibel a little bit of respite. Alex Lynn's going to get 2nd place. Charlie Eibel will come through to take 3rd place from Ben Robinson and Sebastian Benson in front of Riley Sims-Ezard and Holly Swan.
Charlie Eibel, well done. That was brilliant. Just managed to time it to perfection. I thought was sitting there with cooked tyres, potentially was the case. Here's your weekend winner, Ben Adrian, has won all 3 heats and the final as well, just coming across the line on the cool-down lap. But yes, Charlie Eibel, brilliantly opportunistic move, took full advantage of Robinson and Benson taking each other out, or certainly coming together, and has managed to nip through and grab himself a trophy. So well done, Charlie Eibel.
Apologies, of course, to Ben Adrian, who's had no screen time whatsoever today as he drove off into the distance. We've seen him take the start and the checkered flag, and then...
Well, we saw him go down the back straight. We saw the back of him going down the back straight.
Yes, I do recall seeing him once.
And then, yeah, that's about the last anybody really saw of him in that. But, yeah, great result. And that brings to an end our Mini and Intermax final. Next up will be your Junior Rotax final.
So I've just been outside to speak to Charlie Eibel's granddad, who's over from Corfu to watch him race here for the first time.
Oh, well,
and he's duly done him proud with a trophy.
Beautiful.
This is some proper lounge music.
I would imagine that that trophy is going to wing its way back to Corfu.
It may well do. So Addison Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley then will share the front row with Monroe. I'm going to take it slow to match the music, with Monroe Renard and Oscar Waugh on the second row. Max Wilkinson and Melissa Adrian are on row 3, just in front of Joseph Yao and Sam Robson, with Oliver Green and Luke Walton rounding out your junior Rotax grid.
I was thinking that was...
smoother than Galaxy, that, mate.
Oh, it was very relaxing music. It made me feel like I was in a bar in Corfu with a glass of Retsina and some raki.
Oh, I cry. I'm the funniest person I know. Which you think because you're the funniest person you know, too.
I just shut my eyes and I had a little moment to myself while you were reading me the grid. It was delightful.
I'm going to match the tempo. Next time we have drum and bass, I'm rattling through it in 30 seconds. Here we go then. Flag is down. We're away and racing. Can Fox-Whiteley run it all the way around the outside of Smith? Don't think he can, but he's going to drop straight back into second place. Monroe Renard tries to get the nose in down the outside inside, but Smith will lead them towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Wilkinson is up into 4th place with Oscar Ward just behind. Trying to keep the eye out to see whether we have the returning Luke Walton. We do. We're back to a full complement of 10 junior Rotax runners.
Yeah, brilliant action here already as they are heading round to hairpin 4 for the first time on the flying lap. We have Fox-Whiteley in second place. we've debated all day what kind of state Fox Whiteley's tyres are going to be in, particularly towards the end of this final. So there's one way to find out. And right now, he's not seeming to push them too hard early on. Everything seems very much in line and looking after them as he heads off in pursuit of Addison Smith at the front of this one.
We know Smith is almost a master of looking after the tyres for the race distance. We're going to have 12 minutes in this one plus 1 lap, so I think we could be in the region, Tom, of 19 laps for this final here, and Smith is an expert at looking after them. So don't expect him to disappear too much in the early phase of this race, but it might become a little bit more comfortable for him. Remember at round 2 in the final few laps, he reeled in and found a way through. This is why Fox Whiteley, I think, Tom, needs to get past him early and trying to eke out a cushion, because I think he knows that Smith can look after them tyres. I don't think Smith will be too bothered, actually, if Fox Whiteley finds a way through in the early phase of this race. It is a long, long race here at Teesside, as Fox Whiteley does, as we anticipated, moves his way through to the front. Addison Smith now, I think, will just tuck in behind and just see how this race pans out, because what they don't want to do is turn it into a 3-4-5 kart battle by inviting Renard, Wilkinson and War into the mix as well.
Yes, both Fox Whiteley and Smith have got good race brains on them. It's they're able to think about what they're doing, think about where they are in relation to where they need to be for not just championship points, but positions in each race as well. So although they, of course, they want to be right at the front and fighting away and even disappearing at the front as well, they're smart enough to know not to fight each other early doors as much as they can to try and move away, and then they'll fight it out over the last 2 laps or so. Smith is still right there with Fox Whiteley though, so using that slipstream to good effect to stay with Fox Whiteley as they're coming together between Max Wilkinson and Joseph Yao on the exit of hairpin 4. Didn't quite catch the start of that, only saw the end of it. We're going to get a replay of it now. So there's Wilkinson in front of the all-white car of Joseph Yao. Wilkinson goes home for a late apex and finds Joseph Yao with a nose at the inside and just turns across in front of him.
Yeah, it wasn't even an overtake, that really, was it? It was just a
different line,
just different lines and almost like a mix-up communications as the 88 of Joseph Yao gets a warning.
Monroe Renard and Oscar War are not out of this one either, especially if the front two do begin to battle. Fox Whiteley is starting to move away at the front now from Smith and is trying his hardest to break that slipstream. 0.4 of a second at the moment. He'll need about another half second before Addison Smith really starts to lose maximum impact of that slipstream, and the percentage increase that he will get will start to decrease as that gap goes up. But Monroe Renard and Oscar War are right there as well. Don't count them out.
We mentioned in Heat 3 as well how evenly matched they are. They are very rarely apart, are Monroe Renard and Oscar War. In fact, there, when there was nothing
they weren't apart there
between them, as the side pod, which now has some black marks on it, can attest from Monroe Renard.
Good move from Oscar War, actually, because we see when that move goes through on the inside of hairpin 4, normally you can power around the outside and hold them off, and Oscar War got good drive out of hairpin 4 and got the move completed. We're looking at Melissa, Adrian and Sam Robson, the battle for 5th and 6th on the road.
Yeah, Robson there, almost with a double chop at the steering wheel there, like he was just willing the front end to bite. As now we've got
Joseph Yao returning the favour on Max Wilkinson from a couple of laps ago, and this time it was Wilkinson with a nose touching the rear end of Yao rather than the other way round.
Yeah, Yao is through though now, and everybody seems to be 2 by 2. Now, out at the front, Addison Smith has been reeled in now by Oscar War.
Yeah, Oscar
Not
War.
even at half race distance yet. Oliver Green peels off into the pit lane once again.
He's got good pace here as Oscar War, and it looks like the tyre woes we were expecting from Fox Whiteley aren't having an impact, as Oscar War and Addison Smith do the old switcheroo through hairpin 4, and Smith comes out back in front. but very much knows that Oscar Moore is there and looking very racy. So, yeah, Fox Whiteley out in front now by a second and a half. So maybe those tyres are lasting very well. I mean, we've still got 6 minutes plus a lap to go. There's a long way to go in this race.
Well, to be fair, you can abuse your tyres if you give yourself a big enough cushion, can't you? That's the thing. You can, you know, he's going to need, for every single lap, reminds me a little bit of cricket in terms of run rate. You know, if he's got a gap of 1.5 and then he's got 10 laps, and that's a tenth and a half a lap. And if he can then get another lap and then another lap on top of that by holding the gap, then Smith's going to need, or it could be Oscar Moore at this rate as he's charging through as well. He's then going to need 2 tenths a lap, 2.5 tenths a lap. The deeper he goes in the race, the more Addison Smith needs lap on lap. And at the moment, what he needs is Oscar Moore to go away. Because Oscar Moore is relentless at the moment in trying to find a way past Addison Smith, arguably quicker, but cannot find a way past the 15 of Smith.
But I would like to point out how many times have we seen this in the past with the race with Fox Whiteley in it. It's he gets to the front, gets a gap, breaks the slipstream, and then everybody else just fights out between them, and Fox Whiteley is left on his own at the front, almost as if everyone kind of forgets about him. Rather than working together and trying to challenge him and close the gap.
Yeah, his gap management is superb, isn't
it? Yeah, he breaks the toe, and everybody else then goes, oh, well, there he goes.
Okay.
Gives up on it and starts fighting over second
that's why
place.
you battle out over second.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like on the last lap, there was hardly anything between them. There were 42 twos. Luke Walton is in, so we're down to 8 runners now. So, yeah, there was 42-2-1-2 for Fox Whiteley. It was a 42-5 for Fox Whiteley. For Addison Smith. So, nothing between them in terms of overall time. But the difference now is that Fox Whiteley's got a 2-second gap at the front from Addison Smith. Identical gap as well this time. Another half a tenth for Fox Whiteley, eking it out. So it has plateaued. Fox Whiteley was pulling it out at a gap of around about 2 tenths, 3 tenths of a second per lap. And now it's pretty much plateaued. We've got 4 minutes remaining still. So it's whether now it goes over the seesaw and Smith starts reeling it back in.
Exactly. Will the balance start to shift now? Is Addison Smith's kart set up for late on in the race? And by late on in the race, this is normally we're going to be towards the end of the race. We've still got 3.5 minutes here plus a lap, so we're going to go quite a significant amount further in this race than we did in the heat. So if Smith's kart is set up for the end of the race, we could well see that gap come down, but it is
10th again from Fox Whiteley.
Yeah,
so they're
2.1 now.
They're out a little bit further, and you would have thought that they would be closing by now, particularly because there's 2 of them working together in the run down the back straight. That's Sam Robson now in front of Melissa Adrian.
Yeah,
into 6th place or 5th place for Robson. Adrian down into 6th. That happened on the previous lap. Oscar Moore down the inside of Addison Smith. Smith should have enough to run round the outside once again, and does. That's going to elongate the gap further out to 2.2. Jared Fox Whiteley doesn't have wing mirrors, but if he did, he'd be happy with what is being seen behind him.
Well, he can look over as he comes out of hairpin 1. He can look over and see Smith and Oscar Moore coming into hairpin 1. He's at that point now where he can physically see where they are, because he's coming down one way of the track while they're going down the other.
He's got enough time as well, hasn't he? Here we go. Let's see whether Oscar Moore does exactly the same move on Addison Smith. He does. Smith this time isn't going to be able to hold on, I don't think. Oscar Moore a little bit more robust this time, and Oscar Moore is through and up into 2nd place.
It's given another 4 tenths to Fox Whiteley, though, at the front of this one. That's 2.5 seconds now. Yeah, 2 minutes plus a lap to go. That's going to be extremely difficult to close that, if at all.
I mean, I know the saying of that, it's not over till the fat lady sings, but she's warming up.
She is. She's got her chicken nuggets and on the go, and a herbal tea probably.
Oscar Moore then in 2nd place now from Addison Smith. I have absolutely no idea what Tom was talking about, and I'll be honest with you, I also don't believe that Tom's got any idea what Tom was talking about either. Fox Whiteley then still continues to lead. The gap comes down slightly Oscar War takes a 10th out, but it's still 2.4 seconds. There's not enough time left in the end of this race. Oscar War, no matter how quick he is, he's going to need almost 0.7 of a second per lap to try and find a way past Jared Fox-Whiteley. Will have to become preoccupied soon with potentially defending off Addison Smith, who looks to be quicker down the bottom end of the track towards South Bank. And let's see whether Smith tries the same move on War. War, though, parks the kart perfectly as a straight line down the middle of the track towards the left-hander of hairpin number 4. 40 seconds remaining. They're going to get round to... I'm not convinced this one is completely over yet, Tom, because I think Fox-Whiteley might get round.
I mean, there's going to be like half a second in it, I think.
I mean, he's got 2 seconds, and there's no radio, so they can't tell him, but he could easily ease off for a second and then do one lap less.
Yeah, just do one lap less, absolutely, yeah. Let's have a look. So 12, 11. Is he going to make it?
He is.
I don't know. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 seconds.
2 seconds he is. 2 more laps to go.
Okay. So strap in and hold tight as Oscar War comes under increasing pressure from Addison Smith for second place. Fox-Whiteley's done everything right so far in this final, has made his way through cleanly and has driven away.
Joseph Yao has fought back to get past Sam Robson and Melissa Adrian.
Yes, good drive from Joseph Yao. After coming together with Max Wilkinson earlier in the race, has caught up 2 seconds on those guys and has made his way through. Monroe Renard in a lonely 4th place is 3.5 seconds off the back of Addison Smith, but also 3 and a bit seconds, or about 3.5 seconds in front of Joseph Yao as well. So Monroe Renard, a very lonely race in 4th. Joseph Yao 5th, Sam Robson now 6th, Melissa Adrian 7th, Max Wilkinson 8th, Luke Walton 9th, and Oliver Green in 10th. But Walton and Green
have retired. They're in the pit lane.
Have retired. Yeah, they're not with us anymore in this one.
Final lap then, and Jared Fox-Whiteley is making his way round hairpin number 3. Round hairpin number 4. The tyres didn't fall off the cliff, and Jared Fox-Whiteley will be climbing to the top step of the podium as he takes victory from Oscar War and Addison Smith, your top 3 in our junior Rotax class, from Monroe Renard, Joseph Yao, then it's going to be Sam Robson and Melissa Adrian in front of Max Wilkinson, Luke Walton and Oliver Green, classified in 9th and 10th, albeit 9 and 12 laps down respectively. So they're making their way round. We'll move on swiftly then to our penultimate race of the day in senior Rotax.
So your grid for the senior Rotax final. Pole position goes to Nathan Jensen. Shane Collinson in 2nd place with Owen Spears in 3rd. Arthur Lowthian in 4th and Paul Swan in 5th with Marty Fisher in 6th. And Alfie Wallbank will take 7th place. Wallbank, of course, has had some fantastic pace throughout the day, but has succumbed to a couple of penalties, at least one penalty throughout the day. And hence the reason why going off P7. So we'll look for Wallbank coming through, potentially for a podium, potentially even fighting for the win. We shall see what Alfie Wallbank can achieve. So already onto our penultimate race of the day as well. There's just this one and the senior pro karts to go. And I mean, it's only 3:05. It's been fairly good day so far. Everybody's been nice and clean. I don't want to jinx it or anything like that, but we haven't had any major crashes or anything like that so far. It's been a good old day here at Teesside. I think the weather's helped. People have engaged brain so far today, and the sun has been shining for most of the day. We did have a little spitting of rain for the end of senior Rotax heat number 3, and then it stopped for the pro karts, but sort of started again during lunch. Anyway, we're on the final part of the rolling up lap. It is headed by Nathan Jensen, with Shane Collinson going off P2. And they are ready to go. They started with the green flag in hand. It's up. It's down, and we're away for Senior Rotax Final here at Teesside. And it is Nathan Jensen who has already lost out to Shane Collinson round the outside of the National Loop. Great move from Collinson. Then it's Spears, Lothian, I think that's Fisher, and then Wallbank has made one place up already past Paul Swan. Tried to go around the outside of Fisher into hairpin 1, and that didn't work out. So has tucked back in to, I think that's 6th place. But Collinson already starting to make a move away at the front of this one. Jensen doing his best to hold on and bring Spears along as well. Spears with a great showing so far in this final. Started P3 and is holding on well. Had a bit of a tricky day as Owen Spears. The pace has been a bit up and down. But there's no better time for the kart and the pace to come alive than in the final, when there's trophies available. And immediately, as I say it, sticks it up the inside of Nathan Jensen and passes and goes through into 2nd place. Lothian then sweeps around the outside as well of Martin Fisher and gets that move completed. Jensen returning the favour on Owen Spears and gets back into 2nd place. So it's as you were coming over the line, but they've changed position twice. Shane Collinson with the fastest lap, 1.2 seconds clear now.
They need to be careful not to get too involved and back themselves into a battle, because we know Wallbank's got some pace. He's just got to break free of Lothian and Fisher. So it's going to be really, really tough for Wallbank to get through, but there's plenty of time. By then, though, they could be too far ahead in front. Jensen does appear to have broken free now of Owen Spears. Spears was there at the start, but now is some half a second or so back, I think, as they come over the line this time. The gap between the two of them, 4.5 tenths.
Yeah, Collinson again, fastest lap of the race, 1.6 seconds clear now of Jensen. Spears, as I said before, as Martin Fisher gets a bit of a bump and run from, that was Alfie Wallbank. They came together side by side, and Wallbank took full advantage, and Martin Fisher, unfortunately, could not. We will see whether there's any kind of steward's inquiry or anything like that incoming. But Wallbank at the moment progressing on and onto the back of Arthur Lothian. So Wallbank up to 5th. That Paul Swan benefited from that as well, up to 6th, and that has pushed Martin Fisher down into 7th. Still fairly close here between the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road, even when in fact Wallbank has picked up a warning for that contact with Martin Fisher, but is already on the inside of Arthur Lothian and taking 4th place away from Lothian, who then goes the car park route around the outside, trying to ride the berm of South Bank. I think come down off the banking and carry a bit of extra speed into
getting his money's worth by getting an extra few metres of track up there.
That's it. It's very dirty up there, though. We've seen a lot of karts go wide there in the past, and then they end up really struggling to get off of South Bank corner. And
they do a lot of drifting here as well, but drift rubber and kart rubber don't mesh together in terms of grip quite as nicely as you'd expect.
There's a lot of marbles up there as well, and also because of that, because of the drifters, what they do is they push all the dirt out off the racing line and straight up onto the outside of the corner. So all the dirt and the grime and everything else is lifted well up into that
it
section.
all goes together. Remember last year when we were smashing lap records, I think, at round 2 by huge chunks? Just the perfect storm of it being, we'd had no rain for 3 weeks or so. We'd had loads of higher karting on because I think there was a half term before that. Then we had the drifting on. Even when we turned up here, I think on the Friday to look, the circuit just looked black with rubber. And then the times just tumbled down to the point where some of them I don't even think will ever be broken, as Spears and Wallbank down the inside of hairpin 3, Spears straight back down the inside of hairpin 4. Wallbank, though, looking very racy, already on a warning, though, so doesn't want to be too forceful. He's down the inside of Owen Spears. Spears is going to try and get the cut back, but I don't think he's going to have quite enough, and I'd expect Wallbank now to potentially move away, trying to catch up with Nathan Jensen in front. The gap 1.3. Can Spears go with? Still has aspirations of a podium, even though he's down in 4th. If they can work together to close up on the back of Nathan Jensen in front of them, they could both end up on the podium here if it works out well for them.
No 177s here this weekend either.
No 177s.
Which is a bit of a shame.
Landy Collinson normally races 177. He's here because his son William was out racing in Honda Cadet.
Yeah.
But obviously electing not to race, maybe just doing some spannering.
And Emma
Brown, seen her as well, but not out there.
Bell. Sorry, Emma, doing you a disservice there. But no Emma Brown as well here today. So we've just got the 7 runners, and of course we're missing the Savages as well.
Yeah, well, Emma Brown, she often works down with the Teesside Karting Academy down there, on the spanners on them karts as well. So they've had a fair few running this weekend in the academy.
And as we said, the Savage is not here either. I think Ashley's still.
He raced last time, didn't he? He was back.
Yeah.
I say he's back. That's not a cheap pun for the fact that he hurt it. But and Kieran as well. But yeah, neither of them here racing this weekend. So
we're missing, 4 or 5 that we would normally have in senior Rotax, but still been good action, particularly with Alfie Wallbank coming through the field a couple of times now, and is already up to 3rd place and on the back of Nathan Jensen. Has picked up a warning, but so far penalty less for Alfie Wallbank here in the final. Potentially 2nd place on the cards as well.
Yeah, because Jensen looks like he's struggling now to keep that kart on the apex, and indeed slides wide, and sliding through into 2nd place is Alfie Wallbank.
Yeah, just opened the door fully for Alfie Wallbank there, and Wallbank needing no second opportunity to step through it, cross that threshold, and into the room of 2nd place.
Still 4.5 minutes remaining, plenty of time, but I get the feeling that Shane Collinson is he's already in the departure lounge here. Gap is 4.5 seconds. You need almost a second a lap, and as good as Alfie Wallbank is, I just don't think he's going to have enough in the locker. And that's very much now whether Spears and Loudy can close in on Nathan Jensen.
Is Collinson in the departure lounge because he's checked in with 1st place? Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay. Ready for takeoff.
Charlie Evans has just dropped something in the live chat asking, when does this finish? Well, in about 15 minutes' time, because after this race we've got pro karts, and then we appear to be on schedule to be wrapped up for around about 3:45, which is one of the earliest finishes I think we've ever had.
It is, but it means that I can get to listen to the. I think there's some football going on later on that might be important to some people. A relegation battle potentially taking place for my team, and also there's the Indy 500 as well. So I'll be able to listen to both of those on the way home, I'm hoping. One in one ear and one in the other ear.
They're on at the same time?
Yeah, give or take. Yeah, I think the Indy 500 starts about 5 o'clock. Something like that.
Spears under pressure from Louthian. So they head down the back straight. they've got 1.3 to catch up to Jensen. I just don't think they're going to have enough time either. And they were fairly equidistant in terms of times.
Oh, there goes Laudian.
Particularly if they're going to battle it out over 4th place.
Spears right round the outside there, just held up that momentum and managed to hold on to 4th place. I think it's been a good showing here from Owen Spears, to be honest with you. It's taken him, you know, all 3 heats and now the final to get fully up to speed.
You think he's been here in different karts. He's been here in Pro Kart and stuff like that, and in juniors. So the lines aren't even the same. That's the thing. They're just not. They differ slightly. You can't just jump out of one, do the same line, the same acceleration and braking point, and expect it to work. So, you know, really as well, you know, he's not got a huge amount of track time in over the weekend. It's not like he's had a month or so of trying to learn this. That now Arthur Laudian's down the inside. Spears does exactly the same. I think Laudian's probably going to have to get the elbows out a little bit more and be a little bit more forceful mid-corner to try and force Owen Spears a little bit wider.
Or try it at a different place like Hairpin 1.
Got to be close enough though, hasn't he? I just don't think he is through. I don't think he's got the same momentum through the first half of the lap as to what he does in the second half.
But what you were saying about the difference in the karts, particularly with the Pro Kart as well, is there's just so much more grip in these senior Rotaxes. The tyres are different and they're super sticky. You know, you'll see them often lifting the front wheel in the air. They've got that much power and flex in the chassis. It's so lightweight as Arthur Laudian goes the drifting route around the outside of Hairpin 4. Not sure that was intentional.
He's going to struggle to get past Spears at Hairpin 1 this time.
But there's people on the bank who are holding up point boards.
Because he's about 2 seconds back now because he's run slightly wide round Hairpin 4. I think the issue there stemmed as well from Hairpin 3. I think Spears took not a more defensive line, but Spears didn't aim for the apex. I think he went slightly wider mid-corner in order to try and stop that run from Laudian down the inside into the left-hander. Did really, really well to hold that one off, Owen Spears. And that's given him a bit more respite now from Arthur Laudian, who's going to have to work really, really hard to close this in. But pretty much everybody coming over the line, the gaps are going out all the way down. If you're looking at lap time in the Delta in terms of the orange colour on everything, with the exception of Paul Swan and Martin Fisher, who are having what's going to be a very nice battle soon over 6th place. Swan coming out of hairpin number 2 now. Martin Fisher closing in 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. As Collinson will come through. 2 to go then, because he's going to get through before the timer lapses on the top of the screen.
Yes, we look at your race leader, Shane Collinson. What image does Collinson have on the back of his helmet? I've never seen it close up.
No, neither of the rest of the field today.
But well, it's all they've seen of it. But there is an image there on the back of the helmet.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's a nice colour scheme anyway, isn't it? It's classic, the red, white, and the blue, and put together very nicely.
It's simplistic, isn't it? But
it is.
I like it.
Yeah.
You know, I like.
We see a lot of. I mean, Alex Lynn has got a lovely designed helmet, but it's super complicated.
Well, yeah, because to be fair, earlier on we were looking at it. Other than yellow, we couldn't make out what all the other colours were.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people do fancy designs, but it's all straight lines and things like that. I mean, we talked about the Bella Franklin one with the paintball splats. Obviously, we've got some interesting takes on. You've got Cam Tipping doing the Daniel Ricciardo one. We've got Matt Shields and his Hamilton-inspired ones, and Iron Man and things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, even like Joshua Sullivan, that's loosely based on a driver called Tiemann van der Helm, who raced the British 24-hour in 2018 for Howard in MS Lucas.
Yes, I remember.
He races number 13. It's loosely inspired by that. Collinson comes through then to take the checkered flag, and victory in senior Rotax from Alfie Wallbank and Nathan Jensen rounding out the podium. That's your top 3 in front of Owen Spears and Arthur Laudian. Paul Swan and Martin Fisher battle it all the way to the line over 6th place. Swan then taking the spoils just in front of Martin Fisher, who had that off earlier on in the race. And he slots into P number 7.
We've got a lovely shot of our clerk of the course there as well, if he wants to give us a wave.
But he's got earpieces in, hasn't he, to talk, so he's not going to be able to hear us over the PA.
Pardon? He's
And we can't command him either. It's like put your left arm in the air. It's not twister, left arm red.
So just remind me again, Van der Helm, who we talked about, and you were saying that's where Josh got the design from. Was he world champion at the time, or something along those lines?
He was very, very quick.
He was.
I know that
when he was a bit of a ringer, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, when they went over to Spa to do the 24-hour over there,
yes,
I think he stood out as being quite quick when he pretty much lapped the field in a stint.
Oh, okay.
And so Howard kind of thought, you know what, I'll have some of that. So both him and Romano Frassen joined the 40. Could have been 43. I don't know. There's just so many MS cars.
Yes.
So joined one of them for the 24-hour, and he was really, really quick. Went on to race Formula 3 on the Formula 1 package, and now racing. Yeah, and now races in World Endurance. Just Team and Van der Helm. So I'm going to find out a little bit more about him.
So I'll be seeing him at Le Mans potentially.
Well, not for yes, you possibly shall.
So I shall.
Apparently, we've got no grid for Pro Karts, which will be fun because I'm just going to have to wing it out the window.
Okay.
Senior Pro Kart are out, so we don't even need the bumper, Tom, because there's no point because we haven't got any grids. We're going to go with Focus from Shields. In fact, let me see if we've got one, but it's just not been published
and then
yet.
Blythe. Then we've got the 120.
So that's going to be Lennon French.
Yes, it is.
With Christian Oblang and Jack Hewland behind in the 171 machine.
We've got Christian Oblag and David.
That's David Brown. Behind them we've got Joe Grinsell. Then we've got David Brewis and the 88 of Harry Roddis. Behind that, Simon Dougherty and our leading novice runner in Amy Frame. That's about it because all the numbers concertina together. Green flag is in the air. Josh Volkers is taking it nice and steady. Powers down. The inside train gets the run. Connor Lucas moves through from third place in front of Max Shields. So Shields has to slot into third place. Then in French is going to be up into fourth. Asher Blythe's going to get squeezed out in that Atom car. In front then it's Hewland with Christian Oblag bouncing over the curbs. We've got Matthew Hauschby taking the grass route, and Leon Wilson has a little spin as well, exiting. We've got yellow flags because we've got one runner off. That's James Wilson in the 172, retiring early on.
We also had Leon Wilson around even before Hairpin won as well, but has managed to continue.
So Volkers, Lucas and Shields were your top three. Asher Blythe gets down the inside of Lennon French in this 12 minutes plus 1 lap final. So it's going to be Volkers from Lucas and Shields. And it's Asher Blythe with Lennon French getting a little nudge in the rear quarter by Asher Blythe. Little bump and run, and Blythe is back through on Lennon French with the very impressive Jack Hewland behind in the 171. Christian Oblag, David Brown, Harry Roddis and Joe Grinsell round out your top 10. Still got the yellow flag out at hairpin number 1 because the kart is stationary in the middle of 2. That's going to get dragged out of the way there by the marshal. Yellow flag is in now, so nice and safe for our drivers to overtake once again.
So next time round it is green flags all the way, as we have Volkers still leading the way from Lucas, but coming under increasing pressure. And Max Shields right there as well in third place. And there's a bit of a gap out to Asher Blythe and Lennon French and Jack Hewland. David Brown is still there as well, but a slight gap, about 0.8 of a second back to him. Then it's Christian Oblag, Joe Grinsell and Harry Roddis. Grinsell now up to 9th place here and looking to move through the field once again.
Yellow flag is out at hairpin 1, but I don't know why.
And back in again. Must
Yeah.
have missed something there. But anyway, we are heading, the leaders are already heading into hairpin 4. Once again, it is a group of 3, then about a second away from Asher Blythe now. French still in close company with Blythe and Hewland going with. So we've got sort of 2 groups of 3 and then a bit of a gap back to David Brown. Got a second behind him as well. So there you go. That's it. And then it's Christian Oblag, Joe Grinsell and Harry Roddis. And then we've got Amy Frame showing very well in 11th place with George Ludwell right behind in 12th. They're both in the novice class. Volkers looked look to go very much over the rumble strip on the exit there, probably a little bit wider than wanted to or needed to, but knows he's coming under pressure now from Lucas, and Shields going with both.
Well, Shields in the club class, that's your runners with the red backgrounds, novices in black, and then we've got junior pro karts with a sky blue colour, which you'll see at the moment with Isaac Needham leading the way in that class. Shields is just being smart here, isn't he? Because Volkus and Lucas are pulling away at the front, and he's going with them, just trying to open up the gap. The gap doesn't need to be to Asher Blythe, it's to Lennon French for him, although I'm sure he would like to beat Blythe. But nonetheless, he's still being dragged along by two of the best at the front.
That's it. It's about 1.6 seconds a gap between Shields and French at the moment. So
Volkus again there, trying to flatten out that rumble strip. Good luck with that.
It's only going to make it worse, in all honesty, but each to their own. Volkus, you see armfuls of lock as he comes through hairpin 3, and Lucas very much the same. They've got a very similar driving style, the pair of them. Lucas a lot more ragged even than Volkus, but they are still pretty similar in the way that they turn the wheel. There's no kind of softly approach, minimum steering angle with these two. It's very much full lock, either on or off.
Junior battle, Tom. I'm just going to keep an eye on that. Round the national loop at the moment as Grinsel's down the inside. Not sure if we can pick it up. There's a blue cart of Isaac Needham coming under pressure then from Sophie Pawsey, the 25 and the 77, as Jack Hewland and David Brown battle it out with each other. The juniors are onto the back straight, and the two junior front runners have migrated together, Sophie Pawsey and Isaac Needham. Hopefully we might just be able to pick them up in a few moments. I'll pretty much shout stop in a few moments when they appear. We're not quite going to get there, I don't think, because we follow Marty Gilfillan round the...
Joe Grinsell now up to 8th, has overtaken Christian Oblag. Amy Frame up to 10th. Who have we lost going down the order? Oh, Isaac Needham.
Isaac Needham, who was in the battle with Sophie Pawsey. I don't think it's Pawsey that's caused 30th. The problem, because the 8 has picked up a contact warning. That's Tom Hewland.
So Needham has dropped down to 30th place in amongst all of that.
That is gutting for Needham, Tom, because he has been brilliant today, taking the battle to Sophie Pawsey as the lead, as in the junior pro kart class. He's dropped down into 3rd in that class. He's got a battle back now to try and catch up to the 20 of Catherine Potter, who is back on the Haas Pro Kart this weekend.
What was she on before?
She was on an MS at the last round, and she was on the Haas at the round 1. So that's why she's back on the Haas now. She was actually, it was Leon
in
Wilson.
The Haas.
Yes,
in the Haas.
Back in she was on Leon Wilson's kart that she borrowed for the last round. So it's a huge train of karts there, Tom. Sophie Pawsey's right in the mix. Yellow helmet, just making their way round. Needs to keep out of the trouble though. There's a 25. That's not the 25 of the junior runner. It's Sophie Pawsey there in the 77 on the back of Alfie King.
Sort of headed by Tom Hewland.
Yeah,
so
but she needs
18th place.
The important thing is here, Tom, is that yes, she's having lots of fun making her way through, even though she's on junior spec engines, which are a horsepower down. Doesn't want to throw the victory away in class just because she's having some fun trying to find a way through all of these, because Catherine Potter's not too far back either, Tom.
No, but speaking of flashy helmets, Sophie Pawsey's new one is delightful. Look
it's
at that.
Lovely, isn't it?
A mile away.
Kind of Asher Blythe-esque. We've got James Kay off in the 808.
Oh, and there goes around the 25 of
Luke Austin.
Yeah.
And that looked like Dominic Need. No, Sean Fearn in the 57.
Isaac Needham is 25, sorry.
No, there's two 25s. Well, there's a 25 in juniors and a 25 in seniors.
Oh, that's
Luke Austin's 25. Not our Luke Austin. Oh, Lee Austin, sorry. Lee Austin.
I was going to say Lee Austin. Yeah, we don't have a Luke Austin racing with us.
No.
Got one in our ears, probably. So, anyway, Lennon French has set the fastest lap of the race now in 5th place at 46.307. Was 2 thousandths of a second quicker than Connor Lucas in 2nd place. Was that lap from Lennon French. So both drivers pushing on. The gap between Blythe and Shields has come down to 1.3 seconds. was out to about 1.5 seconds, so that's starting to close in a little bit.
Pawsey's going to try and get down the inside of Alfie King. Puts another driver between herself and the chasing Catherine Potter. There's your leaders then, just as we pick them up, heading towards the left-hander at hairpin number 1. They're still pretty much as you were. The rest of the field streaming through. We've had a change for 3rd place in the club class now as Christian Oblag moves his way up into 3rd place. Jack Hewland down into 4th. Gutting for Hewland. Hopefully he can stick around and take the fight to Oblag. Not that I don't want Oblag in 3rd place, but Hewland has been superb today in that 171 machine. A real breakout weekend for Jack Hewland, running in 9th place, 4th in the club class. Amy Frame still leading the way in the novice class, being chased at the moment though by George Ludwell. Nothing between them in 10th and 11th respectively, with Harry Roddis and David Brewis 12th and 13th. Marty Gilfillan rounding out the novice podium as it stands, just in front of Simon Dougherty. Liam Gallop not too far back either, looking to take advantage. Less than a
lap
second.
of the race went to Max Shields on that last lap as he closed in on the back of Lucas and Falkus once again. And that gap has gone out to 1.5 seconds to Asher Blythe. And I'm looking down the track to see where Lennon French is still there in 5th place, but is comfortably in front now of David Brown and Joe Grinsell, who's moved up to 7th place. So Grinsell making way through the field, but I think potentially about as high as he's going to get. He's 6th here, barring any major issues for those in front.
Yeah, Brown's got about a second on Grinsell at the moment, 6th and 7th respectively. The gap 7/10 of a second. You know, Grinsell takes a huge chunk of curb round hairpin 2, and that could allow Oblag to get the run on him down towards South Bank. It does, and I think Oblag could well be through. Here now then, it's all about traffic management. They're coming up to some lap traffic. I think that's Dominic Needham in front of them in the number 69. And they're going to catch him in the middle of the D chicane, which is not really where you want. He then moves offline and allows the 3-8 leaders through as Falkus sets the fastest lap of the race. Just watching all 3 of these, Todd, it's majestic.
It's a masterclass, isn't it?
Just such close quarters. At the moment, they're not turning it into a race. They're just racing at the moment to create a gap so that they can have a proper race in the final minute and a half.
Yeah, and you can see Shields waving at Lucas when Lucas looks behind. I mean, yeah, of course he wants an overall win, but they're in different classes. So, you know, even if Shields takes the overall victory, he doesn't get a separate trophy. He's going to get the same trophy he'd get if he finishes 3rd on the road. So there's no real reason for him to battle with the front 2. Just use them to pull him along.
Exactly, and we saw earlier on when 2 drivers managed to argue over stuff, it invites other people in. It's not done Charlie Eibel any harm today.
No, it hasn't, absolutely not. It has done Asher Blythe.
Shields once again waving them on. Pushing them forward.
The lap traffic doing a very good job of staying out of the way. I mean, we know we said stay on pace and stay on line, but when it's the leaders and you've got that situational awareness and you've got the option of going right round the outside of South Bank, then take it. And has done a brilliant job there. I will get the number and give you a shout out.
It's Lee Austin in the 25.
Austin, who we said had some issues earlier on. Well, Lee Austin, that was great driving and great situational awareness.
2 laps to go in Senior Pro Kart then, as we've got 16 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board, next time out. Josh Volkers, Connor Lucas, Max Shields, your top 3. Although Asher Blythe will be 3rd in terms of class for pro. At the moment, it's Shields, French and Oblag, your top 3 in club, with Frame, Ludwell and Gilfillan. Sophie Pawsey is now still leading the way, with Isaac Needham back up into 2nd place in front of Catherine Potter, your top 3 in junior.
I'm just having a little smile to myself as they head through hairpin 4 and the last lap board about to come out of how many times we've said over the years, Shields, French and Oblag.
Yeah, it's unreal
in class, and they're now mixing it
3
right
young chargers
are
all now inside the top 8 here. Final lap of round number 3 in Senior Pro Kart. Josh Volkers, Connor Lucas, Max Shields. It's pretty much been nose to tail from the start to the finish. Not seen an overtaking opportunity just yet. Will Josh Bolkus defend to the inside. Think he might just have enough of a cart length. Another look over the shoulder from Connor Lucas. Back to Max Shields. Shields is just going to play this one smart, I think. Take his trophy for class victory and more championship points, is he? No! He's going to send it down the inside of Connor Lucas. Bolkus, though. Bolkus is going to take the victory. Josh Bolkus, Connor Lucas, and Maximus Shields in front of Asher Blythe and Lennon French rounding out your top 5. David Brown, Joe Grinsell, Christian Oblag. And then it's going to be Hewland in the 171 in front of Amy Frame and George Ludwell. Rest of the field coming through. Brewis, Roddis, Marty Gilfillan will get 3rd place in the novice class. Then we wait for our junior winner to come through. Sophie Pawsey wins once again in junior in the 77. It's going to be from Isaac Needham and from Catherine Potter. That's your podium then in our junior pro kart class. Senior pro kart, a serene affair really, Tom, compared to what we usually see in this class.
And then Max Shields deciding to, I mean, in terms of things that I wouldn't do on a racing circuit, sending it up the inside of Connor Lucas when in a different class on the last corner of the last lap is not something I would really have considered. However, Shields, with caution to the wind,
well,
just went for it, and I can't blame him for that.
Well,
but
you know, Lucas
definitely the maddest move I've seen this year.
Well, Lucas and Shields really have been, you know, as they come through, Shields has sort of really looked up to Connor Lucas all the way through, and you sort of that like master and pupil type effort, so to speak.
But we've seen it with Jess Alexander and Lennon French as well, haven't we?
You know, so
a lot of mentoring goes on.
Eventually, the pupil wants to put one over on the master.
Yeah.
But today was the day that Shields tried it. Didn't quite get the run down the inside in the final corner.
Like the first time you realise you're harder than your dad. So that kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty much. It was the first time I think the first time I beat my dad in a go-kart, I was like, I've arrived.
Yeah. Anyway, brilliant racing as always here today. It's been a fantastic affair. We love coming here. Thank you very much to all our marshals, our organisers, and of course all our competitors. Our safety crew as well, always welcome, and fantastic that they haven't been needed at any point during the race day here today. So well done everybody on keeping your noses clean and out of harm's way. That brings us to an end. Another round of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. Thank you very much for joining us. I will hand over to David to sign off.
As Tom says, another superb day as we see Amy Frame there in the background, the class winner in our novice class in Senior Pro Kart. A fantastic day. And when we come back here in June, when the checkered flag drops, it'll be the halfway point of the season. And that's when we'll really be able to look at who our main championship protagonists are going to be as we head then towards the doubleheader at the end of August. Until next time here at Teesside Autodrome, have a lovely rest of your Sunday. From myself, David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth and everybody at Alpha Live, we'll see you again soon.